We're going to do the same thing we were doing when we left off. Best of one ranked is only guilds, so there's no ability to do Theros on that. So we're going to have to do these incredibly long best of 3 drafts. So the plan for tonight is going to be play 3 rounds in each deck, in each draft, regardless of whether we go 3-0 or 2-1 or 1-2. If we go 0-2, then we don't get to play a 3rd round, but hey, we deserve it. We went 0-2. So we're going to do 3 drafts tonight. First night of the week. We'll be streaming again tomorrow and Thursday, so I'm not going to make it a long night or anything. Just going to do 3 drafts. We're going to do 3 rounds per draft, unless we only get to do 2 because they force us out after an 0-2 performance. And let's draft some Theros decks, right? So Timurid is good. Like, it's an A tier type rare, not an S tier. Like, it's not broken, but 2/2/2s plus power up your graveyard for 3 mana is pretty strong. It's kind of like History of Benalia from Dominaria, although the Pump the Knights effect was stronger than the Scry 2. Storyteller is a bit of an underperformer, I think. White just tends to be pretty aggro. It's not, and you don't really want a 4-mana 3/4 in white. Now, it's not a bad card. Put back an enchantment removal or some good enchantment creature, but it does tend to perform a little worse than it looks, and I think that's because white tends to be pretty aggressive in this format, and aggro decks don't really want a 4-mana 3/4. Tactics is a nice go wide card. It's kind of like a 2-mana Inspiring Charge. I've been pretty impressed with this card, especially when you pair it with Hoplite and the White Omen. Hey, thanks for watching live, Tower. I'm glad you could. Yeah, it's really weird that there's no best of 1 ranked Theros. The new meta, I don't know what WotC's deal is with that either. I've got no explanations for you. Siona's great if you're green-white auras, but you have to be both colors, you have to be focused on that deck and everything like that. As far as the commons, Mire's Grasp is one of the best commons in the set. It's super efficient removal. I don't really find this format revolves around small creatures that much, but also most of the creatures are pretty small. So it can allow you to clip off a sack outlet, a utility creature, a flyer, or whatever. Also, there's all the aura and enchantment synergy. Like, Mire's Grasp is going to trade around even or up a mana most of the time. But if you just have a Hateful Eidolon out, now you're trading even or up 1 mana, but also drawing a card. And that takes it from good to broken. If this card was the exact same card with the text draw card, that would be a broken card in Limited. So, I mean, Mire's Grasp, because of the synergies in this format, really overperforms. Stern Dismissal and Omen of the Forge are fine, nothing special. So clearly, if we were going to take a common out of this pack, we're going to take Mire's Grasp. So this is a pick between Mire's Grasp and Timurid, Siona. That's pretty much the only things I would even look at. Oh, Hateful Eidolon is definitely playable. It's just you need to have a decent amount. If you have 1 aura in your deck, and don't play Hateful Eidolon. If you have 2 auras in your deck, don't play Hateful Eidolon. If you have 7 auras in your deck, Hateful Eidolon is an awesome card. So here, though, I think there's 3 cards to look at. Mire's Grasp, Timurid, and Siona. I think Siona's quite good, and definitely on the same level as them, but being a gold card, we're just not going to take it. If we were already green-white, Siona and Mire's Grasp, like, if you had a black deck and a green-white deck at the same time, if you were just drafting 2 decks at the same time, you might value Siona and Mire's Grasp pretty comparably, but of course, it's a lot harder to end up green and white auras than it is to end up black, so we're not going to take Siona over Timurid and Mire's Grasp. So then it comes down to the rare and the common. Ultimately, I think they're really close. I don't actually think Timurid is, like, that good, but when you start with it, you can prioritize escape stuff a little heavier. And since it is pick 1, pack 1, I think just starting with Timurid makes more sense. Queen Dragon gifting out another sub. Thank you, Queen Dragon. Appreciate it. Thank you for the never-ending support for the stream. All right, so doesn't look like there's any good black cards to follow Timurid up with. We're not considering Grim Physician or Nyxborn Marauder. These commons are mediocre at best. This whole pack isn't very good, but Furious Rise is a pretty good card. Black-Red doesn't have a ton of 4 power, but if you start with it, you can prioritize them the whole way. Also, we only have 1 pick. We could always just play Red-Green or something where this card is busted. Mystic Repeal is a nice enchantment kill. The fact that it doesn't go to the yard doesn't power up opponent's escape. There's ways to recur auras from the yard. It's an instant, so you can get a blowout in combat when you remove an aura at instant speed for only 1 mana. It's a really strong enchantment kill. Other than that, the commons in this pack are really bad. There's no commons to even consider. So, I mean, this pack is horrendous. This is just a really bad second pick for us. We're just choosing between Furious Rise and Mystic Repeal here. I think it's a close pick between these two cards. Neither one is black. Green goes... Well, black and green both go... sorry, black's the best color. Green and red really both go pretty well with black. The black-green self-mill escape deck is awesome. The black-red sack deck is awesome. I mean, you can play black-white and black-blue also. Black is just incredible in this format. But I think if you have to choose, I think the two best colors to pair with black are green and red. I think this early we should take Furious Rise. I think it's a little bit better of a card. Enchantment Kill has pretty heavy diminishing returns. Plus, when you start with a card like this, you can prioritize the 4 power creatures whenever there's close picks the whole rest of the way. I'll be right back. I'm just going to turn the AC down a little bit. I'm feeling kind of stuffy. It's a good question, Cheeto Bean. I don't know. I'm not opposed. I like Arena more than MTGO, but I'm not like opposed to doing MTGO. I had to play on there a bunch of Pioneer to practice for the RPT in Phoenix, and it just basically reminded me of what MTGO is. It's fine, it's acceptable, it's Magic, but it's worse than Arena. Oh, yeah, it's not winter here. It's 80 degrees or whatever, and it's less that I'm hot. It's more just like I don't really feel the air blowing on me or anything. So, and it just feels a little hot and stuffy in this room. Okay, so what do we have here? Pick 3. Thank you, Dustin Rada. Appreciate that subscription. Prophecy is a lot more fancy than good, but it's not a bad card. It's just a slow 2 mana, draw 2, scry 2 for the most part. Heliod's Pilgrim is nice for searching out Mire's Grasps and the such. Itchy Fish over here is pretty good removal in this format. There's not really much I'd want to take out of these commons. I think Heliod's Pilgrim is probably the best common in this pack. The best black or red common is probably like Ragehound, which is pretty bad. So, I mean, this pack kind of sucks for us. This is another really tough pick. Like, Prophecy is decent, Pilgrim is decent. They're not exciting cards to be taking. And they're not the colors we already have been drafting. Not that we're in any way committed to red or black, but the best cards in this pack aren't even very good, and I think they're blue and white. So this is a pretty rough pack for us. Thanks to everybody who's subscribing. True J Tron, Lunchbox Superhero, and Socks for Champ. Appreciate the support. Still not a fan of the 04 Red Sox, but, you know, I know it had been 90 years since y'all won a World Series, so I respect that. Dedication and commitment. I do love lunchboxes. Hard to argue with lunch. I don't like Hound that much. Escape has really heavy diminishing returns, and I think this Escape creature is pretty weak. This is not really a format where you can just always attack when you want to. I'm not saying this card isn't playable, it's fine, but I think it's worse than it looks. I actually have come down on Underworld Ragehound a little bit. I mean, I'm still going to include it if I'm short 2s or if I don't have a lot of escape in my deck, but as a whole, this isn't really what I want to be escaping. I find this card's drawback to be a little more punishing than you would expect, and it's still just eating 3 cards to bring back a 4-2 that must attack and then trade with their 2-1. Relentless Pursuit is worth considering, yeah, actually. I should have mentioned Relentless Pursuit here. Good call, Liahuru. Relentless Pursuit's not an exciting card, but definitely Green-Black Self-Mill when you start with Timurit is something that should be on our radar. And if we do go Furious Rise, that's best in green-red. So there's definitely reasons to be considering a green card, even if it's a little worse than, let's say, Pilgrim and Prophecy. It goes better with Timurit and Furious Rise, so it's definitely something we should be considering as well. And absolutely, I agree, Relentless Pursuit is the green card we would take out of this pack if we're going to take a green card. Agonizing Remorse is fine, but I think it's way overrated. I've noticed format after format, people tend to like discard more than I do. At the end of the day, you're paying 2 mana and the opponent's paying 0 when you trade these cards off. Now, that's a distinct disadvantage, because you're 1-for-1ing and you spent 2 mana and they spent 0. Now, don't get me wrong. If they have a bunch of expensive bombs, if you Agonizing Remorse a Dream Trawler, you're going to be super happy to be down 2 mana on the exchange, right? But if you Agonizing Remorse, like an average 4-drop, that's not really a good exchange for you. Like, you 1-for-1'd on cards, you spent 2 mana and they spent 0, and all you did was keep them off of an average 4-drop. You could just play your own average 4-drop and not go down 2 mana. So in the end, I'm not saying Agonizing Remorse is unplayable, but I do think people tend to overrate cards like Agonizing Remorse. Sometimes they're really good. Again, I'm not against playing cards like this. I don't never play cards like this, but I do think that people are a little too high on them. Hand Info is not that valuable. Like, more often than not, if your opponent has a trick and they leave up mana to represent something, they're not bluffing, so you can figure it out anyway. And then, I mean, knowing someone has a trick doesn't, allow you to beat it. Most tricks don't say, well, if you know your opponent has this, the card does nothing. I always talk about this concept of how people hate to let their opponents use their cards. If your opponent has a card in hand, like a simple basic trick, like +2/+2, unless you have instants to interact with it on the following turn in combat or the turn after that, it's probably going to do +2/+2. It's going to do what it does. It's going to allow their 3/3 to beat yours at some point or another. So playing around it doesn't even always accomplish anything. All that happens is instead of attacking your 3/3 into theirs this turn and losing it to the trick, you do the same thing 2 turns later. So I don't think there's that much value in figuring out what's in people's hands. And I don't think it's always profitable, even if you're getting a good removal spell out of your opponent's hand or a good 4-drop, to be Agonizing Remorsing them. Because again, it's a 1-for-1 and you paid 2 mana and they paid 0 mana. So you're down 2 mana in the even on cards. Obviously, if you're getting a Kiora Saga or you're getting Dream Trawler, that's going to be a profitable exchange for you. Those cards are going to leave the opponent 70, 80, whatever % to win when they cast them. So I'm not against it. I'm just saying I think people value it too highly. So moving forward, I think, though, it was a really good point. Relentless Pursuit. Green goes well with Furious Rise. Relentless Pursuit goes well with Timurit. I think that cards to be looking at out of this pack are Relentless Pursuit, Prophecy, and Pilgrim for the most part. I think Pilgrim is just the best of those 3 by a lot. You can play white-black auras. You can play white-red. I mean, white-red is the best aggro deck in this format. So I think Pilgrim is the right choice here. Relentless Pursuit probably second. Prophecy third. Remorse fourth. Not a good pack. Not a pick I'm happy with. But Pilgrim is a pretty good card. Yeah, we don't have auras to search up yet, but it's pack 1, and there's tons of them in this format. Okay, so now this is a pretty easy Spawn. Spawn is another card I'm a little lower on than some, but that's not to say I don't like it. I've heard people talking about Spawn like it's a mythic uncommon. I personally value Spawn around the same as a Mire's Grasp, and probably just a little bit lower. Now, Mire's Grasp is one of the best commons. That's not saying I don't like Spawn. I value it around the same as that card. But Escape does have diminishing returns. There's plenty of tokens and little things for people to sack in this format. So I find Spawn to be good, but not busted. That said, I would be happy to 4th pick a Mire's Grasp, and I'm happy to 4th pick a Spawn. Our best card is black, the best color is black, and now we're 4th picking a good black uncommon. I am in no way anti-Spawn. Again, I think I'm lower on it than the public, but I value it pretty close to a Mire's Grasp. I don't think it's a mythic uncommon, but I think it's a good card. I don't mind 1st or 2nd picking it if I'm black. It's like a B tier card in my opinion. Like, it's a good 3rd or 2nd pick, or like an okay 1st pick. I'm not anti-Spawn by any stretch. I think Spawn is a nice card. I just don't have it as slam 1st pick quality type card, which is how I hear people talking about it quite a bit. Okay, so pick 5. Let's see what's in this pack. The best black card is Omen of the Dead, which is fine. It has pretty high diminishing returns, but the first copy of it's a pretty strong card in any deck. Other than that, Omen of the Sea is also pretty good. Substantially better than Omen of the Dead, although I don't know if it's enough better to go into a new color for. Relentless Pursuit, again, would go well in a green-black self-mill deck, which both Timorate and Spawn are good in. So I think here... That's how LSV thought about Innkeeper last set. Yeah, but LSV was wrong. Innkeeper is a mythic uncommon. Uncommon. Innkeeper is totally busted. If you played a turn 1 Innkeeper in the last format, I don't know what percent you were to win the game, but it was ridiculous. It's like you were playing like Modern Legacy Extended Elves, and you play Glimpse, and every time you play a creature for the rest of the game, you draw a card. Like, obviously it can die because it's just a 1/1, but then it only costs 1 mana. So you have a 1-drop that either trades with an opposing removal spell and up mana, or wins you the game outright because you draw 2 cards a turn the whole game. Innkeeper was busted. Spawn is just good. Thank you, Leverathon. Appreciate that subscription. I'm considering it Y4W. There's a lot of change in OP these days. I'm not really sure how it's going to settle down, if it's something I want to get involved with. But, I do hope someday to maybe play in a Pro Tour, maybe make the Hall of Fame if I have a good career. Thank you, Last O Wiki. Appreciate the subscription. So let's see here. So Omen is the black card I would take. I think Omen of the Dead. I think Omen of the Sea is a little bit better. Omen of the Sea is a little better, but it's a different color. Relentless Pursuit is also better than Omen of the Dead, but it's a different color. So this is a close pick. Not a particularly important pick. I don't think there's a ton of value difference between all of these. But I do think that it's close. I think you could definitely justify Relentless Pursuit because it goes really well with Timorate and Spawn, or Omen of the Dead just to stay on color with the color that we're most seeing and most committed to. Yeah, maybe someday they'll create a draft Hall of Fame or something in addition to the Pro Tour Hall of Fame. Oh yeah, they probably won't let me in though because I'll try and show up in sweatpants. Quick true story. Thanks for subscribing, Gulash. Really appreciate it. So the Hall of Fame, when I got inducted in 2013 at Pro Tour Theros, they did the little ceremony right before the start of day 1. And I was obviously not going to compete a day of the Pro Tour in a suit. So I literally wore my Hall of Fame suit outfit for like a total of 40 minutes. I put it on, went to the site. We finished the Hall of Fame ceremony, they were putting up the pairings for round 1, and I was literally just there on site, changing out of my like suit top and jacket and all of that, and putting on like a t-shirt. I honestly might have had a t-shirt under it, or I might have honestly just even took the shirt off and just put on a t-shirt right there in the site. I don't remember. Obviously, I wore the suit pants because whatever, but and that was because it was weird. That was the last time I remember them doing that. They did our Hall of Fame ceremony like right before the start of day 1 of Pro Tour Theros in October 2013. It was very strange, but it was cool. And we are still taking any other Hall of Fame class who wants to challenge us to a 3-on-3. My class is ready to throw down against anybody in a 3-on-3 team draft. It's William Jensen, LSV, and me. Pretty cool being able to say you're the worst player in your Hall of Fame class with no reservations or doubts. But back to this draft. I'm going to take Relentless Pursuit here because it goes so well with Spawn and Timorate. Both of these are basically green-black escape self-built cards. You could definitely take Omen of the Dead just to stay black. Black is the color we're most likely to play. It's the best color in the set, and we have both of our first and second best card are both black. But I think Relentless Pursuit goes really well with those, and I don't think we're going to miss an Omen of the Dead. So I'm going to grab Relentless Pursuit in case we do go black-green self-mill. Okay, so moving forward, there's no black cards in this pack. We're not going to take an Omen of the Hunt. Even if we go black-green, this is not a particularly good card in our deck. We're not a ramp deck. There's a bunch of good blue defensive cards here that could also go well with Spawn and Timorate in a black-blue deck. So I think we want to probably look over there. I think Seagourds Scorn is more of a tempo or an aggro card. This card is better in blue-white or blue-green with creatures, but pretty weak in a blue-black grindy deck. I think we'll probably want like Shoal Kraken or Riptide Turtle for that deck. Taking a look, we have a 3-drop and a 4-drop. We don't have any 2-drops. I think I'm going to be conservative and just take the Turtle. If we do go blue-black, it's probably going to be a somewhat defensive deck, and Turtle's a good 2-drop. So this is a classic Taste the Rainbow type draft, as you can see. We now have completed it. We have a blue card, a white card, a black card, a red card, a green card, and a second black card. So, welcome back, Ben S. We are drafting. We have 6 picks, and we have 5 different colors all completed. And that's why we made that emote, because this is how I roll. But now, we have another choice pick, because Warden of the Chained is excellent in green-red, and so is Furious Rise, but black is our best color. Loathsome Chimera is a good card in green-black self-mill, but nowhere near as good as a Warden of the Chained. That said, black is our best color and well-positioned to be a self-mill deck. So out of this pack, do we want to take Warden of the Chained or Loathsome Chimera? There's not really any reason to look at anything else. It should be Chimera or Warden of the Chained here. Warden of the Chained definitely being the best card in the pack. Chimera second. I mean, maybe Final Flare is roughly as good. Chimera. Yeah, I guess we haven't seen any red since Furious Rise, and there's plenty of playable red commons, so I think Chimera does make sense. Chimera. I learned how to say it. Thank you, Kai, for being so great at Magic. You made it easier. I mean, we don't know if we're going to give up on black or not. Our 2 best cards are black, but it's still only 2 cards. Okay, this pack doesn't really have any cards we want. If we do play blue-black control, we'll want this Denial. If we play green-black, we'll want the Plummet for the sideboard. This is best of 3, so I'm going to grab a good sideboard card. So now there's Siona, which I guess we could still go green-white. I mean, we now have 2 good green cards, 2 good black cards, 1 good white card. Otherwise, there's Stern Dismissal, which is an okay trick for a blue-black deck, but not a particularly good card in a controlling deck. Nyxborn Marauder is total filler. You only generally play this if you have enchantment synergies or Devotion to Black synergies. So I think now we're going to keep the Taste the Rainbow draft going and take Siona, just in case we end up green-white auras. It's not like where I'm planning to go or anything. It's just that that card is such a higher power level than any of the other cards in the pack. Oh yeah, now we'll grab a blue control card. This is going very poorly. This is a nightmare draft. Like, whenever I get a nice drafting the easy way draft, and I talk about how, like, hey, look, I'm not trying to draft the hard way. If, if you just get hit over the head with a deck, you take it, you have an awesome deck, life is good. Drafting the hard way, so to speak, is for drafts like this, where you just don't see anything consistent. You don't see good cards in the same colors. So, we're going to hopefully be able to put something together, but this draft is going rough. Okay, I'm going to grab another Relentless Pursuit here, though. On the bright side, we might come back to an over 40 green-black deck. We do have Timurit and 2 Relentless Pursuits in pack 1. So if we do end up honing in on green-black self-mill, this could definitely be a deck where we go over 40. Of course, that does also require you to get over 40 playables, which, I mean, over 23 or 24 playables, which is probably not going to happen. Okay, so, of course, in fitting fashion, there's no green-black self-mill cards in this pack. There is a good blue-black card. Devourer is really nice for blue-black. This is just an awesome 2-drop. It fuels escape. It also is unblockable. It's a win condition. This is everything you could want for 2 mana, but it's a blue-black gold card. Otherwise, for green-white potentially, there's like Chimera. That's not too exciting. Hey, what's up, Sarko? So I think red is the color we're the least into right now. So I don't think we want to be looking at the red cards. I'm not going to take Scavenging Harpy or Huntmaster. Those cards are just too much weaker. So I think it's got to be pretty much Devourer. Or we could take like a white card in case we still go green-white, which is possible. But with double Relentless, getting that aspect and that Omen late. I think green-black is our most likely scenario. Blue-black still our second most likely scenario. So I think Devour just has a lot of upside here. All right, Typhon is good. Final Death is better. Not much to see here. This pick is easy. Black's still our most likely color, and there's a single black card that's really good. So we're just going to grab a Final Death here and move to the next pick. You know me, spend 5 minutes on an interesting pick, but let's not waste time on the easy ones. So now, Banishing Light is the best card, or maybe second to Staggering Insight, but we're not really looking at Staggering Insight. Are we looking to do a white splash? Well, Heliod's Pilgrim wouldn't really search for much in our green-black deck, or Siona right now. We only have, well, we have one Aura, Aspect of Lamprey if we play those colors. So we're probably not looking to splash white. If we do want to go green-black, though, I mean, who cares about a Discordant Piper, right? So there's not really anything for us to take out of this pack. If we go blue-black, I mean, Deny the Divine and Stinging Lionfish are fine, but there's no big loss. So, I mean, I think it just makes sense to take Banishing Light. It's super splashable. White-green is still an option. White-black is still an option. And then even if we go green-black, we could splash white. We're not really planning to do so right now, but we don't know what we're going to see the rest of the way. Okay, so we're going to grab Binding of the Titans here, another card I like a lot for green-black self-mill. I mean, we have Loathsome Chimera, Timurit, and Spawn, so we do things with putting cards in our graveyard, and Omen, and we still have, you know, a pack and a half left to grab a couple good escape creatures, so I think green-black self-mill still looking like a strong option for us. Now we can grab Inevitable End. You know, I've been wrong on plenty of cards, but I think this is one I was right on. This is just functionally a good removal spell. You put it on their best creature. Sometimes they get to sack a token or something and attack or block with that creature one more time. But you can only sack a creature every upkeep for so long. So at the end of the day, this is just good aura-based removal. I would take Mire's Grasp and Final Death over it, but it's not far behind. Thank you, Jessael. Appreciate that subscription. All right, we're going to take the Chimera here. It's not the strongest of the escape creatures, but this grindy green-black deck doesn't really want Underworld Chargers. It wants creatures that can block. We have a lot of ability to fill our graveyard, but not a lot to bring back. We currently have a Chimera and a Spawn. Let's grab another Chimera. I think there's almost no way we're going to play Gift of Strength or Inspire All on this deck. With double Chimera already, there is some chance we might want Furious Rises, even if we just off the splash or something. I really don't expect to do it, but you never know. So I'm going to grab it just in case we end up with a bunch more 4 power and a free fixer or two, and we decide we want to splash that. Speaking of, Omen can allow you to splash if that's what you want. Hopefully not, but you never know. Now I'm going to grab Harpy. I think we're pretty committed to green-black. I don't think there's any way... I mean, we may or may not splash, but I don't think there's pretty much any way we're not going to play green and black in this draft at this point. You do have to find your colors at some point. As I say that, white is the color that we have the third most of, and then we open probably about the 5th or 6th best card in the set, Archon of Sun's Grace. I think we probably should just stay the course here. We are really good at milling ourselves and fueling escape, and Typhon is the best common escape creature by a lot for this deck. So we probably should just take Typhon here. If we take Archon, we pretty much have to play Abzan. We're not playing black-white, I think, at this point, or green-white. I think we pretty much have to just play all 3. I think that Archon is really, really good. It's S tier. It's broken. But there's a Typhon in this pack. If Typhon wasn't in this pack, if this was the exact same pack, but this Typhon was a basic land, I would take Archon. I'm not going to take Moss Viper or Discordant Piper to stay green-black. But Typhon is a card we're looking for. Sometimes you got to be disciplined. Speaking of cards we're looking for, Gravebreaker Lamia is excellent in our deck. double Omen of the Dead, so we can just tutor up any great creature. Plus, we can just tutor up Spawn and then bring it back for 5 mana, or Typhon if we have enough for 7/7. And like I said, we have Timurit, Binding of the Titans, double Relentless Pursuit. We're really good at self-mill. So Lamia is excellent for our deck. Probably not pronouncing it right, but I will play it right. Okay, Entrancing Liar, the only card in this pack. I was pretty pleased with myself at some point over the past few weeks. Somebody tweeted, like, what would you take at me and LSV? And I got to answer, I hate liars, since LSV is famous. But I would draft it here, since LSV was the other person, like, tagged in the tweet, and he's famous for lying all the time. So, you know, I was pretty pleased with myself about that one. But as much as I hate liars in person, I actually do like Entrancing Liar a lot. This is an Icy-esque removal spell that kills your best creature, and then if they play a better creature, you can untap it and then kill that one instead. It also basically kills 2 creatures when they're trying to block, because you tap a creature, it stays tapped during your on-tap step, even as you untap the Liar. Then you use the Liar to tap a second creature. So when you're on the offensive, this can stop 2 different creatures from blocking, and when you're on the defensive, this still stops their best creature indefinitely, including when they play a better creature later. So I'm a pretty big fan of the Liar, even if in person I don't like liars. Here it's an easy blessing. This is just a good aura-based removal spell for a creature deck, and it's not really competing with anything. So we're definitely green-black. Maybe we'll splash, we probably won't. So let's take a look what our green-black deck actually ends up looking like, now that we actually have a set deck. We're definitely 100% to play green and black. There's a small chance we'll still splash, but we are going to be a green-black deck. So it looks like we actually are doing okay. I mean, Harpy's kind of filler, but an Omen doesn't make a ton of sense in this deck, the green one. But most of the rest of these are pretty solid playables. These 16 I'm happy to run, I think. And then if we have to put in a Harpy or an Omen or something, or a Marauder, it's not the end of the world. Okay, and here's an easy Mire's Grasp, of course. This is a nice late pickup for us. Just good removal. I don't think Petitioner is something we're going to want. We don't have that many green permanents. It's just going to gain a couple of points of life. Our curve doesn't look that bad or anything, so I'm going to grab a Forerunner. Now we can get a Lampad, a decent 2-drop, only playable in the pack, so no real decisions. Plummet being a good sideboard card is definitely more valuable. Which one is Nihilate is Forerunner. Yeah, Forerunner's fine, but the more aggressive you are, the better. This deck's pretty grindy and not very aggressive, but I agree, Forerunner's fine. I'm not anti-Forerunner or anything. So yeah, now we can grab Colossus, Big Dum Dum. Not a great card, or we can grab Plummet, a good sideboard card, but not main deckable. Given we're on 19 playables, we might need this here Colossus. I would rather be taking good sideboard cards, but we do already have a Plummet, and it is right towards the end of the draft, and we have 19 playables, so I think we have to grab it. Or at least 19 cards we want to play. It's double white, so it's not really easy to splash. We could have still went white-black or white-green, but I think our deck really wanted to be a green-black deck, given the amount of self-mill we have. Alright, I'm just going to grab another Colossus. Grove Dancer is kind of a filler 2-drop, but it's serviceable in these decks. We're not going to play 3 of those. Hopefully we're not even going to play 2 of them. I don't think Grim Physician is really playable unless you have Sack Synergy. So, 17 land looks about right for this deck. We have Pursuits, but we're not looking to play 16. We don't really make mana for 2 except for this one binding a few turns later. And we do want to make land drops for quite a while. So I'm pretty sure this deck wants exactly 17 land with double Relentless Pursuit. That means we need 1 more playable. A quick look at our curve means we don't do a ton on turn 2. We have like a few active cards. So let's see if we have any 2-mana cards we can put in this deck. Nope. Alright, well then. 3-mana card it is. The 4-3 would be fine. But given we didn't get any Mogi's Favor or anything, I think I'm more interested in a 2-1 flyer, just to trade off with opposing flyers, and to make sure I do something on turn 2. So Timurit exiles enchantments as well, right? So even though we only have 10 creatures, we can also hit Aspect or Warbriar Blessing or the 2 Omens and get 2/2 zombies. So we really have, and Mire's Grasp and Binding of Titans, we really have a lot more cards we can hit. Inevitable End. Timurit, you exile an enchantment or a creature, not a creature. So it's not that bad for us. So yeah. And we can play Harpy on turn 3 and then Aspect on turn 4, hit him in the air and gain life. We could splash white, given the lack of playables for Pilgrim and Banishing Light. That's fair. Let's see what that would look like. We'd probably want to play 2 plains and like the Omen then. So we would end up cutting like 1 forest, 1 swamp for 2 plains, and then we would play like Omen, Pilgrim, and Banishing Light, and we would cut Colossus, Harpy. Oh, we might get decked for sure. This is the exact kind of deck I would go over 40, except we don't have more good playables. Remember, the number one factor in whether you go over 40 or not is not lowering your deck quality. I don't believe the slightly more cards resulting in slightly poorer draws with the same ratio has much value. But the reason you normally don't go over 40 is because drawing your best cards more often has a ton of value. So if your whole deck is just removal and Relentless Pursuits and Chimeras, and you're adding more of those same cards, then you're not really lowering your deck quality by much. If your additional 3 or 4 cards are going to be total filler cards that you're not going to be happy to draw, you don't want to add those. In this case, if I wanted to make my deck bigger than 40, I would have to toss in Marauder and Colossus. These are weak cards that I don't want in my deck. I want to draw Warbriar's Blessing and Binding of the Titans and Final Death and Chimera. I don't want to draw more copies of Marauder and Colossus and less copies of Final Death and Chimera. I do think the white splash, though, is something we should be considering. We have Inevitable End and Mire's Grasp and Warbriar Blessing. So we have 3 good aura-based removal to search up, and then sometimes we're going to want to really search up Aspect. And then Banishing Light is more good removal. And our last couple cards are pretty fillery. So I definitely think we could consider splashing white. And Siona even maybe. 7 cards is a lot, and I just named 4 good auras. So I definitely think a white splash is something we want to consider here. Hey, what's up, Flex Retro? Thank you for your support. We could also splash the red for the 2 Furious Rises. We did pretty well on 4 power creatures. We've got the 2 Chimera, the Typhon, Spawn when it comes back, Lamia, Forerunner, and the Colossuses. But I think that drawing more cards is not really what we need to do. I would be a lot more interested in the white splash, because this is just good removal. Pilgrim's a good grindy card. So let's see what it looks like really quickly. If we do splash white, we'll probably cut like 1 Omen, 1 Colossus, maybe both Colossuses, because we're not going to have enough forests. And then like the Harpy, and then we could put in like Pilgrim, Light, Siona, and Omen or something. And then we would play 2 plains probably. So we can take a look if this looks better or worse. I think it's going to be pretty close. My intuition says this won't be much better or much worse, that it would be pretty close. The mana base isn't amazing. We do have 8 forests with Binding, Double Pursuit, and Omen. And then we don't really have double black or green stuff early. So, I mean, this is okay, I think, mana-wise. It's not perfect, of course. I think we should just go black-green. Our power level isn't really that low. I don't think this is really solving problems. Our last couple filler cards are closers, which we kind of need. As we've talked about, I'm kind of worried about decking with this deck. We don't have a... So here's another thing about the going over 40 thing, right? There's a lot of formats where you tear through your library. Like, for example, in Guilds of Ravnica, the best of 1 format on right now with decks like Dimir and Izzet. And yet, I never considered going above 40 with those decks, even though you tear through your library, if you want to. Why not? Because you don't gain extra value by putting more cards in your library, from your library into your graveyard in most formats. In this format, if you're fueling Escape, that's an extra 5/2 creature you get to close the game. So that's like, basically, a lot of close games go from losses to wins if you get 1 additional free 5/2. So that's why it actually can be right in this format, and it's almost never right in any other format, even ones where you tear through your deck. The last time I think it was right a substantial percentage of the time was spider spawning for the same reason. It's not that you're tearing through your library. It's that if you have a bigger library and more to tear through, that means you can make more 1/2 spiders when you play your spawning. And 1/2 spiders are not that good at closing the game. So even if you play it for 5 and then 6, you may not be able to close with that. So playing it for 6 and then 7 instead of 5 and then 6 when you're making spiders with spider spawning, for those who don't know what I'm talking about, check out Innistrad, the first one, could be the difference between winning and losing, which is why it was often right to play a 45-card spider spawning deck. This format is similar with Escape. It's like, if just because you're milling yourself a bunch and flashing back a free creature, you don't just win a game because you have a free 5/2. It's the second time you bring it back. It's the third time you bring it back. It's the fourth time you bring it back that runs your opponent out of resources and wins you the game. So the 1 or 2 extra times you can bring back a Chimera by going from 40 to 43 or 40 to 46 can be the difference between winning and losing. I'm not saying it's always right. I think people are doing it way too much from what I've seen, but that's the reason it actually could be right in this format and is almost never right in other formats. Anyways, that said, I think that's an important concept to talk about. I think we'll be able to close because we have Lamia, double Colossus. So we really don't even have the option to go above 40 because we just don't have playables. So here, I think we'll go back and put in the Harpy and the Omen, and then hopefully we'll be able to close with our 6/7s, which we can recur, as well as our Chimeras, which we can bring back a little bit. I think the 4/3 would be okay, but honestly, I just don't think we want to put that in our deck. We have a pretty good amount of size. That's not really what we're lacking. So I don't think that's a card we're looking to stick in. Trying to log in on my phone, but it's not working, so I can have the Twitch chat where I like it on my little stand here. Have a good night, Mad Moses. Thank you for tuning in. The VODs will all be up on YouTube. Thanks again, Dangle, for your work. Really appreciate it. Hey, with a name like Jankface, it's going to be tough to beat him. Or them. Jankface can be any gender. What did I make my Twitch password? There we go. Okay. Don't worry, if you're one of those people who always forgets your passwords to things and everything, you're not alone. I do it all the time. It's really annoying. I'm, like, very bad about it. Yeah, that sounds great, Aerodactyls. I don't know what that is, but I definitely think it would be useful for me to have some kind of a password manager or something like that. Thank you, Padre Doom. Appreciate that subscription. Bitwarden. I'll check that out. I can relate to that, VOD boy. Yeah, I mean, back in the day I could remember my passwords, but now that you have to use crazy digits and numbers and capitals and not capitals and stuff, which, don't get me wrong, is probably a good thing. I mean, I'm sure, like, scripts and bots and hackers are getting better and better at cracking passwords and running through more combinations and all of that. So I definitely don't mind, I definitely don't mind the password protection or it being hard, but yes, I'm not one of the better people about things like that. I'm pretty loose, as anybody who knows me knows. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. I think I'm pretty good on self-awareness. I'm not one of those people who's going to not claim I'm loose. I know I'm loose. But yeah, I am loose. Alright, I guess we'll just tutor up something powerful here. We have an Omen, but we already have good things to buy back anyway. This card goes in our graveyard, not in our hand. We already have Spawn, our best thing to tutor up. So I guess we'll just grab Typhon, our next best thing. We have plenty of mana. Even though our graveyard isn't full yet, we know that we have 2 Relentless Pursuits, Binding of the Titans. We're pretty good about putting cards in our graveyard. No, I don't think we want to leave up Final Death. I don't really care if they kill this Lamia, because then we can Omen it back, play it again, and search up something else again. So it's almost good for us if they kill this Lamia. And there's a good chance if we left our 5 up, they just wouldn't play Blessing. And there were no creatures that we really needed to kill. So, I mean, I think we just let them Blessing here. I mean, this ended up being pretty bad for me, so maybe it was wrong. Why are all their creatures bigger? What are they doing that's pumping their team? Oh, just for the turn, because they targeted the hero, right? Okay, good beats. So we're going to take a hard hit here. I probably shouldn't have attacked with the Spawn. That was probably a little aggressive. Other than that, I don't think that what we did last turn was really wrong, but I probably shouldn't have attacked with the Spawn. So now I'm going to pass the turn. We've got Final Death to take out the Flyer. We've got a couple blockers. And then we have Omen to get back our Lamia. So if they have more removal, we're probably dead. But if their hand is like a creature in a land, we're in good shape. This is the kind of game where a single other trick and this game is over and we lose. But if they have nothing, like I said, this is still a very winnable game for us here. And obviously if they had a trick, they would have played it or used it or removal. So this pretty much tells us they don't have anything. So now we kill the 1 good flyer, take 1, then we'll buy back our lifelinker. And I'll continue my battle with trying to log into Twitch on my phone. Ooh, I think I figured out my password. It says whatever off the... I just have to enter some numbers. 837, okay. Don't worry, I'm not reading out my password. This is just the numbers they sent me to log in and stuff. Cool, I'm good. So, successfully logged in on my phone. Now I've got that up. So now I can read the Twitch chat while playing much better. And let's get back to the battle. Apologize for that, y'all. It has been 2 weeks since I streamed. Thanks, everybody, for tuning right back in. I really, really do appreciate the warm welcome back and the support. Yeah, you can find out the authentic... I can't say words today. I'm going to blame it on this, like, lingering flu from last week. Alright, so clearly we're going to get back to Lamia. It's just a better creature in play, and it'll allow us to put another card in our graveyard. I don't know that we necessarily want to search up another escape card. Not if it's a good draw, at least, because we don't really have a lot of fuel right now for escape. Hey, LSV in the house. What's up? You missed us calling you a liar a few minutes ago. Thank you, Dyson Dragonslayer. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you, 5 Color Aggro and Nefari. Appreciate all those subscriptions. Yeah, so... we know they're not holding anything because last turn they would have beaten us if they had a single trick or removal. They might top deck it, so be it. We want to get our lifelinker out and going and close that window. So this turn we're definitely going to play Lamia. Thanks, Case Conrad, and thanks for subscribing and thanks for tuning in. And then the question is, what are we going to bin? We could just bin something we really don't want to draw here, like a land. Or we could get another escape card. I don't think we're going to be escaping Chimeras over the Spawn or the Typhon. So I think it makes sense just to bin some garbage. I guess if there's a creature we really want, we could bin it and then Omen it back. But I don't think there is, right? Like, what are we going to bin? Like, Harpy? So I think I'm just going to bin a land. Just get a land out of my deck so I can't draw it. Hey, thanks, Queen Dragon, for gifting a sub to LSV. He really needs it. There's no way he could afford to sub, given he's already purchased 200 beta lands while we've been on the stream this hour. Very generous of you to gift out a sub to someone who needs it so badly. So, let's see. Alright, so we're going down to 4. You buy Alpha now, right? There's definitely a joke coming here. There's an argument for Harpy, but I don't really think I'm going to omen it back. Lamia has lifelink, so I can gain 4 right here. Thank you, A Wild Zebra. Appreciate that subscription. Oh, okay, you're actually being serious? I didn't know you stopped buying fancy cards. I'm mostly just teasing. Obviously, you work hard and do a lot for Magic. Spend your money on Magic cards. Magic cards are awesome. But I didn't know you actually stopped buying all the sweet fancy cards. Okay, so what are we doing here? Do we want to sack anything in a turn? I don't think so. I think we just want to untap. The only bad thing here is when we trade the Lamia for the Oracle, which is what they'll probably trade with it, we won't get it back because it'll get exiled because of Oracle's ability. We'll still get our 4 life, which is the important part here, and it's still worth the trade, I think. I'm not that worried about lowering the cards from the graveyard's cost by 1. So I think we still do want to attack with the Lamia, get our 4 life here. They can't, like, own us. They only have 2 power worth of first strike. But they'll probably trade block with the Oracle and double pump it, and then the Lamia will get exiled, and we won't be able to recur it again or anything like that. But we'll still get our 4 life up to 8, and then we can slap down a 6/7. And that is what we're going to see, I assume. We knew they weren't holding anything 2 turns ago because we would already be dead. So if they haven't drawn any tricks, then this is definitely the right play for them. Our creature will get exiled, disappointingly, but more importantly, we do get our 4 life. And then we'll just slap down a 6/7 and continue about our business. Yeah, I'm not an expert on this stuff, let's go Tahiti, but that is actually what I usually do. I usually make my passwords just 2 completely unconnected words. You know, like, I'll make a password like Pirate Watermelon or whatever. Just stuff like that. That's just 2 completely unrelated words to each other. Okay, so. Colossus is filler. It's an acceptable finisher, but it's nothing exciting. Yeah, if not for my stream, I could make it Shark Crab. But yeah. So, we clearly can't be attacking with really excess stuff. But we can definitely attack with just the 1/6/7. With the land pad out, they're not really going to swarm us to death that easily. I think we should see what we get first, just in case we hit something that really changes our strategy this turn. We're giving information to the opponents too, but I doubt they're really going to do much with it. We do hit the interesting concept now, whether we actually even want to take a land or not. Cards in our graveyard are fuel for escape. We don't really need more lands since we have a 7th in our hand already. So I think I'm just going to let all 4 of those go to the graveyard. For anybody who hasn't had this come up yet, this is a close choice in this spot, but you don't have to take cards with Relentless Pursuit. So if you're fueling escape in the late game and you already have infinite lands, you can just let all 4 go to the yard. In this exact situation, I think it's pretty close. Okay, so with no help there, I don't think we're going to be attacking with more than 1 creature. What happens if we send the 6/7 and then they alpha? As long as they don't draw anything, we can block 1/3 on 2/1, 3/4 on 3/3. That's really good for us. So yeah, we're going to send just the 6/7 and hope they don't top deck a trick again this turn. Thank you, Roar Smash. Appreciate that subscription. Now, the second Relentless Pursuit I'll play post-combat because this can't really change our decision because we can't get anything we can cast off it. We only have 1 mana left. But again, I'm going to let all 4 cards go to the graveyard. If they can target Hero, they may win. We knew they couldn't target it 2 turns ago because we were dead on board if they could. So they have to top deck a trick. They have to top deck an Aura. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Probably they won't. This is a tight game. It is what it is. We have 14 cards left in our deck. Okay, I can still sack it after that lands, so there's no reason to sack it in response. Now that's 3, 4, 5, 6 damage if they alpha, so we can still put the land pad on the Eidolon here. So assuming they don't have anything else to do, that's not really that bad for us. It's not great, but it's not horrible. They still don't have that awesome of an alpha, and we can sack the spawn end of turn. Well, now it's getting bad. I don't know how they drew 2 removal spells in a row, because either one of these would have killed us 2 turns ago. But now it's looking pretty bad. So they have 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 on board. So am I just dead? I can sack to drain for 1, and we go to 8, and then they attack for 8. I think we're just dead. You have to have good cards to be worried you'll mill them all. Alright, nothing we could do there. I mean, I definitely didn't think they drew 2 removal spells, and we certainly weren't trying to beat that. Holding the Colossus back might have kept us alive, but again, we're hitting for 6, and we lost because they drew 2 straight removal spells, so no regrets there. We saw a couple of flyers. We definitely want to bring in Plummet. Maybe just take out one of these big slow ground creatures. Actually, they're an aggro deck. I think I'd rather take out the 5 mana 5/3 trample than the 6 mana 6/7. Other than that, not much to change since we have next to no playables in our sideboard. Yeah, Pursuits are still good in this deck. Firstly, with 10 creatures, you're still going to hit one over half the time. You're looking at 4 cards. But secondly, milling 4 is pretty good for us. Like, not that you would play 3 mana mill 4, but 3 mana, like, look at the top 4, put 3 cards in your yard, get a creature, put 3 cards in your yard, get a land, is not that bad for this deck. We have Typhon, Spawn, double Chimera, and we have double Black Omen, we have Lamia. Like, we're looking to put cards in our graveyard. Well, the drafts, this is the first one. It was a really tough draft. If you get a chance to go see the VOD, 6 picks into this draft. We had all 5 colors of cards and only a second black card. We did end up tabling a bunch of the black-green self-mill stuff, so we were able to end up honing in on this archetype. I don't think the deck ended up too bad. I mean, we got Mire's Grasp, Final Death, Warbriar's Blessing, Inevitable End, Typhon, Spawn, and so on. But we did have to play a couple of fillers to get up enough cards. Yeah, maybe I should have played Typhon. Oh, no, I didn't have enough cards before the first Relentless Pursuit to play Typhon from the yard. I had only, like, a couple of cards in the yard to start that turn. And I had the land I got off the Lamia, and I had the Typhon. I think I needed to put cards in my yard to be able to do that. And then I didn't have enough mana after casting the first Pursuit. I generally like Relentless Pursuit more than Funeral Rites, but it's close enough. Okay, so here, I think we want to Pursuit first, so we get some cards in our yard for Timurit, probably, and then we can Timurit next turn. I guess we could put out creatures, but a 2/1 first strike is going to stop a 4/1, or even these 2/2s. Meanwhile, the 1/3 is stopping the 2/1, and I don't mind taking 1 hit for 2 here. So I think we want a Relentless Pursuit, we go get a land. We'll probably never hit a creature off our Relentless Pursuits. And then we'll just put some cards in the yard. But we did hit enchantments, and like I said, Timurit can exile enchantments to make 2/2s as well. So our Timurit's pretty safe now. Yeah, it's also 4 to bring back Typhon, I think. I think Escape 3 is for Chimera and Spawn, but I think Typhon's Escape 4. So that's a bit of a problem, because we don't want to really take hits this hard from both these creatures next turn. We can put out Chimera and trade it for the Oracle. We could take the 1 more hit next turn that's hard, and then we'll start getting our free 2/2s, which can trade with the Oracle. I think we probably have to do that. We're not even that worried about hitting or not, because like I said, we have all these enchantments and stuff to exile now. So let's just take the hit one more time, I think, and we'll make a 2/2 now to block, and then we'll get another 2/2 on our upkeep, and hopefully that'll be good enough. Yeah, but just because we've been running horrible on the Relentless Pursuits, even if you're a little low on creature count, you're still looking at 4 cards. It's just been kind of unlucky so far. Of course, I wouldn't play the card if it was never going to hit a creature, but if it's only going to hit a creature like 2/3 of the time, that's still okay for us. We also really want to tutor up our Lamia, our Typhon, our Spawn. Our deck is pretty low power overall, but we can gain a few life. We have some decent removal. It's pretty grindy, so we need our best cards to win. We couldn't go above 40 because we literally didn't have any more playables. So I don't think we want to cut Relentless Pursuits from this deck. Thank you, Manodes. Appreciate that subscription. I can't possibly say your name correctly, but I'm sure you understand. We do have ways to recur creatures, but not really to recur enchantments, so we're definitely going to always get rid of the enchantments first. We could play the Liar and use it for 2, but that's not going to stop their only good creature anyway. So I think this turn we just want to play 2 creatures, use all our mana, and then we'll see what our blocks look like. We don't really have any good blocks on the 3/2 first strike right now, but with 1 more mana, we can start playing 6/7s. While I don't want to get too low and accidentally lose to flyers, going to 9 isn't that big of a deal. Oh, well, they kindly didn't attack us with it. They didn't. We don't need that swamp. We already drew a forest, so that gives us land 6, so that's an easy scry to the bottom. They should have attacked with this Eidolon. In order for us to kill it, we would have had to triple block it. And then even if we do that, they can still take out this Grove Dancer and this Chimera. Yeah, we can bring the Chimera back, but we already have a Typhon to bring back that they can, and we're going to run out of fuel sooner or later. I mean, I don't know if I was going to triple block or not, but I think they should have attacked with the Eidolon. I don't think it's a big deal or anything. Like I said, maybe they deal 3 to us and put us to 10 here, or maybe we triple block and trade a 2/2 that mills and a creature that comes back for it. But we don't have Planeswalkers. This is limited. This is just a 3/2 first strike. It's not going to do more as the game goes on than attacking with it last turn would have done. Okay, so I guess now we just start attacking with our 6/7 and play another one, right? Sending the little creatures on this board is not going to be effective, but the ground is still pretty even without the 6/7 back. So I think we'll just do that. I don't know what they're up to. I don't really care. I'm going to go ahead and put the 3/2 first strike first, because that's by far their best creature. Then maybe I'll put the 1/2. I guess there's the +2/+1 and +1/+1 to everything. We have 6 power, so we can go 3 and 3. So yeah, I'm going to kill the Eidolon first and foremost, the Flyer second, and then we'll start working on the 1 toughness creatures before the other 2 toughness one. I know that if they have nothing, this is good for us, because 2/2/1/1/1. The first card that comes to mind is Phalanx's Tactics, +2/+1, and then +1/+1 to everything else. In which case, we'll still kill Eidolon and the Flyer. So this looks right to me. They may just not have anything. I mean, it's not like they could take 6 for very long and win. That said, I'm not sure what their plan to win from here is. We don't really have to worry about a sweeper or anything like that. Our graveyard is filled with creatures. Typhon comes back. Chimera in play will end up coming back. So we'll just dump our stuff out and attack. And if they have a sweeper, we'll just start bringing creatures back from the graveyard. For now, I don't really see any reason to bring Typhon back. We're already way up on board. And so I'm just going to go ahead and Liar the 1/2. And then we can attack with everything. So the block does look bad, and I'm not saying it was optimal for the opponent, but also they were dealing me 0 and taking 6, and even if they drew a removal, they weren't going to have an attack on the ground. So I'm not saying their play was right, but they could have reasons for that play. Like, for example, they have a Furious Rise, so they're trying to extend the game as long as they can, so they can find a 4-power creature and start drawing 2 cards a turn. Or they may have a sweeper in hand or in their library, and they're hoping that they can draw that and come back. Again, I'm not saying the play was correct, but we should be thinking more about the reasons for the play than it wasn't like abysmal. They didn't have anything going. Now, what you're going to see right now is the Liar trick I was talking about. So the 1/2 stayed tapped, and it'll on-tap on their next upkeep. But you saw how I on-tapped the Liar, and their 1/2 stayed tapped, so it couldn't block. I did that because now I was going to use the Liar to tap the 0/4, and that would effectively kill both blockers. Then on their next upkeep, the 1/2 would on-tap, but the 0/4 would remain tapped. I would on-tap the Liar, tap the 1/2, and again, both their blockers would be tapped. The Liar is tricky like that. For anybody who hasn't used it yet, you can actually keep 2 blockers permanently unable to block. One of them is going to be on-tapped on their turn to be able to attack you, but Liar actually locks down 2 blockers indefinitely. So that's why I untapped the Liar there. I was going to end up tapping the other one, whichever one the one that untaps, I can then tap that next turn, and when I untap the Liar again, and effectively tap down 2 blockers indefinitely. Okay, I don't think we saw anything last game that would make me want to switch anything. We know they have a few flyers. I like Plummet over something slow, like the Forerunner. Underworld Dreams is unplayable unless you're mono black. Don't think there's much of a reason to change much more than this. Oh, I forgot to open Cardboard Live. That's probably why it's not working. Good catch. Thank you, Lock1102. Appreciate that subscription. I have Cardboard Live open now, so it should be working now, so tell me if it's still not. Yeah, maybe I should have overpaid for the Liar if I didn't have anything else to do with my mana. That is a good thing to be thinking about and to be pointing out. So here we're just putting out whichever one I think we'd rather block with, or just take the one and then attack back. Either way, I think that's the Chimera. I'm probably just going to block. Even though this looks like a pretty bad trade, I wouldn't really be able to expect that if they attacked with the Pilgrim and didn't play anything pre-combat, the assumption would be post-combat they were playing something that could profitably block the Chimera. And all I really want to do is trade things off and have this game go long. So now we do have decisions as to what to do. We could attack with the 4-1. They'll trade with the 1-2 and then play Typhon. That's the most mana-efficient way. We get the trade, we get a card in our yard, and then we get a 4-4 out. We do want to kill this Chimera. We know they have the Blessing. They could put it on it. They could kill our 4-4. But again, cards going to the yard is kind of good for us. So I'm not really sure whether this turn we want to, like, Mire's Grasp and only use 2 mana, let's say. Or whether we want to play Typhon. We definitely have some options here. I mean, we could Mire's Grasp the Pilgrim and attack and then pass and have Plummet for Chimera. That lets us use all our mana, but it also means we're Mire's Grasping a Pilgrim, so I don't think we want to do that. I also am not that worried about taking a hit, and if they're killing off my creatures that come back, even though I can't recur them that well right now, our deck has Binding of the Titans, Timorite, and double Relentless Pursuit, so I'm pretty happy if they're killing Typhons, right? This is just going to come back later. So I think the right play for now is just to let them Blessing off Typhon. We use all our mana, we save our removal, which that's not one of the heuristics that you want to follow to a script. That's one of the ones you deviate from pretty frequently. But it is a baseline heuristic that if you have a close choice between play a creature or play removal, you want to play the creatures first and hold on to your removal. By all means, deviate from it if playing a removal is going to be particularly swingy or effective on a given turn. But I didn't really want to use Mire's Grasp on Pilgrim, so if I wanted to Mire's Grasp or Plummet Chimera, that would have meant I was only using 2 mana instead of 4 on that turn. So I think the right play was what we did. I'm not worried about taking a hit. I'm not worried about them Blessing off the Chimera. I would just Plummet away the Chimera, get rid of the Blessing, get rid of the 4-4 flyer, and then the Typhon will just come back later whenever I'm ready. For now, we can use all 5 mana by using Plummet and Harpy, so this turn is almost scripted. If they go to combat, I'm just going to Plummet Chimera, because I'm going to assume if they were going to Blessing, they would do it pre-combat, so they don't miss a point of damage. So I don't see any more reasons to hold on to Plummet for something better. We have 2 removal spells left in hand if they do play something better. So let's just go ahead and not block, and then we'll Plummet away this Chimera. Now, hopefully they'll just tap some mana and cast a creature or 2, and then we can aspect the last 2 cards out of their hand, hit them for 2 in the air lifelink, and be sitting pretty with creatures to bring back. Remember, these removal spells are going to go to the graveyard, and a 2-1 lifelink in play. That would be sweet. With them not tapping their mana, it's a little bit more risky. I mean, there's Fateful End, which we saw, so I'm not sure what we want to do. The thing is, if I don't go for Aspect this turn, we're really not doing anything. I don't want to Mire's Grasp or Inevitable End, these 1-1s. So I think that there's a decent chance they're going to have Fateful End, but I think it's worth it anyway. Because this Scavenging Harpy isn't doing anything, and if Harpy and Aspect both go to the yard, that gives us fuel to bring back Chimera next turn. So I'm going to go for Aspect on Harpy. Maybe it'll resolve and we'll get lucky. Maybe they'll have Fateful End in hand and they'll kill it in response. I wouldn't be shocked either way. Remember, I talk about this concept a lot. One of the things I've learned over the year of streaming is that it seems like people are really afraid to ever let their opponents use their cards. Fateful End is going to do something decent. It's not like if we played around it here, the card does nothing for the rest of the game. It's still a deal 3 instant. So the way I see it, we're going to get a lot of upside if they don't have it and we resolve Aspect, take 2 cards out of their hand and gain 2 life. Or if they have it, then yeah, 2 for 1's us. But again, we get 2 cards in the yard to bring back Chimera with. The goal is not to prevent the opponent from using their cards. The goal is to win the game. Expert strategy right there. So they discarded the Blessing and Punishment. So whatever that last card in their hand is, it's pretty good. Hi, HQS. I've missed you too. Okay, so if we kill this Archon, they get back an aura. Well, an enchantment of any kind, I think. To the battlefield, not to their hand. So they'll have to use it immediately if they bring back, like, Punishment or Blessing. So what happens here? If I Inevitable End the Archon, they can sack a 1/1 to keep it around, or they can sack the Archon, get back Punishment, which I won't really care about. I'll just start tapping the flyer and removing the counters. Blessing on one of the 1/1s, and they kill the Harpy. That seems fine, too. Or what's the other enchantment? Omen for 2 more 1/1s, and then we'll bring back a 5/2. So I think that's the right play here. Definitely something to be said for Mire's Grasp and attack. Like attack, they block, post-combat, finish it with Mire's Grasp. But they're going to still get back an enchantment. I'm not really worried here if they get back Blessing and they kill my Harpy. Like I said, this is fuel to bring back my bigger creatures. We take care of their flyers. These 1/1 and 2/2 aren't going to beat us. We have Typhon coming right back now. So I think this makes the most sense. It varies greatly, Kraken. The play skill on Arena, not ranked, isn't the highest. There's a lot of newer players. In Mythic, it's pretty good. Most of the people play pretty well in Mythic. So do we want a 5/2 end a 2/2 this turn, or do we want a 7/7? We probably want a 7/7 since they just made a 4/4. Where did Typhon go? Oh, they exiled it with Banishing Light. I forgot about that. I thought it was in my yard this whole time. Don't get old, y'all. Okay, so 5/2 can trade with the 4/4 then, and they'll take some damage, so that's fine. So we don't really have any choices. Would have been an interesting choice, but instead, we'll just bring back Chimera and play Grove Dancer. We could Mire's Grasp the 4/4 down to a 1/1, but that's really not necessary. At this point, we have the 5/2 to put in front of the 4/4. We can take 2 damage, and then we can fill our yard with the Grove Dancer and bring back the Chimera again. Hey, what's up, Voxy? Thank you for subscribing for 9 months. Hope your stream is going well. Two of my favorite streamers in the house tonight with LSV and Voxy. We just need Deathsea to join, and it would probably be my 3 faves. So let's see. So we want to bring back Chimera, but we need 2 more cards in the yard, so we can't do that right now. Mire's Grasp could kill a flyer, but we're still at 11 life, and they're clearly not holding one. So I think with exactly 8 mana, we just want to Mire's Grasp one of these, and then we can mill ourselves twice. I don't know which one makes more sense. Do we want to shrink a 2/4 into an 0/1, or do we want to kill a 2/2? Yeah, Voxy's the one who loves to be milled. That's her. These creatures are not much different. I mean, we want the Mire's Grasp in our graveyard, but we'd also rather the opponent have a 2/2 than have a 2/4. I don't think we're particularly worried about giving them a chump blocker, so I'm going to Mire's Grasp the Courser. Now, I'm not planning to block Grove Dancer on the 2/2 here. We have a lot of mana and not very much to do with it. Grove Dancer provides us fuel to bring back Chimera and to dig up spawn. So I think we'll just take 2. We can afford to go to 9. We mill ourselves twice. We'll probably gain 1 life back. And then we have a 5/2 to bring out. So it's a close game, but assuming they don't really grossly outdraw us, I like our position because now we have the ability to basically win through using our graveyard recursion, which is really the power of this black-green self-mill deck in this format. It's that you basically win the game from even board states because you win by using your graveyard and library as a resource. And free 5/2s are a really big deal in Limited. So here I'm playing the 5/2 over the 6/7, even though it's worse on the board. We can still trade it for the 4/2, and then that's a good trade for us, and we're only taking 2. Or if they attack with just a 2/2, we can trade it for that. And if we draw 1 more mana, then we can play Colossus and mill once, whereas last turn with 8 mana, we could mill once and play Chimera. So I was choosing mana efficiency over putting a slightly better creature in play. Okay, now I'm going to Pursuit. Again, I'm just going to grab the Lamia. I'll let the land go to the yard. It even gains us a life in addition to being fuel. I don't really want to trade my 4/4 lifelink right now for their 4/2. It's not a horrible trade. I might even attack and make it happen. But I don't think pushing with the 5/2 here, where they just trade with the 2/2, and then if they attack, we're basically forced to make a trade like that, is favorable. I think for now, we can tutor up Spawn. We might bring Spawn back next turn for 1 mana less because of Lamia's ability, and then attack with Lamia. I can't get Final Death back. I milled it, and I don't have any ways to recur it. Okay, so we have 9 mana access this turn. If we spawn, leaving them that 1/1 in play actually kind of worked out poorly for me. But they'll probably end up blocking with it sooner or later. So here, I think we drew the land. I don't think we really need to lower the cost of this by 1. So I'm going to attack with the Lamia. Get my 4 life out of it, guaranteed. Make sure I don't lose to some kind of sneaky alpha. And then I'll just put out the 6/7 to replace it for now. I'm playing this game pretty conservatively because they're a red-white deck. They're not going to deck us. We've got a lot of ammunition now. We're in closeout mode. It's going to be pretty hard to lose from here. So now we saw that went smoothly. We got our 4 life. We're now at 15. We could be more aggressive, except they have a 2/1 first strike, so we can't send anything but the 6/7 anyway. I assume they're going to finish it off with the Fateful End here that we'd seen in the previous games. I'm not really too worried. This is a situation where if I had seen a sweeper and not Fateful End, and I wasn't a Graveyard Recursion deck, I probably wouldn't play the second Colossus here. But if they happen to have Shatter the Storm, I'm still just going to bring these back. We're just going to still be in a very comfortable position. Plus, it's Game 3, and we saw that Fateful End in Game 1, but we haven't seen a sweeper. So I'm going to assume that they're going to finish it off with Fateful End and put out a second 6/7 to replace the dying one. I'm going to stop milling soon, but I think we can mill another card or 2. Clearly now we can just attack with everything. If they play a creature, we can spawn it. Don't think there's really much to worry about. Don't think there's any chance they can win this game. I think we're 100%. Thank you, Slim Slendy. Appreciate that subscription. Hey, you're welcome. You know, I try really hard to be myself. You know, it takes a lot of work, but no, I shouldn't joke, because with all the societal pressure on people to be different from themselves, it probably actually isn't that easy for most people to be themselves. But you know, I don't mind. I don't expect everybody to like me. I don't expect everybody to agree with me. You know, my philosophy on life is be yourself, and the people who want to be around you will, and the people who won't. I think Haktos is pretty good, but it is hard to cast and somewhat situational. Hero is also really good. So if you're going to draft like a 16 land Boros beatdown deck, you'd probably rather just have Hero. Marshall is very good at basketball. Now, to be fair, he's very tall, and height is pretty important in basketball. But honestly, he can also like dribble and shoot and move and everything pretty well. Like, he's definitely not just a tall guy. He's a guy who knows how to play ball. I don't know what my expected win rate is. I mean, that's a fine question, but I really have no idea. Probably in these best of 3 traditional queues, I've probably been winning about 3 out of 4 matches, generally speaking. This game will probably come down to whether we draw exactly one more land very soon or not. The opponent's on the play with little creatures, so we don't really have time to stumble. But if we do draw land 3 and we can start trading things off, our deck is probably going to be more powerful than theirs. Of course, if we have to start discarding because we stumble, then we're probably going to lose. I assume we're not going to have time to cast this Pursuit. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Self D. Appreciate the support. Thanks, Scorch. Like I said, I shouldn't joke because it probably comes easier to me naturally than a lot of other people. But, you know, my philosophy is I don't expect everybody to like me. It would be cool, but I just wouldn't even expect it. Everybody has different personalities. Everybody likes and dislikes different things. And I don't want to mislead people into liking me. I want the people who enjoy my personality to be around me, and the people who don't enjoy my personality to not be around me, because I don't want to make them unhappy. So I feel like it's pretty easy to just always be yourself, and then the people who you click well with you'll realize that because you're being yourself, and misleading people doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But that's just my philosophy on life. So green-white, we haven't seen much flyers out of them. Green doesn't have flyers. White does. But we're going to be on the play. We have some removal. So since we didn't see any flyers last game, I don't think I'm going to bring in Plummet in the dark just because they're white. I think we'll just suit this back up for game 2 on the play. Certainly if we see a couple aggressive white flyers in game 2 here, we might board in the Plummet. We're much more scared of flyers when we're on the draw than when we're on the play. Flyers can be hard to race, so if your opponent's on the play and playing flyers and you have a big slow black-green deck like we have, they can be a real problem. But this game, we're on the play, we'll get to be attacking first, and we didn't even see any flyers yet. So let's go to game 2 without boarding in Plummet, and if we see a good flyer or two, then we can bring it in for game 3 on the draw. All right, this hand's not great, but I'm going to keep it. We're on the play, we have both kinds of mana. With no creatures in our hand yet, we should get one off Relentless Pursuit. And if we get 2 off Relentless Pursuit, we can omen the other one back right away. So even though this looks like a hand that does nothing, Relentless Pursuit looks at 4 cards, and omen buys back a creature. So realistically speaking, these are both creatures, sort of. If we don't run horribly, they're both creatures. So easy choice here. They didn't even play a 2-drop, so we're not that worried about the pressure. Actually, I lied. If we didn't have Omen in hand, easy choice, the Lamia. It's a much stronger card. But we could take Chimera, play it, and Omen back Lamia next turn. And that's way more efficient. Now, that said, they didn't even play a 2-drop, so I don't know if we need to be that efficient. But this is actually a tough choice. Do we want to take Lamia for the better card, and then we can search out our best creature and omen it or whatever, or do we want to take Chimera and then omen back Lamia? I think it's pretty close. I think because we drew 2 more good creatures, we're going to have plenty of ammunition, so we actually want to switch plans and be more efficient and take the Chimera. But if you imagine this Colossus and this Forerunner were like a removal spell on a land, then I would take the Lamia, because I could use the removal on their 3-drop and then play the Lamia to go get better cards. So we're kind of switching plans because we've drawn a lot of ammunition at this point. Yeah, it is also true what was pointed out. We could have took the Lamia, and then on turn 4, we could just play the Omen, get back the Chimera, and play it. So if we drew a 4-drop, we could play that, and if we didn't, we could Omen back Chimera anyway. So it's possible that it's almost strictly better to just take the Lamia for options purposes. That said, we don't necessarily want to have to Omen back the Chimera just to have something to do, because the Omen can go get back not only the Lamia, but all this good stuff later. So I think that it's a pretty close spot overall, and I'm not sure if I had played it optimally or not. So here, they're targeting. We can now Omen in response. If they want to sack and exile my graveyard, they can fizzle the Omen. Yeah, I could have played the Omen in response to this coming into play. Probably should have done that. Probably just clicked OK a little hastily there. That said, if they're not drawing a card off the Soul Guide Lantern, that's fine too. The question is, what do we want to do now? So the right play was probably to Omen in response to them casting the Soul Guide Lantern, and then just get back the Lamia or something and let them do whatever they want with the Lantern. But now that it's in play, it doesn't cost mana to sack it and exile graveyards, only to draw a card. Now, it's not that big of a deal if we make them sack it and exile our graveyard right now. But we won't get anything back with the Omen. Are you okay, El Caplo? A lot of 2s and 3s. I'm going to handle that. Give me 1 second, please. No, it doesn't cost mana to exile, right? It costs 1 sack to draw a card. It's free to exile. That said, we're a graveyard recursion deck. If they want to sack the Lantern here in response, so be it. Yeah, that was weird. Usually when people spam, it's some kind of profanity or some kind of absurdly bad message. I've never seen somebody spam 2s and 3s before. I mean, maybe those are their favorite numbers and they wanted to represent. I mean, I don't really know. Kind of weird, but, you know, to each their own. Only half joking, like, if anybody does know them, it is possible that they had some kind of a medical problem and just fell on their keyboard or something. So if anybody actually does know who that person is, you might want to actually, like, just shoot them a message or something and check into if they're okay. Probably not that, but you never know. So here I'm going to attack because the Glory Bearers has an ability and I consider the trade somewhat favorable. Plus we'll deal a point of trample, and then we have a 6/7 to put out this turn. Oh, come on, Tano. 7 is everybody's favorite number. That's not impressive. 2s and 3s, now that I can respect. They made the double block, so we didn't get in our free point. If I were them, I probably wouldn't have done that, because if we had a removal spell for the 3/4, we would just get to eat the 2/3, and they're still at 20. But, you know, good beats. They made the risky play and saved a point of life. So for now, our choice is Harpy. Oh, they have 3 cards now to bring back Chimera, so no choice then. I was going to say, with Inevitable End, you don't necessarily want to save it if there's a good target, but for right now, they have exactly enough cards to bring back Chimera, and they're 1 mana short, so let's go ahead and get that Chimera out of their yard. LeBron also wears 23, right? Just before we go into that debate, because I'm a big basketball guy, let it be known, I'm LeBron all the way. I think he's the best basketball player of all time. Jordan's talented, but he's no LeBron. All right, so here we'll Inevitable End their better creature, the Flyer. Then we can sack the Omen to Scry, hopefully dig up some resources. Passing of Kobe is really sad, Mata. I'm 41 years old. Definitely not the best basketball player of all time, but an awesome player and a tragedy for sure. Okay, so we can't trade with that, but we still have plenty of life. Thankfully, we have these omens to prevent flood a little bit. Easy bottom of excess lands, or any lands at this point. Top of any decent spell. 4/4 stops both their creatures. Maybe they'll have something, maybe they won't. But we still have plenty of life. And if it's a pump spell, we can just bring Typhon back. So, definitely not going to hold back the Harpy here. Unless they have a way to exile the Typhon, I won't even mind if I block and they use a pump spell and Typhon goes to the yard. I'll just bring it back as a 7/7. So I'm pretty happy if they attack the Typhon. Now, if they Banishing Light it or something like that, good beats. But all I did then was trade 2 for 2. Now, if I knew they were holding a Banishing Light, I wouldn't send the Harpy, of course. But that's an uncommon. There's not a lot of ways to exile Typhon here. So I think it definitely makes sense to attack. Okay, well, nothing else we can do. More lands, so let's chill for now, and hopefully we'll get some decent draws. So, I think here, normally, of course, I wouldn't chump block, but we have 5 cards in our yard, and if we bring back the Typhon as a 7/7, it's going to be big enough to stop their team. So I'm not really chump blocking to gain 4 life here. I'm chumping to bring my 4/4 back as a 7/7. Of course, they had a second Lantern in hiding, waiting to stop that plan, so I just got completely owned. I just threw away a 4/4 with the plan of bringing it back as a 7/7, and my opponent just took it out of my graveyard, and I'll never get to bring it back now. So good job by them. I just got completely owned. So now it's a little different. If we chump block the 4/6, we save 4 damage. We can bring it back as a 5/2, but a 5/2 doesn't stop a 2/1 first strike or a 4/6. The reason I made the play last time was because a 7/7 would stop the 4/6. Also, this thing has Training buried on it here, so it actually has Trample. So chumping it wouldn't really save any damage, so we're just going to take it. And hope we top deck like a decent removal spell for Dawn Evangel or a big creature. Either one of those can get us back into this game. Alright, so now I think we do want to chump to save the 2 life. So let's go ahead and put it in front of the 2/1 because, of course, like the 4/6 has Trample. So if we chump there, we save 1. If we chump the 2/1, we save 2. Can't beat much of anything, but maybe we're not dead. If we had just drawn that Liar 1 turn earlier and could have locked down the 4/6, might have been in much better shape. I think we're dead on board now. This is game 2, so not really much reason not to show them things. Good beats. Drew all those lands, and Deathsy's not even here, so I can't blame him. Hey, quick shout out to all of you for tuning in. I really appreciate the warm welcome back after 2 weeks off. Every streamer's always afraid when they come back, their stream audience won't be there. And, you know, it's nice to return to basically, you know, just the same size stream that I left with. I really appreciate the support. Appreciate everybody tuning in after the 2 weeks off. I also know a ton of people subscribed right away when I signed on today. Again, thank you to everybody. Appreciate the warm welcome back. Appreciate the support. Thank you for subscribing, Jacob and Justin Leona. This isn't really about me in particular, but, you know, if we want people to be healthy and stream for the long run and not get burnt out and things like that, then I think it's really important that we encourage people to do things like take vacations and take days off and everything like that. You know, my whole philosophy on streaming is that there's always going to be lots of great options. So, you know, what we want to do is all do a great job whenever we're on air. And if we can't do a great job or we need some time off or relax or we're sick or whatever, take the time off. People can always watch somebody else's stream. And then when you come back, you can do a good job again yourself. You know, it does, to me, streaming is not the kind of thing that makes sense to push and push and push yourself. It makes sense to go on and do a high quality product so you can be people's best option. And then otherwise, there's other options. There's other good shows. There's plenty of other people who do a good job. So that's pretty much my fundamental philosophy when it comes to streaming anyway. You know, I want to come on and do a great job and provide a high quality stream. And if not, I'll just sign off that night and there's plenty of other talented people for you to watch. There's definitely going to be another draft after this, and there's going to be another draft after that. My plan with these best of threes is 3 rounds per, regardless of my record. If I'm 3-0, I drop. If I'm 2-1, I drop. If I'm 1-2, then they kick me out. And then I do another draft. And I'm going to do 3 drafts tonight, and that's my usual plan with the best of 3. I like to do 3 drafts, 3 rounds of draft, and that's going to be the plan for this week. Hopefully they'll put back up the best of 1 ranked. I think it's pretty weird that they got rid of ranked Theros draft. I think not having the new set on is pretty strange. I mean, I know it's on for best of 3, but not having the new set as a best of 1 ranked format a little bit after it comes out is pretty strange. But I don't make the rules. I don't run Arena. I don't run WotC. So, you know, I just got to work with whatever they give me. And we're going to play Theros because it's a new set and it's a lot better than Guilds of Ravnica. And we're going to play best of 3, and we're going to drop after round 3 because that's the best we can do with the current situation. All right, no creatures in the yard, but we're not under any pressure. Let's start with a Relentless Pursuit. So if we took the Typhon, we could play a land and play it, but we're at 16 and they have 1 power out. If we take the Colossus, we could then bring back the Typhon as a 7/7, and that's just much better. So here I think we pretty clearly want to take Colossus. The drop after round 3 is because otherwise you play 5 or 6 rounds in these a lot if you're winning, and then you're stuck in 1 draft all night. In a slow format like this, I could easily spend 5 hours playing 6 matches plus the draft portion with my like slow, deliberate pace on the stream if I just played out this draft. I don't know about you, but I think the draft is the best part, and I would like to see more than 1 draft in a night if I were a viewer. So that's why we do the 3 rounds drop thing. Because for some reason, WotC just decided these are just going to take forever. I should have put the land pad on top because I could double spell. I was just thinking about the 3 round thing and not the top of my deck well there. Oh, I'm not suggesting you do the same thing as me with that. I mean, when I'm off stream, I've been doing mostly best of 1, but just because I hate how long these best of 3s are. But when I do the best of 3s, I usually don't drop, but after 3 rounds. But I also play really fast when I'm off stream. So I mean, of course, like, you know, like I said, the way I see it, you know, when I'm on stream, to me, I'm always trying to win. I make competitive content, but it's content first, competition second. Y'all support my stream incredibly well. I don't really care about the value of the last 2 rounds. And like I said, if I were a viewer watching my stream, I would want to see more drafts. And if I do all the rounds in these best of 3s, like I said, we're going to do 1 draft some nights, 2 drafts a lot of nights. If I drop after round 3, we can do 3 drafts, 3 rounds per draft, and it takes like, you know, 6 to 7 hours. If I played out 6 rounds plus a draft with my deliberate stream pace, I mean, we could be looking at, like I said, 5 to 6 hours to finish one draft. So that's why I do it. Maybe eventually WotC will give us a 3-round best of 3, like I would like anyway, so that they didn't take forever. But again, I don't make the rules. Hey, we summoned Deathsea. Maybe by drawing all those lands we drew last game, Deathsea was summoned to the stream. He is the ultimate landlord, after all. Thank you for that subscription, Deathsea. I appreciate the 1 year of support. Well, thanks, Dyson Dragonslayer. That 3-1 has to attack. Let's eat it with our 7-7. You remember I talked about the drawback of this thing? I mean, there's just a lot of big creatures in this format, and it's pretty slow, and I just haven't found this Rage Hound here to be a very effective card. I'm not saying it's not playable. Look, it's a playable 2-drop. But honestly, I found it to be pretty disappointing overall. So we probably want to Inevitable End something. We could get rid of the land pad so that they can't just keep sacking that and bringing it back and stuff. We could get rid of the Oread so that they can't loot away their lands that they draw for the rest of the game. I'm not too scared of the 4-2 or the 4-5, I don't think. I'm not really sure which of these to Inevitable End. Because, like, their better creatures are doing less right now. Their 2-drops are, like, kind of the more effective ones. We still have a lot of life, so I don't know if I'm really worried about getting drained out by the land pad. I kind of just want to kill this Oread, to be honest. Oh, but this is also the clone thing, so this could just change into better things. So I should probably just take out this land pad. I kind of forgot it was actually a clone. Because, like, let's pretend, like, a second 4-5 to sack Menace or something becomes amazing. They'll just switch it to that whenever they play an enchantment. So taking out the clone creature probably makes the most sense. We're in no position to be attacking, but that's okay. A stalemate favors us. Sooner or later, we'll find Lamia, or we'll find Spawn, or we'll find Relentless Pursuit, or Timurit, or some of our other good stalemate breakers. Even an Omen of the Dead might be a pretty strong draw, assuming we're able to trade off a creature. I didn't even know there was a Deathsea podcast, but I want to know. Deathsea, if you want to plug your podcast, be my guest. I'm sure it's an awesome limited podcast for everybody to check out. Okay, so no reason to Final Death now, I don't think. Let's let them Alpha, and then we'll Final Death, if anything. With double Rage Hound having to attack, this turn is going to be interesting. They may attack with, like, everything but the Oread, or they may just send the 2 Rage Hounds. If they send just the 2 Rage Hounds, we have plenty of cards in our yard, so I'll just trade Chimera for 1 and the 7-7 for the other. I mean, the 7-7's not going to die, but you get the point. If they attack with everything, then we'll have to see what they do. They'll probably want to sack something with the War Leader, or we can just put a 7-7 on it. In which case, if they sack something, then we'll Final Death it. If they don't, then I'll probably put a 7-7 on it and just assume they have some kind of trick. Okay, so there's the trick. We could sack it for a point of life, and then we could bring it back as a 7-7 instead of a 4-4. But we are going to probably have to bring back this 4-1. Our blocks are not going to be amazing this turn. We're not going to die or anything, but our blocks are not going to be great. So I think we just let that get bounced. Alright, so now, what are our blocks? I assume we're going to Final Death the War Leader. It's their best creature. They don't have a mana, so they're not bringing back a Rage Hound this turn. Chimera trading for the 4-2 that pings and doesn't have to attack makes more sense than trading it for a Rage Hound, of course. And then Lampad probably just wants to go on the other 3-1. They can't bring it back this turn, and that saves 2 more damage than putting it on a 1-3. Plus, we don't really need this Lampad in play. Now, Final Death on the War Leader. That's not really a decision. This is the one that sacks the other creatures, and it's their best creature in play. And this wasn't too good or too bad. They got in some damage, but we can just replay things now. 4-4 out of hand, 5-2 out of the yard, right back to an even board, and we're through that stern dismissal. And the best part is the 4-2 here still has to attack, so we can trade our 4-4 for it and then bring back Typhon as a 7-7. And they don't even have the option to not do that because this Ragehound has this drawback of has to attack. Like I said, I'm not saying Ragehound's unplayable. It's a serviceable 2-drop. But Ragehound is a card that has just underperformed for me consistently throughout this format. I don't know how you feel about it, Death Sea, or if LSV's still out there, or anybody else who plays a lot, but, you know, I looked at Ragehound, and I thought this was going to be a great 2-drop, and instead, I found it to be a rather mediocre 2-drop. I'm not saying it's unplayable, it's serviceable, I play a copy or two of it plenty of the time, but it just performed substantially worse than I was expecting. 5, 10, 11, 14. Yeah, there's 3 lands left in my deck. I played 17. Yeah, it's just kind of a slow format, and, like, there's just a lot of things that eat a 3-1. Like I said, I thought it was going to be better than it is. I'm not telling you don't play it. Like, if you don't have a lot of escape and you want an aggressive 2-drop, it's a playable by all means. But I looked at it on a 0 to 10 scale and thought it was going to be more of a 6, and in reality, it's more of a 5. It's like a fine playable. I often cut it. I sometimes play it. It's not horrible, but I just thought it would be substantially better than it is. Alright, no real choices here. If we attack with the 5-2, they'll just block it with their 4-2. On the other hand, their 4-2 has to attack into our 7-7. So an attack with the 5-2 Chimera here would make no sense. They just get to trade their 4-2 for it. Whereas right now, we're positioned to eat it with our 7-7. And if they do bounce or something, or kill our 7-7, we can just trade our 5-2 for it anyway, if that's what we wanted to do. So an attack with the Chimera last turn would make no sense. Thank you, Karaki42. Appreciate that subscription. Also, by the way, I actually don't shout out my sponsor, Mage Market, quite enough. They've been super supportive and awesome. If you all saw those new sweet standard decks from Worlds and you're interested in building any of them, go check out magemarket.com. I'm not up on singles prices, but they have a really efficient model. I think the cards are really cheap. If their prices are good and it makes sense to buy from them, you can use promo code BENS. You'll get an additional 5% off, but way more importantly than you saving money, that will be another great way to support my stream and help me maintain my sponsorship long term. So again, I'm never going to tell you buy something, pay double for the card to support me. I don't even want you to do that. But if you're thinking about buying any of the new standard decks or you need any cards, go check out magemarket.com. And if the prices are good, then use promo code BENS. You'll save 5% and you'll support my stream that way. Cool, so we can make a read is wrong command. We've got our LSV is wrong command for Gyre Engineer. We've got our Huey is wrong command for Lazatop Plating. And now we can make a read is wrong command for Ragehound. And of course, there would never be a reason to make a Ben Stark is wrong command. So we're all on the same page here. Okay, so we ate their creature. They've just got a 1-3 out. I feel like we can pretty much just attack with everything. I don't want to accidentally die. If they steal my Lamia, they can hit me for 5. If they have Portent, 5's not 7. If they counter it and they hit me for 1, who cares? So I think we'll attack with everything here. They'll probably trade Oriad for the 4-1 Chimera. Maybe they'll take it all. As long as we don't accidentally die, this is the right play. And it's pretty hard to accidentally die here. Is that a Teletubby in the background? I don't know. Probably. So, I think when Rachel's mom visited us last month, she was sick of my office just being in shambles, and her and Rachel just like organized this whole room. So we have a stream room now, but I'm not much for decoration or organization. So they just kind of went to town and made the whole room like nice and beautiful and spread out all the magic cards and put play mats on the wall, and I don't even know what's around anymore. Okay, so we definitely want something we can bring back if it exists. Oh, we've got Spawn. If I have enough cards in my graveyard, I maybe should have done that pre-combat. Okay, I don't, so it doesn't matter. That said, I think we actually just want to bin a land or something, because we already have Chimera to bring back. So I don't think putting Spawn in the yard in this spot makes a ton of sense. I think we just put another card in the yard and pass to the opponent. I'll assume the Teletubby y'all are talking about is this green thing. Since I got told how creepy it was, I figured I should bring it and put it on camera. Alright, let's see. Did we see flyers for Plummet? We saw a Vexing Goal right there at the end. You're not much of a replacement for Lyra. That would be really cool, Dongarino. I'm not really somebody who believes in any, like, I don't know, magical type things. But if I actually saw a ghost or something, I wouldn't be, like, really scared. I would be ecstatic. Like, oh, we're not just atoms and particles. Like, there is craziness going on. Cool, sweet. Like, if the Teletubby blinked, I would be ecstatic. Okay, so we just saw Vexing Goal. We didn't see any other flyers. They are blue, but they seem to be more of a red aggro deck. So, Voxy, you'd be scared? I don't know. I mean, I think it would be really, like, kind of, I don't know, cool and, like, exciting to know that, hey, there is something other than just this world, and we're not just, you know, atoms and energy or whatever. So, like, if you see something that defies the laws of physics and reality or whatever, to me, that's, like, you know, that's a good thing. Like, maybe the logic there is kind of weird, but I don't know. Well, of course, Dangle. I mean, Ghost vote too, right? I got that one covered, Scorch. I'm wearing the same thing I wear every day. Sweatpants for life. Yeah, that is a high-level screen name. Well played, yeah. So do we want to keep this on the draw? One land lets us Liar, lets us Chimera, and we have the Omen. This card is triple green. I mean, this hand is pretty bad. I usually keep two landers like this on the draw, but this hand in particular is pretty bad. Like, we have a green 6-drop that's triple green with no forests. Thank you, Dongarino. So I think I'm going to mulligan this. Alright, much better. And we can easily ship a forest. We've got 3 lands on the draw. We'll assume we'll draw 1 land and 4 cards to play Typhon. And if we don't, we'll probably draw Relentless Pursuit, Binding, or something else to go and get that land. I have no idea, Arcoxio. Hopefully soon. Oh, she does. Voxy was telling me how if you draft any awesome mill decks, you should tweet them at her because she wants to see them because she loves them so much. And she especially likes when you tweet them at her. Why are you like this? My favorite set of all time is Champions of Kamigawa. Not a tough question at all. My favorite deck of all time is probably Psychotog. I also really like the Pattern of Rebirth deck. So here, we're going to spin the wheel. Even though we don't have that high a creature count, we also have a lot of enchantments. So if this Timurit resolves, then hopefully we'll mill either a creature or an enchantment. Come on, spin the wheel. Boo, we bricked. So, actually kind of a cool story. Pro Tour Houston in 2002. I wasn't qualified. I went to play the Last Chance. I worked really hard on my standard Mirari's Wake deck. It was a really good deck. I tested it and tuned it for a while. So I won the Last Chance qualifier and queued for Pro Tour Houston the night before. It finished at like 3 a.m. or something absurd, with the Pro Tour starting 5 hours from then. The Pro Tour was extended. The Last Chance qualifier was standard. So I didn't know anything about that extended format at all. So I literally wake up in the morning without an extended deck, knowing nothing about the extended format. That a friend had like a pattern deck that they were gonna play, but instead they got one of the broken combo decks that somebody like told them about the night before or something. So they just handed me a 75. I didn't even know any of the cards in the deck. I didn't know what the deck did. I had been testing standard for the past few weeks and hadn't played any games of extended. And then I went on to finish 33rd and went like, I don't think my record was all that good, but like 9-5 or something with that with the pattern deck, and it was super fun and super intricate, and I really enjoyed it. Okay, so here, what do we want to do? We really want to use all our mana and play Typhon, but then we're not stopping the flyers that are attacking us. I think if we Myers Grasp this Chimera, we can also then Omen back the Lamia. That looks pretty good. Because, I mean, we have a 2-2 out. I think we really want to slow the opponent down here. Our hand is pretty powerful. So my biggest concern right now is not just dying in the air. Yeah, the deck was Pattern of Rebirth, Academy Rector, like Cabal Therapy, Vampire Tutor, cards like that, Wall of Blossoms. It was a super sweet, super grindy deck. It was like a toolbox combo deck. It was really fun and really intricate. So it's kind of cool just getting handed like a sweet deck like minutes before the tournament started, I gotta say. Alright, well, now they have a 5/5 flyer. I mean, that's a problem. We can stop it with the Liar, but we're going to take 2 hits for 5, so we're going to get low. Of course, we're getting back the Lamia. That's one we actually want to get back, whereas the Spawn we almost want in the yard. Don't think we want to bin that. Our hand could use the fuel. I mean, we'd really love to top deck Final Death, but that's already gone. We didn't board in Plummet, so there's almost no answers directly to the 5/5, so yeah, we might as well top Relentless Pursuit. With a 23-card deck, if I had like 2 or 3 cards that can answer this next turn, I might bottom the Pursuit, but because they might like do something about the Liar. But given that the odds that we top deck like our 1 or 0 outer are so low, I don't really think there's a point. So, no attacks. Now, no decisions. We're going to get this Liar out. Hopefully we can Liar the Vexing Goal and solve that problem. Use all our mana and play the Lamp Pad, and back to you, opponent. Team YMG did do very well, but it was all playing different decks, actually. I think that was the one Justin Gary won, playing Oath. And, like, Darwin top-8'd with Rock, and I think, like, Dougherty might have top-8'd with Reanimator or something else. I think they all played different decks in that tournament. Okay, well, we can't block the flyer anyway. I don't care about my ground creatures, so let's just go ahead and double block and see what they're up to. 5 hours of sleep. That's cute, Casey Snipes. I'm just kidding because I know you're complimenting me, but yeah, I probably slept like an hour and a half. I doubt I got 5 hours of sleep that night. 5 hours of sleep is like a good night for me at a Pro Tour these days. I mean, black is the best color in Theros Beyond Death. There can be no debate. Anybody who says otherwise is just wrong. The best color pair, I think it's black-red or black-green. I think it's probably black-red, but I personally am kind of in love with the black-green deck. I think if you want an honest, unbiased type rating, obviously everyone's biased, but, you know, like, not accounting for how much I enjoy it, just for actually how good I think it is. Black-red is probably the best color combination in Theros Beyond Death. Black-green probably second. Okay, so definitely decline. So if there's any way we could do two things, we probably want to. I mean, if we Relentless Pursuit, we can get a land and play Chimera. Otherwise, we're playing Lamia. I would rather trade Lamia for the Rage Hound and get our 4 life, but I would also rather develop our land drops. Maybe we dig up a cheap creature and a land. Maybe next turn we can do two things. So this turn, we have a close choice between two plays. We can either Lamia, or we can play Relentless Pursuit, and then as long as we hit a land, we can play Chimera. Not 100% what to do. I think we want to look for our land drops. Let's manually tap, because we might draw a little black creature, and we definitely don't want to tap the way it was tapping for us. We've got plenty of power, so I don't need a 6/7. I'm more interested in double spelling next turn and or gaining life, so I'm going to grab the Grove Dancer. And I'm definitely taking a land. This isn't a situation where we want to put both lands in the yard. We're going to use a lot of mana, potentially, if we want to this game. The other line this turn was just play Lamia, which was totally reasonable also. Thank you, Daft and Filthy. I love your name, and thank you for supporting my stream. Okay, we're going to block. Not going to go to 1. Pretty favorable trade. Both creatures come back, but we're better at that than they are. Now let's see what are our options. With 7 mana, we can play Lamia and Dancer. We can play Spawn. If we play Spawn, they might sack the Vexing Goal, and then they would just play something and sack it to the War Leader, and we wouldn't have 2 creatures, and we'd be dead on board. So we can't only play 1 creature. We have to play 2 creatures. So it's just Typhon or Grove Dancer, or it's like Lamia and Grove Dancer. I kind of want the 4 life anyway, so I think it makes total sense to just put Lamia and Grove Dancer out here. I assume we're just binning a land. We already have plenty of good stuff to bring back. Spawn and Chimera in the graveyard. Oh, I missed a life. That was so bad. Is this... Yeah, from anywhere, yeah. So I just missed a life. If I would have played the Grove Dancer and then the Lamia, when I milled this land from my library via the Lamia's ability, I would have gained 1. So it is a tight game. So if 1 life would have won me this game, then I cost myself the game. I just literally missed what could be an important point of life. Hopefully it won't matter. Yeah, there's no reason to bring back Chimera over playing Lamia. If they trade with the Lamia, I get that 4 life, which is really valuable. Also, it lowers the cost of bringing these back in future turns, which will help me double spell. So I don't think it makes much sense to play Chimera there. I mean, I think we made the right play. I just should have played the Grove Dancer first, and everything would be the same, and I would just have 1 extra point of life. Okay, so let's see. We now have 7 mana to work with. 4 and 4, 5 and 2. So we can't double spell, except for Titan, but we can't double creature. We could spawn. Now we'll have 3 blockers, so even if they sack Vexing Goal, we'll have plenty of blockers for War Leader. And then, of course, if they do that, we'll get to untap the Lyre for future turns. But since the only way we can double spell is with Binding of the Titans, let's do that first, see how much life we gain and what we mill, and then we'll decide which of these 3 cards to play. So sadly, we didn't mill any lands, so we don't gain any life. So now what do we want to do? Think we want to spawn, but I'm not 100%. Either way, we're only getting one creature. If they sack the Oracle, cool. If they sack the tap Vexing Goal, I can just untap the Liar in future turns. I get to go back in time. So I think Spawn is the best card to play here. Let's not exile our big creatures that we might actually bring back. Now, it would be extremely strange if they sacked War Leader, but they could sack the Vexing Goal or they could sack the Oracle, depending on what their plans are for this turn. We clearly can't attack. Even though I want the 4 life, this Lamia would just be dying and not killing anything. They would just block it with the 4/5. So hopefully they can't sneak out a victory here as we're trying to turn the tables. I actually think, like I said, Spawn is a bit overrated. It's a good card, of course, but escape cards are all fighting over the same resources, so there's pretty diminishing returns on your escape. And there's a lot of tokens, there's a lot of small creatures. Look, Spawn's a good card. I'm not against Spawn. I first pick Spawns. But like I said, I don't see Spawn as substantially better than Mire's Grasp. I see Spawn and Mire's Grasp as about the same power level. Okay, of course we're going to untap it because it's no longer tapping anything. Let's just exile their creatures that can come back. We want the life, so we're definitely looking to hit creatures. I just think it's really close, Burnator. I wouldn't really care either way. I would probably take Mire's Grasp, pick one, pack one over Spawn. But if it was like pack 2 and I didn't have any escape creatures yet, then I would take Spawn over Mire's Grasp. Like I said, I think they're pretty close in power level, but I think Escape has pretty heavy diminishing returns. So I tend to value Escape cards a little lower in the beginning and a lot higher towards the end. Okay, so we could lock down this War Leader. Or do we have any ability to double spell? No. So it looks like a good turn to lock down the War Leader. So I'm going to go ahead and just do this for like, we have 8 mana, so for 5... Let's see if this works. If this succeeds, then we can attack for 5. We already have an 0-1 to chump block with and a backup 2-2 to block with, so I'm not really that scared. But I wanted to do the Liar here first because if they like pump this in response, I don't want to accidentally die to this War Leader. Now there's virtually no ways to untap it. If they increase its power, it still stays tapped. So I wanted to make sure the Liar succeeded in tapping it before I attacked with the Spawn. At its worst, Spawn is definitely not amazing. There's plenty of games where it's a 4-mana 3/4 and your opponent has out like a 1/4 or 2/4 or something. Again, Spawn's a good card. I'm not anti-Spawn. Mire's Grasp, arguably the best common in set, or tied for it, and I have Spawn about tied with Mire's Grasp. I do not think Spawn is bad. I want to be clear. Whenever these conversations happen, people go, Ben says Ill-Gotten Inheritance is bad. No, I didn't say that. I said Ill-Gotten Inheritance is first pickable in a red-black deck, good but nothing special in a black-white deck, and you shouldn't play it in a control deck. Spawn is a good card. Spawn is not a bad first pick, even. It's a good card. I don't think it's broken. I think it's about as good as a Mire's Grasp. That's my general opinion. End of turn, let's mill. We have plenty of cards left, right? Oh, not a ton. It looks like we have 9 or something. We don't want to untap that. It's tapping their best creature. Now we get to buy something back. I think we want to grab this Lampad, actually, because then we can sack the Lamia, gain some life. We have the Omens to potentially get it back, although there's one of them. It's either like the 6/7 or the Lampad. They don't have any flyers, so we don't particularly need the Harpy. I think we just want to make sure we don't die. So I think we want the little 2-drop sack creature here. If they want to kill Spawn, they can get it exiled, but we're going to kill 2 of their creatures. That said, they have the Rage Hound that has to attack this turn. So maybe it makes sense to wait a turn and just eat things. Probably does. I think this turn, we just put some stuff out. Let them attack us. We can eat that Rage Hound. And then next turn, maybe we'll attack with the 5-6 or the 4-4. We'll see what's up. Yeah, the only thing is recurring spawn right now isn't doing a whole lot for us. But if they didn't have some way to break through, then that game was over. So that's why I got back the Lampad, because it gains a bunch of life, and I just wanted to make sure we didn't accidentally die. It protects us from important, and it just protects our life total. Alright, so we ended up 2-1, which is pretty good for that black-green deck. I didn't think that deck was particularly good. It was kind of a tough draft seat. Now I'm going to resign because Wizards hates best of 3, and they want to make us play 6 rounds. I don't know why. And let's jump back in the queue for a fresh draft. So, I think people have been trying to find ways to make Allure work in Limited. Clearly this card is good if you have a lot of escape and stuff like that, but it's really bad if your opponent's an aggro deck, and it's still kind of slow and situational. I'm not a big fan of Allure. I think there are decks I could have that I would play it in, but I don't think you want to be taking it early. Annex, on the other hand, is fantastic. Annex is just, aside from double red, is just a dream. It's a big creature. You play it, attack, trade off something else, get some 1/1s. If they kill Annex, you get some 1/1s. Annex is just an all-around awesome card. Siona's quite good in green-white auras, but you've got to have the focus stack with a bunch of auras. The commons in this pack are not particularly good. I don't even know if any of them are top 10 commons in the set. So this is just an easy Annex. Like I said, y'all know that I'll spend 5 minutes on a really interesting pick, but I don't want to waste time. This is Annex by miles. If you took any other card over Annex out of this pack, pick one, pack one, you'd be making a serious mistake. And there's Quad Jax. Thank you for the warm welcome back, Quad Jax, my official stream sponsor, along with Fade to Karma and Mage Market. Really appreciate the support. Thank you for your generosity. It's great to be back, and thank you again for the amazing support for my stream over the past year. It's truly incredible. Also, that's 975 subs gifted out in this channel, so if Quad keeps dropping 25, the next time we'll hit an even 1,000. That's gotta be some kind of Twitch record. I'm not against Chimera. I think the 3/3 Flyer is a pretty good card. But I don't think it's like I would take Heliod's Pilgrim and Apathy over it for sure. So at best, it's the third best white common. So probably not a top 10 common in the set. Okay, so after Annex, we do want to prioritize red cards heavily if we can, because it is a Devotion to Red, double red 3-drop. That said, we're not going to take Reveler's, Arena Trickster, or Aspect, all of which are kind of filler to mediocre. I do like Favorite of Erois a lot in Boros. I do like Boros aggro a lot. I think it's the best aggro deck in this format. So, I think that this is another pretty easy pick. Itchy Fish is pretty good. The red cards aren't draftable. Funeral Rites is pretty good. I mean, this is just Erois here. Favorite of Erois by a lot. This is just not a close pick. So, unlike the last draft, so far, this draft is just drafting itself. I mean, now the best card in the pack is Heliod's Pilgrim. Goes well with our previous two cards. It's on color. Not like a Windmill Slam third. It's not even a particularly good third pick. It's an acceptable third pick. But it's the best card in the pack, and it fits our colors and everything perfectly. So, Heliod's Pilgrim is just a clear choice right now. Which card is Glimpse? Whoa! Did Quad just gift out another 25 to hit 1,000 tonight? Like, 25 subs a night is not the most incredible generosity in the history of Twitch. Quad gifting out 50 subs to make an even 1,000 in my channel in, like, a year. And, I mean, I think it's less than a year since Quad stumbled upon the channel. So that is just ridiculous. Can we get a round of Quad Jax emotes here to celebrate 1,000 subs gifted out by Quad Jax in this channel? That is, like, truly remarkable. Thank you again for the support, Quad. So yeah, here it's clearly Heliod's Pilgrim. If it wasn't in the pack, my second choice would probably just be Final Flare with what we have. I think if Glimpse is the exile draw card, exile a creature, you gain 3, exile a non-creature, you draw a card. I think the card is good, but I also, as I said, Escape has heavy diminishing returns, and that card eats your graveyard quite a bit. So if you have no other Escape and a lot of self-mill, that card's amazing. But if you have a bunch of good Escape creatures, then it's not a good card, because you don't want to eat your graveyard to draw a card, when you could be eating your graveyard to bring back 5/2s and 7/7s. So now we have an interesting choice. There's no white card to take. Courser and Bearer are not particularly good in a white-red aggro deck. We're not committed at all to red. Remember, not that we're even 100% committed to white, but these were second and third pick. This was first pick. We haven't seen much red yet. We could definitely take Wrap or Flummox Cyclops. Both are good cards in a red-white aggro deck. But we could also just look at like Itchy Fish or Hydra's Growth in case we played blue-white or white-green. Oh, Glimpse is the card drawing spell. Well, it's still the same concept. If you mill yourself a lot and you don't have a lot of Escape, then that's a really good card, or at least a reasonably good card. Not really good, but it's a solid card. If you have other Escape, you don't want to eat your whole graveyard to draw a card. Again, Escape is a really powerful limited mechanic, so the Escape cards are good, but they have very heavy diminishing returns because they're fighting over the same resources. You can only put so many cards in your graveyard in games of limited. We're not playing Dredge here. So that's why I tend to be lower on the Escape cards than a lot of other people. Even though I really like Escape, I want to end up with exactly 3. I don't want to end up with 6 Escape cards. So I prioritize them pretty low, and then if I don't really have any, I prioritize them really high. Then when I get 1 or 2, I prioritize them low again. And that's why I would take something like Mire's Grasp over Spawn, pick 1, pack 1. If I'm drafting black-red or black-green or whatever, and it's pack 3, and I have 0 Escape cards, I'm going to take Spawn over Mire's Grasp. But I'm taking Mire's Grasp over Spawn, pick 1, pack 1, because later in the pack, I may get an Underworld Charger, and then in pack 2, I may get a Typhon, and then I may end up with 3 or 4 Escape cards, even having not took that Spawn. So I try and kind of juggle it, where I'm trying to not end up with too much Escape, but I definitely want Escape, because it's a powerful mechanic. Thank you, AHC. Appreciate that subscription. So yeah, this pick, we can look at Hydra's Growth for a green-white auras deck. We have 2 cards from white that both want to be in green-white auras. We could look at Itchy Fish as good removal to Pilgrim up, or we could just take like Wrap in Flames or Cyclops, which are good cards in Boros aggro. No, that's not really the best logic, Teslum, because a 3-mana 4/1 is not a playable Magic card. So if you're not escaping it, it's not good. And, like, Typhon is good, it's a 4-mana 4/4, but in this format, a vanilla 4-mana 4/4 is a pretty medium Magic card. It's the escape part that makes those cards really good. So, I don't know what to take out of this pack. I'm not going to Rio, no. Are you, Quadjax? Sadly, not too much incentive to play Grand Prix right now, and I'm in Florida, so I'm not trying to fly across the country to go to Reno. Oh, that's awesome. Have a good time. What format is it? So anyways, though, here, I think we should probably stay the course and just take Wrap. Not because we're trying to force red-white here, but because Hydra's Growth and Itchy Fish aren't that exciting. Limited? That's awesome. Send us a picture of your deck and stuff in the Discord. And for anybody else who's going, I'll be home this weekend not doing a ton. So I'll make sure to check the Discord. If you want to post any pictures of your Grand Prix deck from Reno and get some feedback, obviously after you've turned in your deck list, because you're not allowed to get help during the deck building process. I don't want to get anybody DQ'd. But after you've turned in your deck list, then you're allowed to get feedback and you can sideboard accordingly and things like that. So feel free to take a picture and send it to us and get feedback on your deck. Okay, so here we see some good red cards. There's Dreamstalker, Manicore, and Omen. I tend to think Dreamstalker Manicore is better, though it's not going to be at its best in a Boros aggro deck. We're not going to be looking to play cards on the opponent's turn too often. The Hydra Enchantment might seem exciting because it can single-handedly win a game, but it can also lose you a game pretty easily by getting you just 2 for 1. Now, don't get me wrong, if I have a Heliod's Pilgrim, I'm going to play it because I'll search it out when I think it's going to be good, but as a whole, it's just a really swingy card. Yeah, Manicore is it more of an Izzet card, but it's not only an Izzet card. A 3-mana 4/2 is not an unplayable, it's just not good. And then if you ping 1 toughness creature off, that's a pretty good card. So, I mean, we could certainly still take the Manicore here. But that said, we don't really have any removal yet. I think Omen makes more sense for a Boros aggro deck. Okay, I'm going to take Tactics here. I tend to like this card a lot in Boros aggro. We're going to try and prioritize White Omens and cheap creatures and small creatures and heroes. I know there's the hero of the games in this pack, but that's just a fine 3-drop, nothing special. I want to grab this pump spell that's good while we get the chance. Yeah, Andrew Ellenbogen rebuilding seals at GPs is also just another great resource you should absolutely take advantage of. No, I haven't, but I'm definitely curious to see it. Let's go to Tahiti. So here we have another close pick. None of these cards are exciting. Transcendent Envoy, Hero of the Games, Omen of the Sun, all stuff that would probably make our deck. We have no 2-drop creatures, but 3 3-drop creatures. So I think we really want this 2-drop. That's our first actual 2-drop creature, and we're trying to draft an aggro deck. And now we'll immediately get our second 2-drop creature. Incendiary Oracle over Underworld Ragehound every time, like I've talked about. Ragehound is fine, but not as good as it looks. Oracle, on the other hand, exiles, so escape creatures don't come back. And more importantly, it pumps so that it cannot be blanked. It's a card that's going to be useful for you at any point in the game. Since they're sideboarding, I'm going to grab these Revelers. 1 copy of Final Flare is always acceptable. Okay, on to pack 2. So this pack doesn't look particularly exciting for us. Maze Warden's a solid 4-drop. Evangel's a solid 3-drop. Envoy's an okay 2-drop. Let's see what we have. 2 2-drops. As far as auras to cheapen, we don't have much. And by much, I mean anything. So that means we don't have much for Dawn Evangel either. Even though these Envoys look unplayable right now, I'm more concerned with getting 2-drops and 3-drops. These both want the same card. I don't think Surge is particularly good, and I don't think Boros Aggro particularly wants many 4-drops. This is really sad and really almost an embarrassing first pick, but I think it's Envoy. We're going to try and prioritize auras. This will be our second Envoy. Evangel's not good if you don't get auras either. And I don't think we want to take one of these 4-mana cards. Maze Warden is just a solid 4-drop. It's not exciting. It's, by all means, a solid playable. That's just an embarrassing first pick right there. Not a great second pick, but definitely not embarrassing. Alseed is a nice card. This is just something that deals a point or 2, gains you a point or 2, and then ends up saving your best card. It trades up mana, and it does a point of damage or 2. This is a 1-drop I'm a pretty big fan of. I've talked about this concept from time to time, but it doesn't come up that often. You're usually going to start on turn 2 in Limited, which means you're going to have an unspent mana on turn 1, and you're going to get no value out of that. So serviceable 1-drops are a lot better than serviceable 2-drops or serviceable 3-drops, because they allow you to spend your mana on turn 1 for value when you would have stranded it otherwise. Whereas you're normally going to have access to other serviceable 2s and 3s. Here we'll grab our first copy of Sentinel Eyes. This card is quite good. You don't have to fuel your graveyard to escape 2. That's pretty easy to do naturally, especially if you're a cheap aggro deck. You're normally going to be attacking and forcing the opponent to make trades and things like that. So this just ends up being a +1/+1 that comes right back almost for free. It's a really annoying card. Now here's an expensive card I do like in this deck, Captivating Unicorn. It can help you close. We're going to be trying to prioritize enchantments. Speaking of enchantments, Hello, Commanding Presence. Perfect card with double Envoy to curve right out. Turn 2 Envoy, turn 3 Presence on the Envoy. We have Pilgrim to search it up. This is a really nice pickup for us. This is a card I don't even mind first picking. This is a near broken enchantment. Like, it's not broken, that's hyperbole, but it's just a good card. Like, this is a really powerful way to turn a small creature that would have been near useless into a game-winning threat if it's not answered. And we're going to have it almost every game because we have double Pilgrim to search it out. Alright, so now we have to decide between Pious Wayfarer and Laguna Band Storyteller. I do like the Storyteller more because we have double Pilgrim and Commanding Presence. So we're going to have Commanding Presence almost every game, because if we draw a Pilgrim, we can search for it. And then if it dies, we can get it back with Storyteller. So that makes me like Storyteller more. But Wayfarer is pretty good if your enchantment count is high, and ours looks pretty high. Alseid's an enchantment, Sentinel's Eye is an enchantment, the Envoys are enchantments, Omen's an enchantment, Pilgrim searches out enchantments, Annex is an enchantment, Presence is an enchantment. Our enchantment count is really high. So I think Pious Wayfarer is just a better card for such an aggressive deck with such a high enchantment count. We're not going to main 2 wraps, but it's a better sideboard card. Dawn Evangel in case we end up getting enough auras. There's a second Sentinel Eye, so Dawn Evangel may end up good in our deck because we should have auras almost every game and then we can recur them. Pay us why fair. Sure, pay us. It's not actually pay us, is it, God Awful Truth? I think it's Pious, but I could be wrong. Okay, so here, never draft Idyllic Tutor unless you're tutoring up some game-winning bomb. You don't want to tutor up like Commanding Presence and not even get a 1-2. Alseid is good. We could definitely take a second. Birth is more for defensive decks. I'm not sure if we'd play it or not, but I'm sure it's worse than Alseid in a Boros aggro deck like this. Nothing wrong with a third Pilgrim or a second Red Omen. So this is really a pick between Alseid, Pilgrim, and Omen. We don't have a lot of removal, so part of me wants Omen, but I think Alseid is just the best card for our deck. It's an enchantment, and then it'll protect whatever we put Commanding Presence on. Like I said, we probably have something else to do on turn 2, but we're never going to have anything else to do on turn 1. Well, we do have 2 1-drops, so it will be our third. So while that logic is sound in general, we will have other things to do on turn 1 sometimes in this draft. Voxy says Allstate. You're in good hands with Alseid of Life's Bounty. Alright, so now let's take a look at this pack. There's Favorite of Erois. There's Annex. There's nothing else. Chimera is fine. Omen is fine, but these cards are worse. So we either want the double red drop that we already have one of. It isn't the easiest to cast, but is really powerful. Or we want the Favorite of Erois, which is pretty much perfect in our deck. Honestly, I think the double red casting cost is going to be pretty punishing. We're probably going to play like 8/8. And we have an aggro deck with tons of enchantments. Like every turn we're going to trigger these, like every turn of every game. Our whole deck is enchantments. So I think we just want the Favorite of Erois here. With this aggressive of a deck, we have a bunch of ways to pump it. We have double Sentinel's Eye, we have Tactics, we have Pious Wayfarer, we can protect them with Alseids. Plus our whole deck is just like enchantments. I think Favorite of Erois just does more for us. At this point, I'm starting to wonder if we're just going to end up making red into like more of a light splash and not even play Annex. Because now we're getting a near busted double white 2-drop for this heavy of a white deck. We're definitely going to take Daxos here. I mean, the next best card would just be like Leonin of Lost Pride. So this is an easy pick. So let's take a look at what our deck is really shaping up to be. I think this deck will be better if we can make it like 9 planes. Like if we play like 9-7 instead of 8-8. What if we cut Annex, like one of these heroes, and just do like 9 9 planes, so we can cast Daxos a little more often and things like that. Well, Daxos is good in any deck because it's a 2-mana 2/5 or whatever, and like even though the life gain is better in a controlling deck, a 2-mana 2/5 is just good in any deck, right? Like if you're an aggro deck, you're happy enough to put out a 2-mana 2/2. How do you feel about a 2-mana 2/5 that gains you a bunch of life? Here, I'm not sure which of the white creatures to take. Yeah, we want to be 9 or 10 planes. That's why I think we're probably going to end up making red into a light splash. If I had to submit with this, it would be 9-7. But if we can draft mostly white cards for the rest of the pack, we might even get to 10-6. Hero looks pretty good, though. We can target it with these Sentinel Eyes, Falnix's Tactics. We can Heliod's Pilgrim up, Commanding Presence. We can ding it with Rapid Flames along with their creatures. I think Hero is the best of these 3 white creatures for our deck. It's definitely close. So we didn't get much removal, and we have a lot of small things to sack, including double Sentinel's Eyes. So I think the Final Flare is going to actually work out pretty well for us. We're definitely not going to cut all the red. It's just like we're trying to keep the red down and draft more removal and less early drops so that we can play like 10-6. But third Transcendent Envoy, basically only lessening the cost of Commanding Presence, is just not that exciting to me. So I think second Final Flare should be pretty good removal in this deck. Now we'll grab that Dawn of Angel. Nothing we can do with an Elspeth's Nightmare, and the rest of these cards are not particularly close. Third Dawn of Angel over nothing. Maybe that means we can get this red hero out of our deck now. These cards don't matter since we're playing red-white. Rage Hound, but I don't think we're going to play it. I'm going to grab Soul Guide Lantern because it's a better sideboard card than Rage Hound. Glory Bears, but I don't think we're going to play it. We got that Envoy back anyway. That puts us to 25. So I'm pretty sure this is what we want to do. And we want to be 10-6. We need to cut 1 card if we do that. There's nothing from the sideboard we want, right? Second wrap doesn't seem right. This looks right to me. So the only question is, what's our last cut? We could cut like a Dawn of Angel. We could cut a Transcendent Envoy. We're not going to cut Oracle. We're not going to play 15. 10-6 is right for this deck. We could cut Flare number 2, but I think it's pretty good removal. Remember, you can sack Sentinel's Eyes to it. Or Omen. Yeah, let's cut Evangel. 3 of those is excessive. We've got the 2 eyes, but we don't have a ton of auras. Yeah, I would play an Aspect of Manicore in this deck. Especially with all the envoys, so it only costs 2 mana. I'm kind of disappointed I didn't pick one up. We're not going to cut second Pilgrim. Even if we're just searching out Sentinel's Eyes, I'm still happy about that. Alright, our 16-land aggro deck can't keep a 6-land 1-drop hand, so this is an easy mulligan. That's much better, though. This is also going to be a pretty easy bottom of plains. Our deck is really cheap. Flood is going to be our biggest problem. Even though this hand looks really good, none of the individual cards do a lot by themselves. So if I get stuck on 2 and lose, so be it. I'm not going to bottom any of these 4 spells when I could easily see me needing all of these and more to win a game. And I can literally cast all 4 of these cards with just these 2 mana. So no decisions here. Spend our mana, put out our creatures, see what they're going to do next. I apologize, I just missed that aspect. Aspect would be a lot better in this deck than Rage Hound, and I honestly just missed it. So I apologize for that. Okay, so +2/+1 isn't going to let our 1/1 get through their 2/2. Seems like a good time to use all their mana and play Omen of the Forge. That Nessian Hornbeetle was a near broken 2-drop. That's no ordinary 2/2. That's a 2/2 that grows to a 3/3, a 4/4, a 5/5. That's a 2/2 that turns into a game-winning threat. So I'm happy to Omen that off the board. I just completely missed the aspect in that pack. I apologize. Okay, this turn, we could attack, and then if they block, we tactics. We get 2 for 1. That doesn't seem good. This looks like a good turn to just drop Sentinel's Eyes on the flyer. And now we have our mana up with Alseid to protect it. Two. Horn Beetle is awesome. So I'm definitely not gonna like let that happen, so to speak. The only question is, do I want to respond by giving it Pro Blue, or do I want to let it happen and then give it Pro Blue? Does it even matter? If they have like Stern Dismissal, they can bounce it in response, or they can bounce it in a turn when I sack it. Don't think it matters whether I respond or not here. Well, either way, if they attack, I can block with the Alseid and then sack the Alseid, or I can block with the Envoy and then sack the Alseid. I'm not killing Dawn Evangel in combat, and I'm not taking 2. So I'm pretty sure the only thing that's really relevant right now is whether or not they like bounce it in response or something. And in this case, if I had sacked in response and they bounce in response, I would take 2 damage from Dawn Evangel. Whereas if they attack, I'm just going to block with Alseid and then sack. And then if they use a bounce spell, I save 2 life. So it's right not to do it in response, I think. Because if they have the bounce spell, that could result in us taking 2 extra damage. Because now I can just do this. Then I sack to give the Envoy Pro Blue. And then even if they bounce it or something in response to this right now, I still block the Dawn Evangel, so I don't take 2 damage. So this saves 2 points of damage. Alright, nothing really to do here. Let's just hit them for 2 and play another Alseid, and then we can protect our Transcendent Envoy again. 2 a turn is not an exciting clock, but while we're stuck on 2 mana, it could be worse. And of course, as soon as we draw a land, we can Pilgrim up Commanding Presence. And then if we're able to land that with Alseid to protect it, the game should pretty much be over. Alseid's a really nice 1-drop. Like Voxy says, go with Allstate. Alright, still no land, so nothing we can really do. Just attack, pass back to them. Oh yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to live in the apartment next to Voxy's. Staying up late and screaming a lot, not a great combination for an apartment neighbor. Desi, give me back some lands. Why did you take all my lands? So now, I'm not going to block and give Pro Blue or anything just to save damage, of course. We could Tactics plus 2/+1. That would make us a 4/4 and a 2/2. So if they put the Envoy first, which they probably would, we wouldn't lose anything. But it's a pretty risky play. And I don't think we really need to do that when we're up this much in life. We can just take 3. They're clearly not a very aggressive deck. We're 1 land away from basically unlocking our whole hand. So for now, I'm not in a particularly big hurry to kill Shoal Kraken. If they get 1 loot, so be it. Search out our Commanding Presence. It only costs 3 thanks to the Envoy. So if we ever get the ability to land this with 1 mana up to protect it with Alseed, we can build a Baneslayer Angel, basically. And we can have Alseed out to protect it so that they can't kill it. Oh, there's an update on Cardboard Live. That's why it stopped working. So I'm updating it now. Yeah, it should be working again now. It wasn't working because there was like a required update or something. Cardboard Live's an awesome program. I mean, hats off to those guys for making it. Whoever out there made Cardboard Live, well done. If you could work in draft voting, you'd honestly be my heroes. But that said, you know, well done making such a good program and giving it to us for free to enhance the Twitch Magic experience. Okay, so we're still not blocking. We're winning this race easily. We'll just take our 4. So no land, so now we do have to make a choice. If we slap down Commanding Presence on this Envoy and it resolves, we hit, they can either chump block or they take 4, we make a 1/1, it's all kind of awesome. But I'm kind of worried that they could have the bounce spell or a pump spell. I think we're in a really good position, but we definitely can't play too careful because this is going to grow and grow and grow. So I'm not 100% sure what the optimal play is this turn. Remember, though, we do have Final Flare. So, I mean, we have something to do that's pretty good. Unfortunately, we can't kill their best creature, but, I mean, we don't necessarily need to. I think we just poke for 2. Because if they hit us back here for, like, 6... we can take it, end of turn, we can try and Final Flare one of their blockers, and then we can untap and go for it next turn, potentially. And that gives us 1, or 5, sorry, and that gives us 1 more turn to draw land 4, so that we can protect whatever we Commanding Presence, probably the Envoy. So I think it's right, because Final Flare is pretty good right now. They're probably going to attack with the 5/7 and only that, and then we can Final Flare away this Dawn of Angel end of their turn, if they don't put out anything else, and then we should have a pretty nice attack. Oh, we're definitely not scrying for a land. It's so much more valuable to cast a free Final Flare here than it is to just scry and try and find a land. We're going to sack Omen of the Forge, take out a 2/3 here, and then we're going to have a pretty nice attack. I mean, we could flare the flyer. Now that they played another 2/3, I probably will flare the flyer, because I'm only going to attack in the air, most likely. But let's pretend that they didn't play Destiny Spinner. If we take out Dawn of Angel, we could attack with all 3 on the all 3 creatures, and then Tactics just owns them, right? Whatever the 1/2 blocks, Tactics just eats. We gain our 2 or 3 life. Now that they played a second 2/3, yeah, I think we'll just try and win in the air still. So that kind of changes things. That said, they have quite a few enchantments out. Is it possible we want to kill Destiny Spinner? 1, 2, nah, it's just going to make a 3/3. That's not going to lethal us. It is right, I think, just to kill the flyer. As long as they don't have the 5-3 to give trample to that Shoal Kraken, I'm not too scared. And if they do give it trample this turn, it's not lethal anyway. The only thing I don't really like is that we drop shields here. We can't protect the Envoy, but they've been looting, they're banned. They're not that likely to have removal in their hand. Of course, as I say that, they play the best possible one, the one that gains 3 life and kills our creature. I mean, Wrap, it kills 1 toughness creatures, and it makes all opposing creatures unable to block, 3 of them. So it's just a good card for aggro decks and a bad card for control decks. I got my chair from Carnox and Mage Market. Thank you again to my sponsor, Mage Market, for sending me the sweet free chair. So now this is going to be really tight since they blew up our world there. Assuming they're not giving trample, we could always block next turn and then sack the 1/1 we block with to Final Flare. So I don't think we're going to block this turn. If I had mana up, I would sack Eyes to Final Flare at the speed of light. Oh, you're asking, should I have sacked Final Flare end of their turn to avoid that? That's interesting. If there was a reason to put Triumphant Surge in their hand based on plays they made earlier, that would be a really awesome, really tight play. In this case, I don't think it would have been right, because there was no real reason to put a Triumphant Surge in their hand. But if your opponent did represent Triumphant Surge, sacking the Sentinel's Eyes end a turn instead of the Omen so that they can't surge would be an awesome play. Alright, so how are we going to sneak in lethal? This game is not going well now. I guess this turn it's going to have to just be block and Final Flare. We're just falling a little further behind. This isn't really accomplishing anything good for us. Yeah, opponents played really tight. I don't think we've done anything wrong. We dealt the damage we could, and they had the surge there to win the game. I mean, if we had drawn a land on that last turn, we would have been able to Commanding Presence with the 1 mana open for Alcide. Like, I kind of waited as many turns as I could to try and get that land. So, yeah, 2 creatures get through. That's exactly 3, but we gain a life. So, we're not dead on board, but if we lose all our creatures, I don't know that we have outs. Oh, they just gave it trample, so we are dead. I'm sorry. Yes, I needed to kill the Nyx Herald during pre-combat 1 and not be dead on board. Although I'd still be dead on board, right? Because if I sack one of these to kill that, then they have 5 attackers to 2 blockers. So then I think I'm just dead on board anyway. So I think we were just dead either way to that Nyx Herald. Alright, so we saw Triumphant Surge. I'm pretty sure... So, of course, I should Final Flare away the Nyx Herald during their main phase. But it's not even a punt, because we're just dead on board tapped out if we do that. I don't think that there's any way to survive that turn. Actually, it might be right to not do it and just hope they forget about it or something. Okay, so we're on the play, so we'll keep in the 1 wrap. Right, but if it's 5 attackers to 2 blockers, the 1 lifelinker just gains me 1 life, so I'm effectively at 4. 3 attackers are getting through, so I'd still be dead, K-Diddle. On board, 5 attackers to 3 blockers, I wasn't dead because of the lifelinker, but they had trample on their giant creature, so I was super dead. If I kill the 2-3 that's not attacking pre-combat, then I only have 2 blockers for their 5 attackers, so gaining 1 life doesn't keep me alive. I think you can only outseed your own stuff. It's target creature enchantment you control. Yes, though, if you could give protection to their creatures, you could knock off their enchantments. But outseed is creature enchantment you control. Okay, so on the draw, I'll probably board out Rapid Flames. Because we didn't really see any 1-toughness creatures. But they have some decent-sized stuff. So on the play, I think I'm happy to have it. I don't think we really want to change anything. Maybe take out the Unicorn because of Surge. But with double Alseed and mostly small creatures, we can play around Surge just fine. We didn't really have that great of options that game, but in general, we should be able to. So as Death Sea likes to say, this hand sucks, I'll keep. On the play, I would pretty much never mull a hand like this, but this hand sucks. We need to draw like a mountain, we need to draw cheap creatures, but most of our creatures are white, so if we draw them, we can cast them, and then our library right now has 7 plains and 6 mountains in it. So if we draw a land, we're 50-50 to draw a mountain, roughly speaking. And if we draw a spell, hopefully it's a cheap white creature, since we're playing so many more white cards than red. No, yeah, it doesn't protect well from white anyway. That's a good point, Solario. That said, though, if they don't gain the 3, even if we knock off both enchantments, we could potentially just attack back with the 1/2 flyer, give it +2/+1, and end the game. Because we had the opponent all the way down to 3 there. Yeah, we could have also re-equipped the eyes. So they're attacking, we'll block, they get their 2 life, but they don't get a card. They only get a card when that hits us. I don't really see any choices here. We don't want to sack a 2/3 to Final Flare over Omen unless we have to. I don't really care that much if they trigger the Constellation and get another land at this point. I don't want to let them hit me and draw cards, but they're not doing that on board, and we didn't see very much that changes that. So for now, we can hit for 2, play another 2/3, which can stop the 2/4. Wander's a nice 2-drop. Going and digging up lands is great. I'm just saying I don't really want a Final Flare sacking Dawn Evangel right now. If they put out a small creature, we can Omen it, and then we can sack that. Okay, well, that's pretty bad for us, but we have the 2 removal spells. We're going to have to use both, but we can still sack the Omen of the Final Flare. The question is, do we chump block right now? Probably not, but if we do, so they're gaining 4 life either way. So the decision right now is, do we trade Dawn Evangel to prevent them from getting a 1/1 and a new card? So do we want, that's really all it is. Either way, and 4 life for us. Either way they gain 4, and we can block, and then they don't get to draw a card, they don't get a 1/1, and we don't take 4. So would we sacrifice Dawn Evangel to gain 4 life, kill a 1/1, and prevent the opponent from drawing the next card? It's pretty close. I think it's probably worth it. Dawn Evangels aren't the best in our deck. That is the exact decision. You just have to think of it like that. No decision here. While they're tapped and they can't save it, we have to kill it. It's got 6 toughness, so we have to use both our cards. Because we're only playing 6 mountains, we ended up with Daxos, a bunch of cheap white creatures, and not very many red cards. So I ended up cutting Annex and just playing a much lower land count. I think this turn I'm just not going to play Alseed because of the Unicorn. I want to be able to tap the 3/5 and hit for 6. I don't want to tap the Kraken this turn just to hit for 2. So I'm going to sit on the Alseed for a turn to try and get a little more value out of the tap effect of the Unicorn. Because, I mean, they're at 22. It's not like getting in 2 damage is that valuable. So let's see what they do this turn. And if they don't put out a good blocker, then we can tap the Kraken and get in for 6 instead of just getting in for 2. Well, that's not great, but if they don't have anything else, double block still works out pretty well for us. If they have Triumphant Surge for Unicorn, we're going to get totally destroyed if we make that play. Thank you, Flip Yoka. Well, they shouldn't have surged here pre-combat. So if they attack, I could double block, and then they could surge the Unicorn and eat the 2/3. Now they're just giving us the choice as to whether to block with the 2/3 or not. We're probably going to lose either way, but I'm not going to chump with the 2/3 here just to stop them from drawing a card. So they should have attacked and then let me double block or not, and then played their surge. That would have been the optimal play. That said, we're in big trouble. We have 4 power between our 3 creatures, which is not enough to stop the Kraken. So we're in big trouble here. Thank you, Clumsy Haggy and Flip Yoka. Appreciate those subscriptions. I mean, they could always order the Unicorn, like, second. This way, if I Blessing it in response, they still just kill the Evangel. And while that's not a good trade for them, if they surge pre-combat there and I Blessing, they're just not attacking. It's not really a good situation for them. I think you definitely want to go for the blowout. I think you mean order the Unicorn second, right, Dusty? If you order it first and then you surge it, and I Blessing in response, then the Unicorn is a 6/6 and doesn't die from the 4/6. Oh yeah, the Unicorn's not even enchanted. What are we talking about? It's not going to get hexproof. It's just +2/+2. So yeah, Blessing doesn't even do anything in that spot. Yeah, Blessing is not even relevant, really. Stop tricking me, chat. But let's pretend Blessing was +2/+2 and hexproof. You would want to put the Unicorn second if you're the opponent, and then you go, you order the Unicorn second, then you surge the Unicorn. This way, if your opponent has the Blessing, you still get to kill the Dawn Evangel with your 4 damage. And if they don't have the Blessing, the Unicorn dies, and then you eat the Dawn Evangel. Okay, so Sentinel's Eyes. Can we do anything good with that? 5 power. Still not going to give us a block that's successful on the Shoal Kraken. We can't get to 5 toughness. We don't have any 2-drops to bring back. Although we can bring back Alcide if that dies. So Sentinel's Eyes on the Alcide is kind of cool. It's not really doing anything right now, but there's nothing we can really do right now. And that gives us the ability to go ahead and get both back, right? What happens if we block their creature here and just let this die? We gain 2, they gain 4. They don't get a card. The Alcide goes back to our hand. The Sentinel's Eyes goes in the graveyard, but we have 4 cards to bring it back next turn. So I think this lets us just block the Kraken to stop them from drawing 2 cards a turn and us taking 4 for now, if this works the way I think. Of course, it's not like indefinite because we're eating 2 cards from our graveyard, but at least we can do that. Hopefully we'll draw a big creature, and then maybe we can stalemate this board. We're a bit far from Concede O'Clock. If we played like a decent-sized creature, the board would just be pretty even. I'm not saying we're going to win. We're an underdog for sure. Worlds was cool. I thought the coverage was good. I thought PV winning was like awesome and fitting. I was disappointed I wasn't there. I mean, obviously I don't expect to make Worlds every year, but I've been pretty close a couple of times and just missed, and then I've gotten to play it twice, and it's been a super awesome, fun tournament, so I get a little jealous when I'm at home watching Worlds. Well, it always depends on opportunity cost, Mathis 1987. For example, in round 4 of a PT, I'll concede sometimes when I'm 1% because I want to get coffee and preserve mental energy for the next 4 rounds. If I was playing for top 8, I wouldn't concede when I was 1% because it's my last match of the day and my tournament depends on it, so I would play out a 1%er. There's not like a right or wrong answer to that. It's like, what are you doing if you concede? Because your life should not revolve around winning that match of Magic, even in a competitive tournament. So, like, you know, if I really want to get lunch and I'm 2-1, I may concede at 1%. If I'm not hungry, I may play it out. If I'm starting to feel mentally drained, I might concede round 4 at, 1% or 2% or 4%. If I'm not mentally drained, if I slept great and I'm energized and the first couple of rounds were easy, then I might just keep playing. So we don't have any good blocks. I'm just going to block this creature like I said so they don't draw cards. Pretty sure this works the way I think. Then Alcide will go back to my hand. And just replay Alcide. Replay Staggering Sentinel's Eyes on it. I don't think anything separates PV except how good he is. I mean, I just think he plays very close to his best near all the time. I think he understands Magic incredibly well. I think he plays incredibly well. People are always looking for some binary reason or something, but that's not how it works. In reality, Magic is just tons of hard decisions. And out of every close, hard decision, PV gets 97 right, out of every 100. And, Huey gets 94 right, and, I get 91 right, and, whatever. And, obviously I'm making up the numbers, but there isn't some trait or something that separates. It's just Magic is filled with constant, very difficult, very close, hard decisions. And I believe that the best players get more of those right than the second best players, who get more of those right than the next best players, who get more of those right than the next best players. There isn't some on-off secret or some secret trait or some secret ability. Yeah, we are not going to win this game. I'm getting ready to concede now. Nihili gives them digging presence where they can just dig up all their creatures. They have 34 life. Let's see what happens in combat with tactics right here, but this game is very rapidly becoming unwinnable. So they have Wanderer to get back when they lose enchanted creatures. Wanderer doesn't look scary. So if we give +2/+1 to the Envoy, that can eat their Transcendent Envoy. And then +1/+1 to both of these means we can take out the 4/6 with Staggering Insight. So this combat step is not going to go that horrible for us. I just don't know if it's even a winnable game after this, really. I just made up the numbers. In my opinion, it's really almost indistinguishable between LSV, PV, Finkel, and Kai. In my opinion, there's a top 4 in technical play in our game that can be sorted basically any which way. And then after that, you've got another tier of 10, 20, 30 people that are all very good, but not quite on that level of Kai, Luis, Finkel, and PV. So let's see. Nothing we can really do here. We can attack for 1 in the air unless we want that to block, which I don't think we particularly do. But they're at 38, so that's fruitless. So, I mean, I think that Gabe is a very good player, certainly in that very next group after those 4 as far as technical play. I don't think Gabe is... I think in terms of technical play, Nassif is more comparable to, the rest of us, let's say, who are very good but not in that top 4 than in that top 4. But I think he's also, up there... I mean, maybe number 1, best deck builder, innovator of all time. And I don't think any of those top 4 guys are particularly great at deck building and innovating. So, if you want to start combining skills... then, Gabe is clearly 5th best of all time because his ability to build decks and innovate along with being a good technical player. Well, I Marcio has not had any serious accusations against him in 5 years, like I said on Twitter. So I think at this point he should be allowed to play professional Magic. I would not support banning Marcio from Magic right now. He's played clean for 5 years, like plus. There's just no reason, to our knowledge. Owen, I still don't know the details of what he did. We all know the subject matter. Without any of the details, I can't say whether he should be permed for life, whether he should be in prison for life, or whether he's been overpunished. I have no clue. I'd have to know the details. What do you mean strategic players, Vitabrits? Okay, so we're being attacked by 7-9. We can't do anything about that. We can take it and go to 1. We can't win this game. Like, I'm wasting my time. I'm wasting your time. Let's get to the next game. Thank you, Rescue Ryan. Appreciate that subscription. Boo, indeed. But maybe we'll draw better in the next couple games and matches. Okay, so we're definitely playing first. We're Boros aggro. 4-lander's not perfect, but we're not going to mulligan with a 1-drop, a 3-drop, and a removal spell. Hopefully we won't flood out. I will say I don't mind talking about anything really, but these are better questions for during ads and chats. Just because I like to stay focused on the games and the Magic strategy. Not because they're hot topics or whatever, but because they're not Magic. Just as I don't like to spend a lot of time on basketball or poker or anything else when I'm playing. Like I said, I view this as content first and foremost, and it's limited strategy content. But I mean, you know, if you want to ask me stuff like that, I would prefer if you ask me during ads and chats, not during active limited content. Okay, so no real decisions here. Next turn we can play Omen and Daxos. I'm planning to do exactly 3 drafts tonight. Like, I'm still feeling a little sick, and I'm planning to stream tomorrow unless I get worse. So, you know, this is draft 2, match 2. So the plan is round 3 with this deck, and then 1 more draft, and then 3 rounds. Absolutely horrible Rampage wildcard. Anybody who eats Chipotle during a live broadcast should be banned for life. That's my official position. So we really want to kill that. Champion is broken, but we can't kill it right now because they can just get it back. I guess we could kill it after they draw their next card during their draw step. We'd have to sack Wayfarer. So I think what we can do here to start is attack with both creatures. Is this a cast trigger? No, it's a comes into play trigger. So what we can do is attack with both creatures. If they block, we have Omen of the Forge and Wayfarer, so we can kind of eat the champion for free. Yes, they're going to get it back, but that's okay, because now we don't have to sack anything, and they're not going to draw a card next turn. And they're getting this back instead of, like, I don't know, just a land, but they have 3 forests out, so 2 damage to them, I guess, and then +1/+1 to the favorite of Erois. So we kind of eat the champion for free this way. Now they're going to get it back and play it again, but then we can always kill it with Final Flare, and we can sack an Omen of the Forge instead of any of our creatures. So this works out okay. Yes. The favorite of Erois was double strike thanks to the Omen. So I should have Wayfared the Wayfarer. I missed a point of damage. I did not need to give +1/+1 to the favorite of Erois. Good job, chat. Hit that punt counter. That was just a blatant point of damage missed again for no reason. The worst kind of people, Burnator. The worst kind of people. Okay, so what are we going to do here? We want to play an enchantment pre-combat to trigger the favored. Looks like we just drop our 3-drop. There's no reason to think we need Envoy in play, and there's no reason to only use 2 mana instead of 3 here. And then if we pump the Pious Wayfarer into a 2-3, we're going to attack with a 2-3 and a 2-5. They're going to block one of those and take 2 from the other one. If we pump Daxos into a 3-power, then they can't block it, and they still can't block Favorite of Erois. So assuming the opponent doesn't have a trick for 2 green, we deal 1 extra point of damage by pumping Daxos than if we were to pump Pious Wayfarer. Because now they don't have a good block on Daxos or Favored, so they should take 7, unless they have a trick to play or want a chump block or something. If we pump the Wayfarer, they put Lampad on Wayfarer, and then they take 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this does 1 extra point of damage by pumping Daxos. So unlike last turn, when I punted by missing a point, I'll make up for it by pumping the right creature and not missing a point this turn. So we cancel out that punt, right? That's how that works. Thank you, Ganmead Rising. Appreciate that subscription. I guess I should have sent the Wayfarer potentially, just as a free attack, but they would have just blocked and they bounced. And I mean, if they have a trick, then I'm missing a point of damage by not sending it. But if they had a trick that gave like +1/+1 or something, I would be losing it by sending it. So, I mean, maybe you send it there, maybe you don't, just depending on what tricks exist in the format. Okay, so here, I think we just want to get aggro. I'm not worried that they're going to bring Spawn back. Who cares? Let's Final Flare away the Spawn, sack the Omen, and then they're just not going to have any good blocks. We can put Sentinel's Eyes on something and then pump something else. And I mean, this is just a nightmare for the opponent, right? I guess the damage actually matters. Because we might want to have 2 3-power attackers between Dawn of Angel and Daxos. And that might force a block, right? They're at 8. So let's say we pump both of these. If they block Favorite of Erois, they take 3, 6, 7 and go to 1. Yeah, so I think if my math is right here, we need to pump the 2-power creatures, basically. I mean, we can pump anything but Favorite of Erois, really. But we don't want to pump Favorite of Erois. I think this basically forces them to lose Lampad this turn. Because if they were to block a 3-power now... So if they block the 1-power to have those bounce, they take 10 and die. If they block... So... And there's no 2-power to block. So now all they can really do is block Favored and then sack and gain a life. 4, 7, 8. Yeah, so all they can do here is block Favored and sack and gain a life. Or block Dawn of Angel and die. Well, or go to 1, but they would just be at 2 had they blocked Favored. Because Favored was already big enough that they had to block it, so making it even bigger doesn't accomplish anything good for us. That's what we figured out pre-combat. It doesn't change their block. And obviously now they're just dead on board. It's okay, Rampage Wildcard. It didn't cost us. Yeah, they gave us back the 1 point that we missed earlier. That was nice of them. Keep things fair. Alright, so we're on the draw. Their deck seems kind of slow and defensive. Really good, though. We saw Mire's Grasp, Spawn, Champion, Binding of the Titans. All good cards. But I definitely think we might want the Wrap to get through against them. I don't think there's much to do different. Well, that's why we were counting Urisk, because if you pump the Favorite of Erois, you threaten to deal more damage. So if they weren't forced to chump block by us pumping our other creatures, we would have pumped the Favorite of Erois on that last turn to force them to chump block. But we counted and we realized that even if we pump our smaller creatures, they still have to chump block Favorite of Erois. So then we don't want to make our biggest creature even bigger. We want to deal more damage by pumping our smaller creatures. The more important thing logically is forcing them to lose the land pad. So first you make sure that you can do that by even if you pump your smaller creatures. And if you can, then you know you don't want to pump the bigger creature because you have enough. You're already forcing them to lose the land pad. We lost round 1, but we won game 1. So we're probably about to be 1-1 with this deck. They're on a mulligan. Our hand is really good. Hopefully we'll win this game. No decision so far. We could have Sentinel's Eyes the Wayfarer and got in for 3, but it's better to just get our Oracle out. Now this turn, if they don't do anything, what we can do here is put Sentinel's Eyes on the Wayfarer, pump the Wayfarer, and we have 2 mana to pump the Oracle. So on board, they have no block. We're not actually going to pump the Oracle if they don't block it, because I'd rather play Alcide, but they don't know that. Actually, with the Wayfarer out, maybe I'll play Alcide next turn as a potential combat trick, so to speak. I mean, not a trick, because I'm going to have to play it pre-combat, but as a way to give me an attack that I might not have otherwise. So, we have a choice now, assuming they don't block, whether to pump the Oracle or play Alcide post-combat. If I didn't have Wayfarer out, I would almost certainly not pump the Oracle here and play Alcide. Since we do have Wayfarer, I think I'm just going to pump the Oracle. We don't have a 4-drop. Next turn we can drop Alcide, give +1/+1 to one of these 2 creatures. That might give us an attack we don't have otherwise. So I think it's right to pump and just hold on to Alcide for next turn. And now you're going to see why the gods, except Heliod, are not broken and limited, because they just paid 4 mana and didn't impact the board when they were already behind, and now they're just going to fall further behind. So now it's Alcide pumping Wayfarer, same as last turn, attack. This time, of course, if they block, we'll pump and take the free kill, but if they don't block, we're not going to pump. We're going to play Favorite of Erois post-combat. Yeah, in heavy 1-color decks with a light second color, my land count is most usually 10-6 or 11-6. I don't really like to go below 6 of an actual second color. Like, if it's a 2-card splash for 2 final deaths or something, I might go, like, 12-5. But if it's, like, my splash here for, like, 5 red cards, including, like, a 2-drop, I'm probably going to play 10-6 or 11-6. So if we Pilgrim, we do have a second Sentinel's Eyes, so we can play that. So we can trigger the Favorite of Erois. They're going to have to block it. So we don't actually need to pump it twice. If we pump it once, that's already 6 damage double strike, so it can get through the champion. They'll just end up blocking with the land pad and sacking it. So what we can do, I think, is pump the Erois once and pump the Oracle once, and then we can attack with all 3. And then if they want to get like a kill on the Wayfarer by double blocking it, they can like go to 1 and do that. But who cares? That'll put them all the way down to 1 life. We can bring the Sentinel's Eyes back from their graveyard, from our graveyard. So they're just killing a Wayfarer. So this doesn't give them any great blocks. What we do is we Sentinel's Eyes here. I'm going to put it on the Favorite of Erois, because that's the one I want to be bigger next turn. Then we can give +1/+1 to the Incendiary Oracle. And now we can attack with everything. And if they want to double block the Oracle, they're taking 8 and going to 1, and we trade it for the land pad. If they want to double block the Wayfarer, they're taking 9 and going to 0, so that doesn't work. The Setesian Champion's a 2/6, so it gets a block on, like, the 3/3, and then the land pad can block the Wayfarer, but they're not killing anything, and they're taking the hard hit for 6 then. So I'm pretty sure this is the best we can do this turn. And going wide here is pretty important in getting them low because we have tactics. Black Omen would have been pretty bad for us there, I will admit. Them activating Nylea is quite good for us, though. That says they don't really have anything to do. So now they're just dead. They're actually just dead on board. Not that they could really do much differently. I guess they could have sacked some things to the land pad, but they're probably not going to win that way. We are about to be 1-1. Yeah, I mean, look, Nylea is a good card, but this is why the gods aren't broken. I mean, when you're behind and you pay 4 mana and don't impact the board, you just fall further behind. Look, it's a powerful card that wins any stalemate also. There's upside. But it's like kind of like an ill-gotten inheritance. Like, when you're ahead or in a stalemate, it can be awesome. But if you're behind, it can do very little to the point of being basically game-losing. Thank you, Maester Gregorius. Appreciate that subscription. I'm glad to be back. Alright, so final round with this deck, but then we're going to do one more draft, and we're going to play 3 rounds with that deck too, just like we've been doing. I never play game sounds. I just don't really even like them. Like, when I'm alone, if I'm trying to get my energy up or more, have fun and learn less, I play music. When I'm not, I don't. Like, if I'm really focused testing, I usually don't play music. If I'm, like, doing drafts late at night for fun, I do. But I never play game sounds. I just don't really like them, to be honest. It's a stream, it's a stream. Give me a little patience, we're right back in. Okay, so we play Daxos. Oh, we missed a turn. And we discarded our only mountain? Ugh. They couldn't have just pulled any of these other cards from our hand? Yuck. So, we missed that one turn. So on turn 2, instead of playing Daxos, we discarded Mountain randomly. We still have a pretty good hand, but going to be a little tougher, of course. I don't really want to trade off Daxos. I don't mind trading off Envoy normally, but with Commanding Presence in hand, I don't really want to do that either. So, I think I'm just going to play the Envoy pre-combat to gain a life. And then play the Sentinel's Eyes on Daxos here. This way I now have a blocker for Oracle, because I don't want to trade Envoy for Oracle, because I want a Commanding Presence the Envoy next turn. And then I'm just going to take the Hierophant. There's just not really much good reason to make a trade like this early. We're going to play creatures. Creatures are going to die. We're going to gain life. For now, let's go ahead and Commanding Presence this. Maybe they can kill a 3/4. Maybe they can't. It's not that easy to do. There's definitely no guarantee they're just going to kill it or something like that. Hey here, Krishna. I'm glad to be back. And I mean, our 3/6 is stopping most of everything except the 1/3/3 Death Touch. Of course, it would be nice if we had a Mountain, which got randomly discarded on turn 2 when we got disconnected. But there's 5 more in there, so hopefully we'll draw one. I put the eyes on the Daxos over the Envoy because that gave it an important power and toughness to be able to stop Oracle, Spawn, and future creatures. I mean, putting it on the Envoy would get it past a common or two, but at the end of the day, this is the creature they need to kill. And if they can't kill this Envoy, I'm in pretty good shape. And if they do, I'd rather have the Sentinel's Eyes on the Daxos. Because, I mean, this is a close race as is. Obviously, this wouldn't be close if I had a Mountain, but, you know, good beats. This game wouldn't have been close if I had a Mountain and I played Daxos turn 2 and everything a turn earlier. So maybe the disconnect worked to our advantage. It made a game that wouldn't have been close and interesting. So I'm not going to chump block much earlier than I have to, because with tactics in hand, there's a decent chance we can swarm them going wide and pump our team. Omen even goes to the player. So for now, we're taking 3 a turn, but we're gaining a life every turn when we make a 1-1, and if we draw a creature, we're gaining an additional point of life. So I'm not unwilling to chump this Hierophant, or even to triple block it or something, but I'm not going to do it earlier than I have to. Okay, so now we really need to get another point of power on this Envoy. So we need to get a Sentinel's Eyes on it. Anytime we play an enchantment and pump it, we can hit for 1, and then we'll get a 1-1, so that's pretty nice too. So let's see what we draw. Hopefully it's a Mountain. If we drew a Mountain, we could have Final Flared, sacking the Sentinel's Eyes, then brought it back and played it on the Envoy. Plains doesn't do much of anything for us. I think that's about our worst draw. So we just got to ship back to the opponent now. I do like a challenging game of Magic. I would like to draw a Mountain, though. So, things have changed. I really need to get the Sentinel's Eyes onto the Transcendent Envoy, because then I can hit for 1 a turn, but more importantly, I get a 1-1 every time I connect. So I actually want this Daxos to die now, even though it's a great card. So I'm going to make this trade, because that's going to put Daxos and Sentinel's Eyes in my graveyard, and then I can exile Mountain and Daxos, put Sentinel's Eyes on Envoy, and start making 1-1s every turn again. So that's -4. Nothing I can really do about that. Of course, our wall of Daxos is now gone, so their attack looks substantially better. Yeah, that was weird, because I didn't really have any internet problems, so I think it's just an arena problem, but what are you going to do? Give them time. Eventually this program will work, I hope. It is an awesome program if it works right and they add all the possible features. Like, I really hope in the not-too-distant future I'm playing something like the equivalent of a Grand Prix from my home on Arena with it working perfectly on the weekend. I think that would just be heaven. Like, that would just be perfection unlocked. But, first and foremost, got to get the program running right. Alright, so we want to lethal them if there's any way we can do that. Let's say we 3, 6, 9, 11, 13. So even if we chump exactly 1, we would still die. So we have to block 2 creatures. So I really doubt we're going to untap and lethal them. So then let's look at what our most favorable blocks look like. We don't want to lose our 1-1 making machine, so we don't want to block with that. So we can do something like 2-2 there, 2 1-1s there. Then we take 8. That looks alright. That's not bad. Oh, okay. Maybe it was internet then, Dylan B. I didn't know Twitch went down. I didn't. I mean, I checked my internet connection over here on the side, and I didn't see anything. But who knows? Maybe it was the evil Teletubby playing with my internet. All right, so that thing is cursed. I love it. Okay, so what are we gonna do? So now we can knock off the Myers Grasp on their turn, so that's decent. We don't have lifelink or anything though, so, but we're not dead because of tactics. But we need the life from Alcide to not be dead. So I think this turn we can't sack Alcide, but then Alcide's gonna die, and we're never gonna get to sack it. Wow, we need like one more life here. But we don't have it. So this as a 3/3 can eat a 2/3. This can be then a 2/2, which trades with Oracle, and then we chump one of the spawns. That looks like the best we can do here. So I didn't send the Envoy because specifically giving it +2/+1 lets it eat Stampede Rider. And then we can't sack Alcide because we'll just be dead. Well, now we're just dead. What am I doing? Oh, yeah, I could have tactics in response there. I mean, then they wouldn't really attack, and I mean, I wouldn't get value out of my tactics that I needed pretty badly. Obviously, that's better than conceding, but I'm not sure that there's any realistic paths to victory there. Okay, so they're a red-black deck with a bunch of creatures and stuff. I don't think we want Wrap and Flames against them. I'm not saying it was right. I mean, I should have tactics in response to the Elspeth's Nightmare and not lost my creatures. I don't think we realistically could win the game, but doesn't mean that what I did was right. Why was not attacking? Why I told you I didn't attack with the 1/2 because if let's say they don't Elspeth's Nightmare, I put tactics the 1/2 into a 3/3, which allows it to eat the 2/3 Stampede Rider. Oh, it has Vigilance. Lol, I'm bad. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was a real punt. Like, if I actually attack with it, and then they don't have Elspeth's Nightmare, I'm in much better shape. Then I have the extra blocker I need, so I can sack the Alcide, and I don't need the life from it after it blocks. Get rid of the Mogi's Favor, cast Tactics, kill several of their creatures. Yeah, definitely hit a punt. That was bad. I completely forgot it had Vigilance. That was like a bad punt. The not tacticsing in response to the Elspeth, look, it's a punt, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't win from there. But not attacking with the 1/2 Vigilance was really bad. Okay, so we're going to probably try and beat them mostly in the air. We want things that the 3/4 spawns bounce off of. So Glory Bears actually looks pretty good in this matchup, as does Rumbling Sentry. Let's take out like a Dawn Evangel. Yeah, that was a really bad mistake. I forgot it had Vigilance. Okay, I think this is easy enough. Put back one Pilgrim. Given we have 2 3-drops and a 2-drop we can't cast, we can't really put back a Mountain. If I wasn't going to put back Pilgrim, my second choice would have been Daxos. But we have 9 more planes in our deck. We're playing 10. So by holding on to Daxos, we have a 9 in 34 chance at casting a really good 2-drop on turn 2. I don't think we need second Pilgrim that bad when we have 2 3-drops to play. Yeah, we're shaking the rust off. I agree. Okay, so first and foremost, I'm going to attack for 2. I don't think there's any flash creatures. So they could have Omen, but they could always play that in response to Pilgrim. So there's no reason to show them that I don't have anything better to do this turn. They might take an extra 2 if they have Omen in hand to see what my 3-drop is. I'm going to go get Commanding Presence. Our auras are 2 Sentinel's Eyes and a Commanding Presence. We need Commanding Presence pretty badly since our hand doesn't do a whole lot. And if we can get Commanding Presence on Daxos, Red-Black may have a lot of trouble removing that. We didn't see a Final Death. Maybe they have one, maybe they don't. But if we get this thing up to 6 toughness right now, I mean, they can't remove it with Final Death for 2 turns. And there's not much else that can remove it, like, anytime soon. So, this looks pretty strong to me. Yeah, that's true, BW, but you never know. You know, they might take 2 to see what I do. Daxos is a good card, but some game plans aren't that concerned about it. It's not like it single-handedly takes over a game that often. It is now because of Commanding Presence, but it's really just Wall of Daxos. It's just like a 2/6. Pilgrim's excellent. I love Pilgrim in this format. You search up removal spells, you search up powerful auras, you search up cheap grindy auras. You always want bodies to enhance. Pilgrim is definitely just an excellent inclusion into this limited format. Okay, so they can chump with Spawn. Who cares? Spawn's never going to kill any of these, any real creatures. We're going to have 1/1s. Or they can take another hit. I'm good either way. Because of First Strike, there's no double block or anything. Yeah, I think Pilgrim's the second best white common. It's Apathy and then Pilgrim. Here we have a choice between casting just Favorite of Erois and holding Envoy to give it double strike next turn, or casting both. I think we'd rather just cast both. I don't necessarily even think we want to trade Erois for Spawn. While I don't really care if they chump with Spawn, I don't really want to give them an opportunity to trade it off, and then they can bring it back as a 5/6, and it can potentially block Daxos. So if they want to chump with it, cool, but there's no reason to offer them a trade. But yeah, I think it's Apathy, best white common, Pilgrim, second best white common, absolutely. Revoke is probably third. I'm not sure that Envoy varies a lot. Like, there are decks I wouldn't even play Envoy in. But if you're like a 16-land aggro deck with Commanding Presence and 2 Heliod's Pilgrims, then it's just an excellent card. But if you're like a white-black mid-rangey deck, you may not even want to play Transcendent Envoy. So it's complicated. Just depends how much you have to search out. There's no amount of Pilgrims that are really too many, like in theory. But if you only have 1 aura, then you wouldn't necessarily want, like, too many Pilgrims. Or if you just have too many other 3-drops. Alright, so no real choices here. We don't have anything to do, but they don't have a block on the flyer or a good block on Daxos. No, I cannot. Mortis Nostri. That's a question for Don Smith next time he's in the house. Not a question for me. They like Pegasus above Daybreak. Daybreak is Chimera, the 3/3, right? Which one is Pegasus? Oh, yeah. The 2/3 Lifelink Vigilance is good. That's an overperformer in this format. That card is better than Envoy as well, yeah. It's not better than Pilgrim, but it's better than Envoy. I think you take I think Apathy's the best. Pilgrim's the second best. Then like Chimera, the Daybreak Chimera, Pegasus, and Revoke are pretty close, and then Envoy is probably after that. But again, One of the things I really like about this format, the cards are very dynamic. Transcendent Envoy is a really good card in a white-green Auras deck with 2 commanding presences and 2 pilgrims, and not even a playable card in a white-black grindy deck full of removal that's looking to play long games. So it really depends on what your deck is doing. This is definitely one of the more dynamic formats I've played in quite a while. Okay, so you remember how I was saying we don't really want to give them even trades because that just helps fuel spawn coming back? So for now, I'm just going to attack with Daxos. They could triple block thanks to First Strike. They still wouldn't even be killing it. I'm not going to send Envoy into Harpy right now because that's just an even trade and it just puts cards in their yard for them, so that doesn't help me. I might do it next turn because I'll have 2 Envoys out and then I'm getting in a point of damage, but there's no reason to do it this turn. We'll see what they do over the next turn. We'll see if they kill either Envoy, and we'll see what we draw, and then we can decide whether we want to offer Envoy for Harpy. So if your opponent has spawn in the yard, you're not trying to give them even trades. I mean, if it does damage, it could be worth it, but just in general, why give them an even trade? This 2-1 and this 1-2 are canceling each other out. I'd rather them both be in play than both be in the graveyard when my opponent has a spawn in the yard. If they want to chump Daxos with Harpy to get a card in the yard, then I clear the way in the air for these Envoys without losing them. Chump blocking is a lot different than an even trade. The whole goal of our game is not to prevent spawn from ever coming back. It's to get as much value as we can and to create a win. So if they want to chump with the Harpy on the Daxos, then they didn't kill one of my Envoys. That's a whole different ballgame. Alright, so what happens now if we send everything? Daxos has to be blocked. Harpy can trade with something like Envoy. Oracle or Dreamstalker, whichever doesn't block Daxos, can eat 1/1/2. That seems fine. And if they have any tricks, we have Final Flare. I think I like this. Final Flare, unfortunately, doesn't go to face. That said, now we're in a position to attack with everything. I'm pretty sure if they bring back spawn, they're just going to be dead on board. So we're no longer really worried. If they have an instant, we can respond with Final Flare. It's still not going to work out too badly for us. Okay, so now we'll sack the 1/1 that's dying from the Dreamstalker ping. Basically get a free kill here on the Mana Core before it can kill the Pilgrim. So we'll keep that in play because we're trying to swarm them. The Oracle's just going to get 8 by Daxos. The Harpy's going to trade with Envoy. And the end result here is going to be they're going to take 3 down to 2 life, have no creatures, and we're not losing anything except this 1 even trade. Pretty good turn. And that's with them having the instant to ping with the Mana Core. And this is exactly what we were trying to set up. Because now if they bring back spawn, they have a creature big enough to block Daxos, but they're dead on board. So they can't bring back spawn. I don't think we want to kill Harpy instead of Mana Core because we're swarming for victory. So we want to preserve our creature that was going to die for free and not kill one of their creatures. And we don't really care very much about flyer or ground creature. We're trying to put them in a position where they can't bring back spawn and survive an alpha attack. Okay, I don't see a reason to change much. We saw more of the same cards. We can gum up the ground, try and win in the air. That's our primary plan. Aside from also just winning with, like, commanding presence or things like that. We did see a Harpy. Did we see anything else to ping with Rapid Flames? I don't think so. I could bring in this Lantern. They do have multiple spawns and Black Omen. And this card does cantrip. Should I maybe take out something kind of slow? Maybe like this Rumbling Sentry and bring in this Lantern? It's been pretty good against me when people have brought it in. Yeah, I agree, Thoughtonomic. I haven't actually boarded it in much, but when other people have boarded it in against me, it's overperformed. It's been quite good. Because you just end up getting that one free exile a lot of the time on the escape creature or whatever they're omening or whatever. I mean, obviously, you're not going to actually play it with an omen on the stack, but you get the point. You get rid of their good creature, or you get rid of, like, the escape creature, and then you still just get to sack it and draw a card and cycle it. And even if you just kill one card out of the graveyard out of an escape deck, that's a resource, and then you cycle it and draw a card. So sometimes you exile the whole yard when that's powerful. Most of the time, you just get a free-ish card out of their graveyard, and then you just cycle it and draw a new card for it. So it's a pretty good card. Opponent really respecting that. We don't have much going, and we have the Lantern here in our opening hand, so I'm going to do what I said, play it, just remove one card from an escape deck's graveyard, and cycle it. Yeah, I'm not that worried about blocking the escaped spawn. Unicorn can tap the big spawn and allow me to attack, so I think that's more of a concern. So now let's cycle our Soul Guide Lantern, see if we can find some business. Nope, just more lands. But hopefully this Heliod's Pilgrim with Commanding Presence on it can win us the game, because we are flooded. Okay, I don't think there's anything they can do for black, so let's definitely slap this down. The only card I think they can really cast here in the whole format is Omen. Cling to Dust, sure. They could cycle that. And Erebos for one. Y'all don't miss a thing. Erebos' intervention. Yeah, that's break even. We can sack the 1/1 it makes every turn. So we basically don't get a 1/1 a turn anymore. Knowing they have double spawn, we probably want Sentinel's Eyes on the Pilgrim, not the Envoy. It's close, but I think that they shouldn't be able to stop a 4/5 first strike well, based on what we've seen. Whereas if we put it on the Envoy, then they can play a spawn, and then Pilgrim will just bounce off spawn. No real choices. I don't mind the trade at this point. They're nowhere near bringing anything back. Let's just clear the way for Pilgrim. Remember, if we don't have a 1/1 to sack, we have to sack something else. So that's why I sent Envoy there, because they just chumped there, because I'm basically going to have to sack the Envoy anyway, and they took less damage. Whereas if they would have traded with the Envoy, then I get the 1/1 from Pilgrim and with the Commanding Presence, and then I can sack the 1/1 to the Pilgrim. So that's why this game is different, and that's why it was right to send Envoy there. So with 3 black, they can't destroy this Pilgrim, right? I don't think so. So I'm just going to sack Envoy. Not an enchantment. But I think they're pretty dead now. If we want to, we could even sack Pilgrim. Sentinel's Eyes goes to the graveyard. Then we can trigger Favorite of Eros by casting Sentinel's Eyes. So I think we're pretty safe. If they cast a creature, we'll figure out whether we have lethal or not and what to do. If they have a removal, it's not great, but it's not the end of the world. Oh yeah, drag would have worked, yeah. So, kind of an awkward match. We would have certainly won game 1 if we didn't discard the mountain. Played a pretty fun, good game 2. And then, of course, game 3, they got completely screwed. I'm not sure what's going on Arena at the moment. Okay, so this little bar wasn't here before. But so now we are 2-1. That's 3 rounds with the Boros deck. Same as with the black-green deck. And let's get into the final draft of the night. Well, if we ever had the opportunity to play Sentinel's Eyes at the end of the game, we would have to just, like, count the board and the damage and see where it made the most sense to put it. At the time I cast it, it was definitely right to put it on the Pilgrim, because we saw 2 different Pharika spawns, so we really wanted to get that thing to a 4-5 and not a 3-4. Thanks for subscribing on Dead Metaphor. Appreciate all the support. Okay, so here, not a close pick. Heliod's Intervention is totally broken. Some games it only kills 1 thing, but some games it kills 3 or 4 things, including multiple creatures. This is a format that's loaded with enchantments and artifacts. Heliod's Intervention is just a fantastic card. Following it up, though, we're not going to be taking any of the white cards out of this pack. We have to decide whether we're going to take Timurit, Nessian Hornbeetle, or Typhon. All of those are pretty close. I do agree, Hornbeetle is really good. I do think black is the best color. I do want to play it, but I don't force it by any means. Beetle is the safest. Beetle does have a lot of upside. If you play like Chimera on turn 3 and that thing just starts growing, I mean, you can win the game with your 2-drop, effectively. What do you like here, Deathsea? I mean, I don't think you want to take Captivating Unicorn or Flicker of Fate. I don't think that makes much sense. Those cards are just not good enough, even though Intervention is great. But I could definitely see Hornbeetle, Typhon, or Timurit here. I think... Yeah, Hornbeetle's not at its best in Celestia, but, I mean, you can still prioritize 4-power things. That's a deck full of small creatures, usually, though. I think Timurit's just the best card. So Black-White is the deck that uses Hateful Idol on the best, but Liar is probably just a better pick, especially this early, because we don't really know what our colors are going to be yet, and it doesn't really matter what colors you are. Liar's good in any deck. Its value definitely changes, but it's playable in any deck. So I think this time we just take Liar. Sweet. Well, this is my last draft of the night, and I'm going to play 3 rounds. So if you want to time it, Deathsea should be off in about an hour or so, hour and a half, and happily will raid you if everybody wants to go check out Deathsea's stream tonight when I sign off after this draft. We're just strategizing great limited content all day. That's what me and Deathsea do, you know. What should we do here, though? Hey, man, team effort, you know? Doesn't make... You know, the NBA, they don't have their nationally televised games all on at the same time, right? They schedule them one after another. That's just smart, right? So, Hero is fine, not particularly good. We could definitely consider it because Heliod's Intervention is really good. I would rather take one of the blue cards, potentially. I think Thernity Singer is quite good. I think it's the best card in this pack. I'm not going to miss a hero. The only thing is Heliod's Intervention is really good. But yeah, alright, we'll take the Singer because we don't have colors yet. We'll see what is in the next couple packs. We could potentially try and draft a controlling, like, white-blue or something. Birth of Meletis isn't good in, like, your white aggro decks, but if you're going to be a defensive deck, this is a nice card. I mean, 2 mana, you get an 0/4, 2 life, and a plains. That's a good Magic card. It's just none of it is aggressive. But we do want to play white, and it looks like we're going to be a white-black or white-blue, not like a Boros aggro or Celestia aggro. So I think Birth of Meletis here makes a lot of sense. Well, now we have a tough choice. The best card in this pack by a lot is Devourer of Memory, but white is our best color. Mogi's Favor is pretty good in grindy white-black decks. Meletus? Golar Mantle. I'm not even really considering Golar Mantle. I'm considering Devourer because it's like a really good card if we go blue-black. Or Mogi's Favor because it's good in black-white and white's our best color at the moment. Well, I don't know what we're going to end up, but these cards are just like okay playables. They're not exciting to me. I think Mogi's Favor is better than Vexing Goal or Starlight Mantle, and I think Devourer is the best card in the pack by a lot, but it's a blue-black gold 2-drop. Goal's fine. I'm not anti-goal. It's going to make my deck if I take it. But I also just don't mind not getting it. I don't really care either way. It does seem like we're seeing a good amount of blue too. I don't know. I don't really know what to do here. I mean, Favor is the safest pick. If we go black-white or black-blue, it's good. Devourer is the card we'll miss the most if we go black-blue, though. I think I'm going to take Devourer, just in case we end up blue-black. I don't really want to miss that card. Devourer is just an awesome card for a blue-black deck, whereas the rest of those cards are pretty mediocre. Of course, now we see Commanding Presence as the best card in the pack by far. Now, Commanding Presence is less good in these white-blue flyer and white-black grindy decks than it is in white-green or white-red, but it's still a good card, and it's still way better than Temple Thief or Omen of the Sun or something. And now there's a second Devourer. I have no idea what's going on, y'all. This is an interesting one. Presence is still good in a blue-white deck, but if you're an aggressive Flyers deck, then it's great. But if you're like more of a controlling deck with like card drawing in late game, then it's not as good. It's still good. I'm never cutting Commanding Presence from any white limited deck. But like we have Birth, which blocks and doesn't attack that well. We have Heliod's Intervention, which is a powerful late game spell. I mean, I don't know what's going on right now. This is kind of weird. It seems like white-blue or white-black is where we want to end up. But maybe we'll still just go blue-black. Who knows? So I'm going to take Devourer because it's so much better than Naiad or Aspect. Okay, well now we can take Stern Dismissal. I think we can play either blue-black or blue-white here. You know I like keeping the options open. So we're either going to do like a blue-black or a blue-white, and that works out because we don't have to decide right now because we opened a broken 3-drop. The best card in this pack, The Octodad makes a 1/1 every turn, grows every turn. This card is just awesome. We're still not sure whether we're going to be blue-black or blue-white. It's pretty 50-50. But I think blue is kind of our central color here. So Windmill Slam this Kraken, and let's see what's in the next pack. So if we go blue-black, how is Hateful Eidolon? We have Mogi's Favor, and that's it. Not particularly good. If we go blue-white, how is Reverent Hoplite? We have more blue cards than white cards. Not great. I think we just want to take Thirst for Meaning here. We're looking at blue as the color we know we're committed to. So I think Thirst for Meaning is just the right choice. Because Thirst, Hateful Eidolon, and Hoplite can all be pretty close. Eidolon doesn't look exceptional in our deck. Hoplite doesn't look exceptional in our deck. And blue is the color we're most committed to. So now we're at the point where we want to prioritize blue cards over white or black, unless we get pushed in a direction for an actual good card or something like that. So yeah, now these cards shouldn't matter much. We already have a Memory Drain, and we barely want the one we have. Bad Breath Cow, always a fine card, especially for a control-ish blue-black. So is Venomous Hierophant good in our deck? It triggers the Devourers, that's pretty nice. Finds us Mogi's Favor. That gives us some life to gain with Timurit. Not great, not horrible. Libation's pretty bad. Venomous Hierophant and Lampad are pretty good. I don't think we really want to take Libation. I mean, if we're starting to move in the direction of blue-black, let's take a look at what it looks like. I mean, triggering these two Devourers is pretty good, and we still have a pack and a half to pick up escape cards. I think I'm just going to grab Hierophant here. If nothing else, Hierophant milling us can allow us to dig up Nadir Kraken, which is a broken card, and then we can buy it back with Omen of the Dead. Kind of similar to the Windgrace Acolyte Soul Salvage synergy in Dominaria. With all the self-mill in this format, creatures can have extra value if you're black, because you can find your best creatures more often by milling them and then buying them back. That's not something I'm looking to do for a good creature, but for something like Nadir Kraken, it could easily be worth it. Here it's an easy Funeral Rites. I think we found our lane. Looks like we're going to go blue-black. Sometimes drafting the hard way does work out, and so far this is looking pretty good. It's a tough pack one, starting with the white cards, but I think we found our lane pretty nicely here. So, not much for us in this pack. Brine Giant's pretty good if it costs like 5 or less. This is an enchantment. That's a nice enchantment that stays in play. Not a great one. Enchantment Creature. No enchantments there. Enchantment. So we have some, not a ton. Otherwise, we could take like Eidolon, which is fine in a deck like this, but not exciting. Too bad we're not red because Phoenix of Ash is broken, but nothing we can do with that. Charger's an escape card, but we're not that aggro of a deck. We don't really want to play Charger in this deck. I might board it in when we're on the play, but I think we're a pretty controlling deck. Like, we have self-mill, card draw, bombs, win conditions. I think Brine Giant's a pretty nice closer if you get enough enchantments. We could still prioritize enchantments the rest of this pack. If this was a real draft, I would not even consider taking the Phoenix. I think probably if you ranked all the mistakes people make in drafts, hate drafting, like over hate drafting, could easily be number one. Like, if you're talking about a typical pod scenario, you're under 50% to even play against the person who would have gotten the Phoenix. So over 50% of the time, if you play 3 rounds against 7 opponents, you get 0 value from that hate draft. So I pretty much only hate draft when there isn't something I want. And Brine Giant, while not exciting, this is a controlling blue-black. It could easily end up being a good 5 mana, 5/6 finisher for my deck. Here it's an easy Hilarios. It's a good card. I mean, removal is great in any kind of deck, and control decks do really want it. But by controlling, I don't mean I'm going to kill everything. I mean I'm looking to play long games, play defensively, and win with win conditions, not with aggression. As you said, though, we do need removal, so let's grab Itchy Fish here. So now we want to prioritize enchantments because of our Brine Giant and our Thirst. So Lampad is a nice defensive 2-drop that is also an enchantment. Happy to pick it up. We don't want to splash white, right? I'm not going to splash for Commanding's Presence. Heliod's Intervention is double white. So that means Traveler's Amulet doesn't really offer us anything. Discordant Piper is like a serviceable but not good 2-drop. Let's see how we are on 2-drops. We have plenty, so we're probably not going to play the Piper. I don't think there's any cards in this pack we're going to play. This pack's going quite bad for us. Pack 2 went really well, but this pack is going pretty horribly. We've basically got, like, very little out of this pack. Now, do we want Stinging Lionfish or Eidolon Philosophy? We have some flash, not a ton. We can play Thirst on their turn. We can play Singer on their turn, Mantle, and the 2 Turtles, and Omen, and Dismissal. So we have like 6 or 7 cards to play on their turn. Like I said, I don't think this is really an aggro deck. I think we're going to want the draw 3. Oh. I would have took the other card last pick, but Harpy and Temple Thief don't really offer us much of anything. So I'm going to take the second draw 3. Enemy of Enlightenment could be an okay closer for us, though I don't think it really fits our strategy too well. Wings is a better sideboard card, though I doubt we're going to board it in. I don't know. I don't know what we would do with Traveler's Amulet. I'm not going to play it in a 2-color deck, and I can't really see us splashing at this point. Don't get me wrong. It's not like we're going to play that Memory Drain. But if they have a really controlling deck full of bombs or something, we might board in all our extra copies. Who knows? So what are we looking to cut? Probably going to play 17 lands. We want to make land drops, but we've got like Thirst and Funeral Rites. So what are our weakest cards? Our deck's actually pretty good. I mean, it could really have used some removal, but our card quality is not bad. I don't want to take out Bad Breath. We have a lot of black and not much removal. We could take out, like, Funeral Rites or Hierophant. We don't do much with our graveyard other than helping find Kraken, but we only have one way to recur it. I guess they do trigger the Devourers, though. Now, I like the Turtles a lot in this deck. Just a good early blocker. I think I want to take out, like... Yeah, we could lose one Eidolon, maybe. What is Enemy? Oh, Enemy of Enlightenment. So, enchantments do have some upside with Brine Giant and with Thirst. Not saying we can't lose those. They're definitely cuttable. Yeah, Enemy is cuttable. One copy of Eidolon looks fine. I don't think we necessarily want 2. I mean, even though, like, we're more of a defensive deck, maybe we want Charger. If our only escape in the whole deck is a Mogi's Favor, we put cards in the yard pretty well with, like, Thirst, Funeral Rites, Devour, and Hierophant. So we might actually want to play this Charger. I'm going to have to board it out sometimes, but I think it might be right to include it. The old Turtle Charger deck. I think Aspect's pretty good in this deck. We have a few, like, we have plenty of 3s and 2s to slap it on, and then we get our 2 for 1. I'll just board in the Charger when we're on the play. the last cut? Yeah, we can play one land pad. No. I don't think Stern is great, but I also don't think we have a lot of removal, and I might need to bounce something that's commanding presence or just like on a key turn. It's kind of a nice trick. Yeah, Mantle's cuttable. Mantle's not great in this deck. I like that Kraken is such a cheap broken rare that we can wait until we have 5 mana and then play the Kraken with Mantle to protect it if we do draw both of them. I agree Dismissal's cuttable, but I think we want to have it. We don't have that many spells. It could be a key trick for us. Okay, I'm just going to go beat down here. Part of why Mogi's Favor is so good. You can Mogi's Favor your own creatures. We don't have a 2-drop, but we can hit for 3 on turn 2. Hey, Silex, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate the support. I took 2 weeks off, but we're back. And like I said, thank you for subscribing and supporting my stream. I only really took a 1-week vacation. The other week I was playing the RPT in Phoenix. But again, really exciting to come back and get a ton of subscribes night 1 and basically the exact same amount of viewers as when I left. Really appreciate the support for my stream. Thank you to everybody who, encouraged it and appreciated it and, let me take that 1 week off last week. I do really appreciate the support and the understanding. So we don't need to kill a creature that can't block when we're on the aggressive here. We don't really have any 1-drops to dig up, so I'm just going to play a land and pass. We can see what they do, and then end of their turn we can cast Thirst for Meaning and make our decisions. We don't really want to discard Itchy Fish here. It's pretty good removal. But we'll get to draw the cards first before we have to decide what to discard. Thank you, Loco Pelli. Appreciate that subscription. Alright, so they've got 2/2/3s. Let's see what we're going to thirst into. So our choice now is Turtle and Swamp or Itchy Fish. 3/2 trading with either of their creatures is pretty good for us. Oh, well, thanks, Sand1 Bouncy. I am planning to do more of that. I know I say a lot of that stuff and I'm slow moving. I mean, all the stuff I said I was planning to do 6 months ago, I've gotten done by now. And then the stuff I was saying I'm going to get done a month ago or whatever, I haven't gotten done yet. I'm pretty slow moving, but I do plan to do more of the co-streams with the commentary. I think it's pretty sweet, pretty fun. Next time there's Worlds and I'm not in it, we can do like a Worlds hangout stream where I'll commentate and we'll just all watch Worlds together. Stuff like that is kind of awesome. For now, though, we have a close choice between Itchy Fish and Turtle and Swamp. We have a good 6-drop in our hand, and Liar is also removal and kind of mana intensive. So I think we're going to have a worse turn this turn if we discard Itchy Fish, but I think we want to keep Swamp. And I'd much rather discard 1 card than 2, I think, with this hand. The only thing that's tricky is the Turtle is doing almost nothing for me. For now, though, let's just send. These trades are good for us. If they trade with this 3/2, it unlocks a 2/3. If they trade with this one, they're trading Timurit or Spinner, better creatures. And then, of course, we'll bring back Mogi's Favor while they're tapped and can't exile it or do anything. Power our 2/3 into a 4/1. And, of course, play Devourer. And this is the ever favorable situation. We're drawing a land is good for us, and if we don't draw a land, we're drawing a spell. So I like our spot quite a bit. If we draw a land, we slam Bad Breath Cow, kill Renata, and attack for 6. No decisions, easy peasy. I mean, if we didn't draw a land, I would just play Liar, tap Renata, and attack for 6. Of course, this gets us further ahead, so it's a better play. I wouldn't say it affects my prep a ton, Sand 101. Some of the really small tournaments can be kind of weird, because, like, if you pretty much know what people are going to play, that can affect your decisions. Like, we've had years where there was 16-person worlds, and we could practically predict which modern deck 4 of the 16 players would show up with, and that's a quarter of the field. But ultimately, I don't think it affects it a ton. So they're at 5, so if they block 1 creature, they're dead on board, so I probably shouldn't even be activating it. That's just showing them a card, but whatever. So they're a grindy black-green. So this seems like a deck where when we're on the play, we'll want Underworld Charger, but when we're on the draw, we won't. A big flyer could be a problem for them. Like, I could definitely see Enemy of Enlightenment coming in, potentially. Do we have anything that's bad against them? Thank you, Happy Lookout, for subscribing. Really appreciate the support. Stern Dismissal looks good. We saw Aspect of Lamprey. That's a huge blowout if you ever get that in response. We want our blockers. I don't think we really want to change anything. Drain looks fine, but not exciting. Like, the first one is a lot better than more. Yeah, I don't think we really want to change anything based on what we saw. I mean, it's not really that controlling. This deck is really, like, kind of mid-rangey. Like, we have, like, a lot of 2-drops, but they don't attack that well. We have turtles. But that game, the opponent just played a 3-3 that couldn't block when they were already a little behind. And remember, we went turn 1 Eidolon, turn 2 Mogi's favor. So we were attacking for 3 on turn 2. That's not going to be the norm for this deck. I like Brine Giant, actually. I find it to be bigger than pretty much everything else. And when you can play that card for 4 or 5 mana, it's really sweet. Even if it's not turn 4 or 5, you're still double spelling into your Brine Giant a lot of the time. I've been pretty impressed with it. We called Brine Giant. Just like by drawing 1,000,000 lands, we summoned Deathsea. We talked about Brine Giant, we summoned Brine Giant. I didn't particularly want to summon it right now on turn 3 when I have no enchantments, but you know. Okay, so their deck does more escaping than mine. I think I'm just going to attack. If they want to trade, okay, their Grove Dancer scares me more out of their deck than Devourer does for mine. I guess I could have gotten a mill off there since Turtle in play right now doesn't do anything. But that said, I might draw Memory Drain to cast next turn or a 4-drop. I might be happy to have the Turtle in play already. Alright, we're chilling, but hey, that's what we do. Bad Breath can kill either of their creatures at the moment. Then we can play a 5-6. We can do that, whichever makes more sense based on whether their mana's up and stuff. And then we also can draw 3. So, the game's not going poorly at the moment. Like I said, this deck is positioned for stalemates in the late game. No real choices here. 05's here to block. Not going to chump with Eidolon, of course. So, this is interesting. With their mana up, I don't think I want to play the Bad Breath Cow, because if they kill it in response, my Devotion to Black will be 0. I think we're better off just playing Brine Giant this turn. There's not really any flash stuff, right? Like, if I attack with Eidolon, that's safe. What can they do? That's funny, Techno Shaman. Whenever Rachel was, like, around and I'm playing guilds, I'll be like, babe, you gotta check this out. I got a turn 3 win in Limited. She'll come over and it'll just be like Thief of Sanity being cast by me. Thief of Sanity is just crazy. That's not a card that should have been printed. Not for Limited play. But yeah, I don't think there's flash stuff in Black Green to punish Eidolon of Philosophy here. So let's attack for 1. And then Brine Giant, because like I said, if they have Final Death, I'd rather them Final Death the Giant, and then next turn I can use Bad Breath Cow on Timurit or Beetle. Right now, if I play Bad Breath Cow, they can Final Death it with the ability on the stack. Well, the pause is they had Omen out, so they always have priority. And Timurit, yeah. So there's the removal spell. So it's good we didn't run Bad Breath Cow there. Okay, and now we know they can't do anything. So we have to decide which of their good creatures we want to Bad Breath away here. I'm not sure the answer to that. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're going to Stern Dismissal this 2/2 token, because that kills it for good. And then, of course, now we're going to play our 6-drop, kill one of their good 2-drops, but I don't know which is better to kill. It's probably Timurit. They have to top deck a big creature for the Beetle to start growing. And we have an 0/5 to block it for a while. Timurit's probably the better card. I think that was close. The Beetle could grow into a game-winning threat. But we'll probably be able to answer it eventually or win in the air or whatever. So let's see. For this turn, we can block both their creatures with the 0/5 and the Eidolon and sack it, so we don't need the cow back. If they want to trade either of their creatures for the cow, we're happy about that. So we attack. No, we're not running much escape. We have like a Black Omen, and we have a Mogi's Favor, but we don't really have escape. Against another kind of mid-range, mid-speed deck like this, I'm going to board an Underworld Charger when I'm on the play, but I'm not going to board it in when I'm on the draw. Take out, like, these turtles when I'm on the play. Okay, so end of their turn. I guess I could also just choose to draw against their decks, and speed isn't really much of an issue. For now, we can Omen back, draw 3, but that only costs 1 mana, and we don't have enough mana to Omen it, play at end sack at this turn. So let's start with Funeral Rites, see what we get, and then we can map out our turn. Okay, if they want to kill this 3/2, with the 4/3, that's great for us. With the Beetle, we're going to get 2 for 1, potentially, but I'm still okay with that, because the Beetle's just going to keep growing. If they put the 2/2 in front of it, we can just Singer the 2/2. So I think we do want to attack here with this Bad Breath Cow. And then if they don't have anything, this can't really work out bad for us. If they block with the Beetle, +1/+1, and then -3 power to the Beetle. If they block with the 2/2, we can just give it +1/+1 and eat it for free. And I think now, do we get back Devour, or do we get back Draw 3? Probably Devourer. We have endless mana, so we can just play Devourer and start hitting them for 4 or 5 a turn unblockable. If they don't draw a removal, they die pretty quickly. Yeah, we could have used Singer instead of Starlight there, but I felt like it was better to use the Mantle, because I wanted this creature to be bigger. Singer will be a nice trick later, I think. Well, that didn't work out well at all. So the plan of racing with the unblockable Devourer just got destroyed. Now they have a 5/5 lifelink. Well, back on track. Now we have a 3/3 Death Touch that can block a 5/5 lifelink. So, think... Gonna attack with these two, and then... I don't think there's much reason to leave Singer up here. We have Turtle to block Marauder, and Hierophant to block Beetle. I guess they could have, like, Warbrier's Blessing and put it on the Marauder and fight the Hierophant to clear the way for the Beetle. But if we're going to be in a stalemate, I don't want to miss damage. So I'm going to activate. Oh, yeah, I should have played the Hierophant first. I just missed another point. Good stuff. It does activate it. It doesn't trigger it 3 times or anything. It only triggers it once. But I did just miss another point. Oh, yeah, the punt count is real today. I don't want to miss damage as I miss a damage. Yeah, well done. Alright, so what happens if we send Hierophant here? If they block it with the Marauder, we can Singer it, and then the Beetle will stop growing, the Marauder will die. They'll get to attack with the Beetle profitably this turn, but then that's it. So that looks pretty good for us. If they take it, and they attack back, though, what do we have? Nothing to block the 6/6 lifelink. So I think that they should send Harpy, in which case we'll get to eat it with Singer anyway, and we'll get value out of our Singer that way. And we're not even really telegraphing it, because we might want to sack Omen to Scry. So I think what we want to do here is just activate it once. Oh, well, we can just activate it a second time. And then we still have 2 open for Singer, so that's cool. Granted, now I don't actually want to Singer the Harpy because we just found Mogi's favor to kill the Harpy for free. So I was going to play Singer and ambush that Harpy, but we have tons of cards in the yard and nothing else to do with them. So there's not really any reason to do that now. So, yeah, nothing's really changed. We can just hold on to Singer as a trick. Mogi's favor away the Harpy. And hit with the Devourer. We don't want to run out of cards, and they can gain 7 life at any point, and we have 9 cards left in our deck. So I think this turn we're just going to activate once, not twice. This way we can at least ensure a good draw step next turn. Thank you, Boy Eats World. Appreciate that subscription. So we're going to block with Hierophant. If we Thermody Singer it, it's for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blue. So Hierophant still won't live. So nothing we can really do there. But we'll stop them from gaining 5, which is pretty important. Well, nothing we can really do about that. So we can't gang up and kill this 3/8. I do want to Omen pretty badly, but I can do that on my upkeep. So I think what that makes me want to do is Singer here. Unfortunately, we can't kill it while it's small. But I'm pretty sure there's no way for us to 11 them right now. So during my upkeep, let's sack Omen and see what we can scry into. Not much help. 8 cards left in our deck. What do we have? We have Stern Dismissal, Itchy Fish. We used both of those. Getting punished pretty bad for not having more removal. Guess I'm going to thirst and see what we find. I don't know if we have outs or not. We might just lose to this giant lifelinker. Not because we couldn't beat it, but because we're going to get decked. I don't think this offers us much. So that's going to be a 9/9 this turn. 4, 7, 9. So the Singer isn't changing anything. Oh, yeah, you're right. That might be another punt. I mean, this play is fine if, like, we weren't going to deck. But what I probably should have done was played Lampad and just started blocking and sacking so that they never gain 9. Because it's probably going to be too hard to kill them with 4 cards left in my library. I'm playing horrible today. Well, they would have stopped that plan anyway. It's still a punt, but they could have final deathed the Lampad pre-combat and then attacked. And then I wouldn't have been able to do that. That said, though, it's still another punt if you want to hit the punt counter. Hey, run it up. I'm playing bad. Run it up. It didn't cost us the game, but if they didn't draw final death, it could have. All right, so game 3, we're on the play this time. So I'm going to bring in the Underworld Charger. Going to try and be like more of an aggro deck because they're like a black-green grindy mid-rangey deck. I don't think we want these turtles when we're on the play against another grindy deck. Then we can just bring in another counter. Yeah, that's funny. But I don't think that was a mistake. I think Timurit is better than Beetle there. The top card of their deck was random, and we didn't see that many cards that had 4 power. So the odds that the Beetle starts growing right there, and then they give it lifelink, that's all off the top. They were empty-handed. It was a punt to not play Lampad on the last turn, but I don't think it was a punt to kill Timurit instead of Beetle. I agree we would have won that game if I killed Beetle instead of Timurit, but again, I think that's just hindsight bias. It gains a bunch of life. It exiles my whole yard. It also exiles creatures from their yard for even more life. I mean, we had an 0-5 out, so who cares if that Beetle starts growing in a couple of turns? The fact that it started growing immediately, and they gave it lifelink, is why it won them the game. The Beetle was not particularly scary at that time. So we got to play Swamp turn 1 in case we top deck Timurit. And then next turn we got to play Island. This way we can play Kraken on turn 3. But I see no reason to wait. I mean, we didn't see a Mire's Grasp. That's the only common, I think. There's Drag from the Underworld, but they don't have any blackouts, so they can't play that yet. So let's just get our Octodad growing, and hey, I mean, broken rares suck, but you got to play the cards that you have, and I'll take the easy win. I'm not going to block with the Kraken, so we might as well attack with it. There's nothing that destroys a tapped creature. They could now drag to the Underworld or something like that, but I can't stop that anyway. But if they attack, there's no way I'm going to block with my game-winning 3-4 here. They could have a pump spell or something. Well, that makes it no, I'll just tap it. I was going to say that makes it a little more interesting because now I can't attack at least. But yeah, we can just tap that. So there's no way this can be a race that we're losing. I'm not saying we're definitely going to win this game. They may kill Kraken on their next turn or something. But we definitely want a race here. And now we can put out Eidolon, which gives us a 1-1 and a 1-2 to double block Grove Dancer with. So we're hitting for 5, and we're only taking 3 back. And remember, this is growing every turn and making more 1-1s every turn. Thank you for subscribing, Dekra. It's good to be back, and I really appreciate the warm welcome back and all the support from everybody. Okay, I don't think we need a chump block yet. So the creature we want tapped is the one that we want tapped, and we have plenty to spend our mana on, so we're not going to untap it. This turn, We have 2 powerful 6-drops, so I don't know if we pay 1 or not. Why can't I block with the tokens? I'm confused. Thank you, Ninja. Appreciate that subscription. So I think we want to play a 6-drop here. So I'm not going to grow the Kraken this turn. And then, yeah, let's just... Well, there's not even really anything to cow. I mean, we can cow the Triton, but there's nothing for a blue or a black. We can safely attack with the 4/5 here. And then, do we even want to play the cow over the Brine Giant? I mean, the Brine Giant's bigger than everything on the board. I think we just play Brine Giant. I mean, Mantle exists, but they're black, green, splash, blue. It would be pretty weird to be splashing blue for Starlight Mantle. I mean, granted, it's pretty weird to be splashing for Sweet Oblivion, but Mantle would make even less sense. So, I guess we can just leave that locked down, and then we can cow up this beetle. Definitely going to play the land because there's a discard 2 aspect. I don't know if there's really a discard 1 that we saw. And then also we might use a lot of mana because we might untap the Liar and then tap down a second creature and start using that trick since we're pretty far ahead now. And a 2/5 is a pretty good blocker, so I think that's exactly what's going to happen here. Definitely not going to block. So if they gain 2, they're at 12. So we only have 11, so they're not dead on board. And they have a second blocker, so they're definitely not dead on board. But yeah, let's untap it now. So if we find Mogi's Favor, we got 8 mana. 3 for this, 3 for the Favor, and 2 for the Liar. So we win the game if we find Mogi's Favor. 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, and they're at 10. If we don't, we can always just leave back chump blockers. We have plenty to do. So I think let's start with Funeral Rites. See if we find Favor for the win. We didn't. That said, Liar the Timurit. And now we could theoretically attack with everything, but they have to block. But I want to make sure I don't die on the backswing. I mean, they only have 5. I guess I'm going to have a 3/2 blocker also. So they would have to kill my blocker and +2/+2, and there's not like any one card that does that. Their Harpy's going to die here. I could use Singer here and eat the Harpy and keep the cow around. I'm not sure if that's even better than just playing Alarios this turn, though. It's probably not. I think I'm more interested in being mana efficient. And also, if they want to attack into the 3/2, then I can block with it and just untap the 2/3 and not take any more damage. This gives me a nice blocker for the Charger, because if they attack and I trade, I'm only losing 1 point of power. Thanks, Friedjamin. Appreciate the subscription. I like the second half of your name a lot better than the first half. Fried is fine and all, but, you know, Benjamin, Friedjamin, Jamin. So, all right, let's untap it. We can do the tap 2 things trick. Talked about this a few times. Tap their only blocker. If they play anything, we have a counter spell. And the only thing they could have to survive here, I'm pretty sure, would be Fog. And we have Memory Drain. 3, 4, 5, 6. So that does not need to be countered because they're still dead, even if they gain 2 with Timurit. again. Now they're at 4, taking 6. Good game. That was a good game. Well, I wasn't worried if they swung all out, because they had... Firstly, I'm at 7 and they had 5 power. But secondly, I would just put the 3-2 right in front of the 3-3. So I think the only way I would take a different line there was if there was one card that gave, like, +2/+2 and fought a creature or something. Like, if there was a common or uncommon that did that, I'd want to do a different line. But for them to kill me from 7 through the 3-2 blocker, they need to kill the 3-2 blocker and give +2/+2. I mean, that's not easy to do in that position. I like Mire Triton a lot. That's a card that's a lot better than it looks. Super efficient way to get value out of your 2-drop slot, mill yourself, gain life, trades up because of Death Touch. Mire Triton is just one of those cards that just performs really well. It's like super smooth. I don't think Grey Merchant was lethal. Maybe it was because of Timurit. They had a good amount of devotion to black. I mean, the Singer's not going to change anything in that regard. Because, I mean, I'm blocking a 3-3, so they'd have to drain me for, what, 5? 2 from the Merchant, 2 from the Timurit, and 1 from the 3-3. Yeah, Grey Merchant was lethal. But the Singer play doesn't change that. So, I would love to put Aspect of Lamprey on my creature. If they kill it in response, I'm going to be pretty unhappy. There's not many ways to do that, though, right? I mean, there's, like, Fateful End at uncommon. Mire's Grasp, Mogi's Favor, and Final Death don't work, the black commons. The red commons are Omen, which doesn't work, and Eroa's Blessing, which doesn't work. So, basically, they have to have Fateful End. I'm going for it. Oh, yeah, Final Flare works. Yeah, I forgot about that. We really just have nothing else to do. If I don't do this, I'm hitting for 2 and passing the turn. I know in 2 turns I can play it with Mantle up, but I think sometimes you just got to take a little risk because, I mean, otherwise we're doing nothing. We're hitting for 2 and passing the turn and not using our mana. Like, if I had a 3-drop, of course I would just play the 3-drop and not play the Aspect while their mana's untapped. But holding nothing, I think it's the right play. Oh yeah, Farika's Libation too, yeah. I forgot about that. My strategy of naming all the commons that don't work and not naming all the commons that do work was really strong. It's hard to beat that logic. Well, that gives us a choice. There was almost no spells we would draw where I would have played them over using Eidolon, but Kraken might be one of them. We do want to get Kraken going as soon as possible. We have Mantle to protect it. Also, it is whenever you draw a card, so if we get enough mana out, we could end up sacking the Eidolon and paying an extra 1 and getting an extra counter and an extra 1/1. Whoa there. Whoa there. Take it easy. No Fateful Ending, my broken rares. So we can't possibly block that right now. Okay, pay the 1. So let's see where we're at. The 4/5 can eat the 3/1, but it's a little risky, and they can just bring it back anyway. With 1 red up, there's a lot less they can have. It would just have to be exactly Infuriate. So I think it makes more sense to just attack with the 4/5. I mean, we're winning this race pretty comfortably, and we're about to draw 3 more cards. So I don't really care if they chump or not, but I don't really want to block on their turn when they can have access to a bunch more things to finish off Kraken. Oh, nothing I can do about that. I can draw 3 in response, but I'm a mana short of paying 1, so goodbye, Kraken. Okay, let's draw our 3 cards. This Eidolon performs so well in these defensive decks where you're looking to go to the late game anyway. And I don't think there's going to be a better creature than that to lock down. This uses all of our mana. Seems pretty strong. Remember, this creature has lifelink, so every time it's connecting, it's a 4-point swing, not a 2-point swing. And then, of course, we don't have to spend mana on the Liar on future turns. So it looks like the opponent's got a lot of removal. Wow, they have Phoenix of the Ash. Their deck's really good. Like, we're probably going to win this game, but the opponent's deck is really strong. So I think we have enough mana that I can untap it. I'll have to pay 4 to tap the Maze Warden. That'll leave me 4 to work with. I can play the Devourer and my blocker. Yeah, that looks good. Time to get really aggro. Since we're way up in life, we're going to use the Liar trick. Tap down 2 creatures. We have to do it for 4, because if they pump it in response and we do it for 3, it would fizzle. But if we do it for 4, they can't do anything. Of course, the same 3 mana that we play with Funeral Rites to pump Devourer, we could also just play Funeral Rites right now for. So what we miss out on is the ability to play Riptide Turtle. And Riptide Turtle's not blocking anything this turn. Maze Warden's not on tapping, and Dream Shaper has 5 power. So let's start here with Funeral Rites. Play Devour, and back to you, opponent. That was a pretty good turn. I think I slightly out of order sequenced. If I'm gonna Funeral Rites, then there's no reason to use the Liar before the Funeral Rites. So I should have untapped the Liar like I did, then played the Funeral Rites. Then after I saw I didn't draw anything that kills Maze Warden profitably or something like that, I could have then Liared for 4. So my play was mostly right there, but the correct sequence for my last turn was actually untap the Liar, start with Funeral Rites. After I draw these cards, then I would Liar for 4 and play the Devourer. It's only whenever you mill, it's not for every card. So, like, if I Funeral Rites with Devourer out, it'll get +1/+1. But, I mean, I can always sink the same 3 mana into the Devourer. So I don't think it makes sense. Because we might have drawn different things that would change our plays. And like I said, my sequencing there was one off of perfect. This opponent has a lot of removal in a really good deck. Okay, for now, though, I think we're definitely going to untap it. We have a lot of mana and not much to do with it. And then we'll see what we draw. Okay, that's got to be a pretty good draw. So our Devotion to Blue, unfortunately, this has no casting cost. So it's max 3. So if we give -3 to the Hound, it's not going to kill this. What I really want to do is Mogi's favor my Alarios here, tap the Hound, and then they have to trade Dream Shaper for Alarios. Unfortunately, though, I'm 1 blue Devotion off of keeping it alive if we do that. But this Rage Hound is basically not a card to me because it's just going to run into my 0/5. Killing the Hound doesn't accomplish a ton, though. Or anything good. So I think I might just have to kind of take this turn off. If I tap down the Hound, I can Mogi's favor the Alarios. I killed him in 2 in the air with Singer and Mogi's favor. So that actually looks pretty good. I think I want to Singer here. If I can. Of course, I can also just do it on their turn. But yeah, so I think what we want to do here is tap down the Hound. And then if we Mogi's favor, this basically forces them to block. So I like this a lot. I'm going to attack with both. If they want to eat a 1/1 and go to 2, I'm cool with that. I assume they'll trade. And now the Mogi's Favor goes back to the yard. So we can put it on the Threnody Singer. And then we can use the Lyre on the Phoenix. So if they don't have anything else, we kill them in the air in 2 turns with Singer wearing Mogi's Favor. So, I mean, we counted. If I could have had my creature live, I would have turtled and singered. But my devotion to blue was only 3, which would not have been enough, because this would still deal 2. And after the losing a toughness, the Elerios had 2 toughness. So we could bring the Singer out now and -1 the Phoenix. But then it could die to sorcery speed removal. We could bring out the turtle, but then we're not getting the Singer in play this turn. So I think we're just going to not block. If they pump all the way, then we're almost certainly going to Singer because we're no longer scared of sorcery speed removal. What can they do with 2 mana? Mogi's Grasp is a card. I mean, we have a lot of life. And this only prevents 1 damage. So I think I'm just going to do it end of their turn. Myers Grasp. Yeah, not Mogi's Grasp. But that is the card I was talking about. Well, Omen... Yeah, Omen's going to work when we Mogi's Favor it. But there's nothing we can do about that either way. So for now... No real choices. I guess there's no reason to show them more because we can't mill any escape cards because we don't have any except the Favor. So let's go ahead, suit up our Singer. Hopefully they don't have Omen. And then we can get them here for 4. Looks like they do, which it was semi-telegraphed because they didn't pump the Maze Warden. But we're not going to not do it because that's just not a clock. If we're hitting them for 1 and turn in the air, like, that's going to take forever. And now we'll just put out our stuff. So I'm not, like, shocked to see it, but I think it's still the right play. And, I mean, they're still dead right now, unless they drew at least a blocker. The Rage Hound has to attack. We can go end of turn tap, on tap tap. So for now... Just going to let them attack. The turtle can block the Rage Hound if they do some kind of alpha. If they attack with only the Rage Hound, I'm just going to take it. Because I want to go end of turn tap, on tap tap potentially. Oh, I guess with how much mana they have up, they can fizzle the taps with the Lyre right now. So we actually don't have lethal this turn. I don't know why they said good game, but hopefully they don't realize that then or something. Yeah, so they can pump and fizzle this, so we don't actually have game. I lied. But we still can win next turn the same way with more mana. Not sure if I did anything wrong in that exchange. I'm not saying I didn't. I'm not saying I did. I genuinely don't know. Why does tapping Phoenix matter? Either way, they had to spend 2 mana. I tapped this for 4, I tapped this for 4, and this... Oh, it's 3 mana to pump the Phoenix. Sure, I could have gotten them to spend 1 more mana. But I mean, whatever. This is round 2 of the draft. So they have to kill Devourer. They're dead to that. I have enough mana now to just tap the Maze Warden end of their turn. And then I can untap and tap the Phoenix for 1,000,000. So we'll see what they do. Plus, they're just dead to the Devourer anyway. So for now, let's just see what's up. Think I don't want to keep taking unnecessary hits. So maybe I just drop the turtle here. Right, but I couldn't kill them last turn by tapping any one of the creatures. So, like, it doesn't matter which I tap into their turn, really. I mean, I should do the Phoenix because it makes them spend 1 extra mana, but they weren't exactly short mana. Okay, so end of their turn, we can do the Maze Warden, and it literally cannot be saved. Because we're doing it for 6. So unless they play the card in their hand, pumping it 3 times won't, like, prevent it from getting tapped now. This is round 2 of the draft, Fishmas. Now we can untap it. Okay, well, we can just drop Lampad to start, because that's going to make it way easier. Instead of tapping 10 million mana and targeting the Phoenix. Now they have to play their removal in response, or they're just dead. Now they have 5, 7, so they can pump it twice. So we can just tap it for 7. They have no cards in hand, and then attack for lethal. Wow, the Liar is good. Who made Liar so good? Liars are not supposed to be good. Liars are bad. Yeah, I know I could drop Turtle and eat everything too, but this kills them without showing them a flash blocker. Fair enough, Matthew folks. I guess if Dream Trawler's not going to be mythic and going to exist at all, there should be more liars, not less liars. I never expected to be pro-liar, but I guess that's where we're at nowadays. Okay, so they're red-black, a lot of removal, Phoenix. Their deck is really good. I think Liar's good. It's like a B-tier quality card, but it's also an artifact, so I'm happy to take it really early. Once I already have colors, like I might take Mire's Grasp over it in a black deck, but pick one, pack one, I would take it over Mire's Grasp, just because it's colorless and good. So, expensive creatures that die to Final Death are not good against them, so we can take out Brine Giant. Other than that, everything's pretty grindy and cheap and all that. Enemy of Enlightenment has some potential, but they'll probably just end up killing it with the discard on the stack. I think like a grindy blocker looks pretty good. That'll leave something behind. And then I think we want Underworld Charger, even though we're going to be on the draw. We need the recursion, I think. Oh, and we can protect it with Lampad. So maybe that's what we want to do. I think we take out a land because we're on the draw. Memory Drain's pretty bad on the draw and not good against all their instant removal. So yeah, that looks good. Happy to help, Burnator. That's why I drafted it, just for you. Thanks, Soup Dave X. Appreciate the subscription and the compliment. Again, thanks to everybody who chooses to support my stream. I know there's a million awesome Magic streamers in this day and age, so obviously, you know, everybody has different resources and all of that, but it is a huge compliment, and I really do appreciate it. Here, just got to put back Mantle, no question. 3-drop, 4-drop. We can probably land Lamprey. Mantle's not an amazing card in this hand where we're probably going to fall behind. Mantle is a really good card against their deck. They have double Final Death and a bunch of removal. But since we don't have a 2-drop, we're probably going to fall a little behind. And I just don't think that's the card we can keep in our opening hand. So now we choose which 3-drop to play. I think it's Alarios. I'll happily trade the 3-2 for the 2-3 if they offer me that. And then I get to untap. It's the same amount of damage if it's connecting. The Charger has the ability to come back later after Timurid has left play, but if it trades right now or gets killed right now, they might exile it. We saw, like, what? We saw one drag out of them, I think. That might have been the previous opponent, but I don't think so. I don't think there's any Flash Black Devotion except Omen. So if I attack with the 3-2 and they play Omen, they get a free kill on the 3-2, but the Omen's gone. The Omen doesn't do anything. They have no dead creatures. And then the 2-3 will just untap anyway. So I think we attack with the 3-2. Like, who really cares? Like I said, if they flash in Black Omen and block it. I don't really want to play Hierophant here, because they're just going to get to use Timurit when they're not going to get to use it otherwise. So this looks like a good time to play Charger. It wouldn't be crazy, Burnator, but again, like, I'm already on a mole. I could easily fall behind. Like, I may lose the game with Mantle in my hand. At some point, they're going to play something, and then I'm going to get to resolve Aspect. So I wouldn't call it crazy, but I would call it wrong. And now that the coast is clear, we can Aspect. The only question is which. I guess the Underworld Charger probably makes a little more sense. Reason being, it just has an extra toughness, so it's just harder for them to kill in combat. And of course, we're hitting for 6, we're gaining 3. I mean, they can hit back for 3 and gain 2. So nobody's dying anytime soon right now, but we're winning the race, so we're happy to attack. Not that this game's just going to come down to that, of course. But if they want to use Timurit, then they're not casting things. If they want to cast things, they're not using Timurit. We'll do our best while they're choked on mana to play aggressively. Well, there's a bit of a curveball. So, if we attack with the 2-3-2s, or the 3-3 and the 3-2, if they block both, or if they block either with Timurit, I'm super happy because I can finish it with Mogi's Favor. But let's assume they block the worst way for us, just like Maze Warden on Charger. Well, I spend my turn Mogi's Favoring the Maze Warden, and then I play Kraken. If they want to spend their turn Timuriting the Charger, then they're probably not killing Kraken. So that looks pretty good. So I think we attack with both. I can play the Mogi's Favor twice, so I'm not worried about them blocking both my creatures. In fact, it's just absolutely awesome for me if this happens. Now we're going to Mogi's Favor away their board. This card is just great. I love Mogi's Favor. I've been so high on this card since the pre-release. It's just excellent. And now we don't have to worry about Timurit. We can bring back a 5/5 after we play Hierophant. We only have a couple of cards left in our yard, but we're going to fill our yard with Hierophant. And then we'll find land 5, bring back a 5/5. They probably have some removal, but they're going to have to kill a lot of real creatures here. So I don't think we want to block that. We have enough cards to already bring back the Charger. I mean, the 2-3 isn't attacking past the 1-3, though, so maybe we do. If this 1-3 wasn't in play, I would take 4 and hit back for 2. But given this Alarios is not attacking or blocking, it's probably right to put it in front and trade. We also have Omen, and it's not a bad creature to Omen back. But in reality, we're going to play Kraken if we draw Omen. So... okay, so we know that the opponent is likely to be holding Final Death. They have 2 of them in their deck. We can't really stop them from killing our Kraken here, but what we want to accomplish is beating them with a recursive 5/5. So we actually don't mind that much if they kill the Kraken, even though it's the better card, because we can't stop that. They're a red-black deck with a lot of removal. So the plan for this turn we're going to play Lampad and Kraken, because if we draw one more land, we can then play Underworld Charger with one open, and then we can sack the Charger if they try and exile it with Final Death. So this way, instead of just slamming a 5/5 and having them Final Death it, we play 2 creatures. I'm sure they're going to kill the Kraken. There's nothing we can do about that. But now we're only 1 land away from being able to protect Charger from Final Death with Lampad. That said, since they did play their Final Death and we didn't draw a 6th land, I don't know whether we should play the 5/5 now or not. I'm really not sure. I guess we can't play around 2nd Final Death that hard. That would probably be too big of a sacrifice. So hopefully they don't have 2nd Final Death this turn. If I had drawn like a 4 or 3 drop this turn, I would have been more conservative and played that and not brought back the Charger. But I drew a good 6 drop and not anything I can cast or a land, so I think it makes sense to put the Charger out. So now our Devotion to Black is 4. So it's 5 with the Favor out, 4 on board. So we can't do much right now, but our graveyard is pretty solid. So I think we just attack. Go ahead and cow off their Lampad, get further ahead. We know they're not holding the Final Death, so now they're just on a 1-outer to top deck it. Can't worry about that. So what happens if we Mogi's Favor the cow and attack with both? They have to block both or they're dead. They're going to get like 3 1/1s that can't block, which we don't care about. And neither of their creatures kill Charger, so that looks excellent for us. So let's go ahead and Mogi's Favor. Let's leave our best creature in case we draw Black Omen later. Oh, I would have loved it if they would have double blocked, because then I just kill the 4/5, bring back the Charger immediately, and have one open to sack to Lampad. I was hoping they would double block last turn. But this game's pretty much over unless they have something to play, because, I mean, now they're chump blocking with a 4/5. They couldn't take the 5 and go to 2, because we would kill them with Lampad. All of these 1/1s don't really matter, because they can't block. So I think we've pretty much won this game now. Which is pretty cool, because the opponent's deck is really good. They have lots of great removal, a few good escape creatures, Timurit, Annex, Phoenix. We were pretty fortunate that our cards lined up in a way to let us win this game. I think the opponent's deck is definitely better than mine. Oh yeah, I should have sent the Lampad. I missed a point. You're right, Tired Archer. They still had to block the other 2 creatures, right? No, wait, maybe not. So if they block Lampad and one of the 5s, if I sack the Lampad and the other 5, they take lethal. Yeah, you're right, Tired Archer. I could have sent the Lampad. I missed another point. I've got like 6 punts tonight. Now, they are punts. You're right. Very astute, and I'm glad you pointed that out, Tired Archer. The Lampad should have attacked last turn. But 5 of my 6 punts tonight are literally missing like 1 point of damage. This is pretty cool. But yeah, so the way it works with Lampad on alphas, they can block the Lampad, which means you can't then sack the remaining creatures. So you have to threaten lethal, including sacking all the blocked creatures before damage resolves. So what would have happened last turn if I would have sent the Lampad? If they blocked Lampad and one of my 5s, I sacked the 5 that was blocked and Lampad to deal them 2, and then they take exactly lethal from the other 5 power creature. So I had Exactsies in that I couldn't have killed them, but I could have just sent the Lampad and they wouldn't be able to block it. So well done, Tired Archer. Very astute. Not too many, MGJ. Can't really think of too many big important games I lost by exactly 1. I'm sure it's happened. I mean, it's probably on camera, but I'm not 100% sure. My game 5 against Joel Larson in the top 4 of Pro Tour Gate Crash was like an epic, super tight game where I think I punted by taking like a second best complicated line over a bunch of turns. I didn't lose by like 1 life, but if I had made like the best play instead of the second best play on like one super hard close spot, I might have won. I remember that game. I don't know if it's on I don't know if it was on camera or not. I mean, it was top 4 of the Pro Tour, but they might have covered the other match. But that was the game. That's the game that like I let get away in terms of losing a super close, super hard game by the smallest of margins. And I do think I actually punted it, but I did nothing stupid the whole game. I just think the like overall choices I made were about the second best path and slightly worse than the better path. Devour Memory is excellent. It's a 2-drop that fills your graveyard. It's unblockable. It's lethal. It just does it all. If they have a 3/3 out and you're losing the race, you can just pass the turn, activate Devour, block, and trade your 2-drop with their 3/3. If you're ahead in life, you just start cranking it on your main phase and hitting them for 3 and 4 unblockable. Devour of Memory is literally like, it's just a perfect 2-drop for a blue-black deck. It's excellent. Now, pick one, pack one. I would always take a good common like Mire's Grasp over Devour, no question, because it's a 2-color gold card that's not splashable. Pack 3, I think that would be a pretty close pick, depending on your deck's synergy, how much you want to fuel your graveyard, how much you need 2-drops. A lot of times the cards are so dynamic in that they change value deck to deck because... So playing something on turn 2 as opposed to stranding your mana has a lot of value, right? So if you have 6 2-drops, then getting a 7th 2-drop, even if it's a good one, has a lot less value than if you had no 2-drops and you're getting your first 2-drop. So you can't think like... This is why I hate pick orders. Pick orders are good for like pick one, pack one, because obviously you don't have anything yet, so you can just take whatever the best card is out of pack one, and it's always right to do that. It could change based on what else is in the pack, but that only has very small amounts of value. But as you're drafting a deck, you really don't want to stick to pick orders. You want to understand your deck, what its weaknesses are, what its strengths are, what it needs, where you can get the most value. Kind of similar to how you sideboard cards for your worst matchups, because there's more value to be gained in a matchup where you're 30% than in a matchup where you're 80%. You don't just want to keep jamming the better card over and over in draft. You want to understand, like, hey, I only have 1 2-drop. Playing a card on turn 2 has a lot of value. 2-drops are worth way more for me now because it's pack 3 and I only have 1 2-drop. Or conversely, I have 6 2-drops. I'm going to have one to do almost every game anyway. 2-drops are worth less because I already have my 2-drop slot jam-packed. Let me prioritize more powerful cards because I'll have something to do on turn 2 anyways. Okay, so here, yeah, what we're going to do is attack. If they block, we can just pump and eat their creature for free. If they don't block, post-combat, we play Alarios. I should have played Swamp, but you can't call it a punt unless it actually costs me. But the reason I should have played Swamp is because if I draw a Swamp next turn and there's cards in their graveyard somehow, I might be able to play Timber It and use it and not have anything else to do. So technically I should have played Swamp last turn, but it doesn't matter unless I top deck like a Swamp. And then it could be relevant or could not. Okay, so now they have a 2/3 up. What do we want to do? I'll happily trade this 3/2 for it. But I don't really want to trade Devourer for it. I mean, it's really a 1/2 with Sentinels that comes back. So I think this turn, I'm just going to play attack with the 3/2. And play Timber It. Even though it's not like a very efficient turn, I'm hitting for more than I'm taking. I don't really want to Itchy Fish the 2/3 right now. If they put like Commanding Presence on it or something, then I'll Itchy Fish it. But right now, I don't mind taking another 2 and seeing what happens. So they chose not to equip. So they're saying they have something. What can they have for a white and a black? They could have Blessing +2/+2. There's not a lot of cards I can think of The black omen isn't relevant. The white omen costs 3. Is there much besides blessing for us to be thinking about? Indomitable will +1/+2. Yeah, that's a good one for us to be thinking about. Good call. Right. So if we attack with this 3/2 and they Indomitable will, post-combat, if we play this, it'll effectively deal 2 damage to it, and then the Envoy will die. So that looks pretty good. If they play +2/+2 Blessing in combat, whatever. The Blessing goes away, and then we'll get to untap Alarios. So I'm not going to attack with Timurit into those tricks that they're representing, but I will just send the 3/2 because it can't work out badly for us. If they play Blessing, we bury our 3/2, but our 2/3 will untap. If they play Will, then we'll get to Itchy Fish it post-combat. And so now I left the counter mana up because, of course, like, we're winning on board. If they played something, it's good for us. If they do nothing, end of turn, I can just activate Devourer, get a card in my yard for Timurit. Yeah, it's probably Blessing. That definitely makes sense. So we can't really do anything right now through the Envoy, except for if we activate Devourer. I don't really care about taking 2 a turn. We have Memory Drain, so this is pretty interesting. Milling myself with with Devourer is pretty good for me, though. It gives me cards to Timurit for life, as well as Omen. So if we don't think they can do anything about Devourer, I don't really want to be missing 3 a turn. So I think I'm just going to activate Devourer and attack with it. I maybe should have done this last turn, but I kind of thought they would probably just block the 3/2 and play what they had. That's why I didn't. Also, whatever, the 3/2 attacked last turn. If I tap all my mana pre-combat, then if I attack with the 3/2, they can block and play Will or Blessing or whatever. So it's the same 3 damage either way. We don't really get 6. Okay, well, this is kind of a problem. Again, we could still win this race if they can't kill Devourer. I don't know if we're going to win or lose this game, but they've definitely built a Baneslayer here, slowly, turn by turn. No creatures to exile. Oh yeah, Hexproof is the worst. Hexproof is one of the worst things to ever happen to Magic. I mean, this is a good game, but we're just not interacting. The question is now, can I race them with Devourer before they kill me with the Envoy, as opposed to us all, both just using all our cards and playing a fun game. So for now, I guess we just want to start with this, see what we hit. Don't think they're killing me this turn. Can't really do anything meaningful with the 3 mana otherwise. So I'm going to pump again. So this works out pretty well. If we draw a land, we can then try and kill them with this Devourer and have Memory Drain up, so that's really safe. If they kill it, I mean, we have Omen, but who knows if that's going to work or not. Okay, well, we didn't draw a land. They played a Lifelinker. We need to kill that. Luckily, we can, right? We can Itchy Fish it. So even if they have Blessing, that doesn't do anything here, right? So let's just Itchy Fish the Pegasus. And then hit them for 3 and pass back to them and hope they can't kill us. We don't really have any other options. How would I just win? They're at 5. If I activated Devour twice, that's 4. I don't know. I don't see a win. Oh, yeah. Blessing kills me if they're holding it because it's 6 in the air. But, again, I don't know what we could have done. Like, how could I beat that? So, hopefully they just didn't have Blessing. It just gets +1 when you mill 3 cards, not +3. Don't think there's anything we could have done. Had we not had Pegasus and we drew a land, then we could have beaten Blessing, because we could have activated it once and left Memory Drain up. And I would have done that. Well, yeah, it kills me. I meant it doesn't stop Itchy Fish. But yeah, I don't think there's anything I could have done there, right? I mean, I guess I could, like... But if I don't Itchy Fish the Pegasus, if I gain life with Timurit and activate Devourer, sure, I don't die, but they're gaining 2 off the Pegasus. They're potentially gaining 4 off the Pegasus. I don't think there's any real way for me to turn that. On the turn I attacked for 4, I could have attacked with everything. I don't know. I'll have to rewatch that. Oh, sure. If we're putting them on Blessing the turn before, I could activate it once and gain 1 so that they can't Xaxes me with Blessing the following turn. Yeah, you're right. That might have been right. It involves playing around Blessing and making a sacrifice to do it. But they did represent a trick, so that definitely could have been right. Okay, so what do we want to board? We're going to be on the play. The 05s don't seem great against them or horrible. White's pretty aggro, but they have flyers. I think on the draw I might bring them back, but on the play I'll probably bring in some more aggressive cards. No, I know what you're saying. On the turn I double pumped. I could have gained 1 so I don't die by Xaxes to the Blessing 2 turns later. It definitely might have been right to do that. It's playing around Blessing. It's making a real sacrifice to do it. But it could allow me to beat Blessing in a game I wouldn't otherwise. I would have lost to Sunman anyway, but that's whatever. It might have been right to do that. I'm not sure. Yeah, I get it. But it's never that simple, of course. They could easily play, they had like 5 cards in hand. They could easily play something that changes our clock. And that was 2 turns ago, and we didn't actually know they had a Blessing. We just thought they had a Blessing. But I agree, that is a reasonable line to play around Blessing, and it definitely might have been right. Yeah, I am still a little sick. I'll blame that on all the punts. Alright, so Kraken's not one of those rares you generally want to sandbag. You got to get it out and growing turn by turn to win the game with it. Play it on the last turn of the game. It's just a 2/3, so we're going to crank it out and see if they can kill it. Boo. Boo. So for now... I mean, Itchy Fish is 1 more mana, but not particularly effective on that creature. Let's wait and see if they Commanding Presence it or something like that. Maybe they'll play Sunmane Pegasus or something better. Okay, now we're going to Itchy Fish it. Yes, I should have Blue Dragon. That was a mistake. Oh, never mind. Now we're not going to Itchy Fish it. Now we're going to Stern Dismissal it. All those enchantments go to the yard. Get rid of that 1/1 so they can't suit it up with Sentinel's Eyes. And life is good. So the trade is good for us. We can Liar for 2. Not really worried about them responding to the Liar. Because the trick's going to go away if it's Blessing and not Indomitable Will. So I'm going to wait because they have Sentinel's Eyes. If they put the Sentinel's Eyes on the Envoy, I'll Liar that. If they put the Sentinel's Eyes on the Temple Thief, I'll Liar that. If they don't Sentinel Eyes anything, when we go to combat, I'm going to Liar the Temple Thief. But then they miss a point at the very least. If they wanted to Sentinel's Eyes the Transcendent Envoy, they have to do it now post-combat, and it'll be tapped and I save a point of life. No, I would never main Mirror Shield. You could definitely board it in the right matchups, but I don't think it's a main deckable card. Do we want to untap it? Not yet. We have better things to do with our mana. Probably just Bad Breath Cowaway the Flyer, I think. Not really worried about the difference between the Hierophant and the Flyer. I just want to use my 6 mana here, I think. I probably don't do enough of that, Tired Archer. It is a new relevant skill thanks to Arena and the Auto Tapper, so it is good that you're pointing that out. It is something to think about in some occasions, and I probably don't do enough of it. So do we chump to save 4 with an 0-1, or do we hold that for later? I mean, they have a Mogi's Favor, so they can get rid of the 0-1 at any time. I think it makes sense to go ahead and save us 4 life here. And now, of course, that since they put the Sentinel's Eyes on the Hierophant, I am going to untap the Lyre. Let's try and tap that Hierophant. We can do it for 5 because I just want to make sure that I have a blue open because we have nothing to do with the other 1 mana. But I'm not going to do it for 6 because I do want to play Eidolon. Blessing is going to stop it either way since their creature will gain hexproof because it has an enchantment on it. But only for 1 turn. So this works out pretty well for us. Now that we can lock down the Sentinel's Eyes and the Venomous Hierophant indefinitely. Boo. But life could be worse. Yeah, it'll fizzle. Now, don't get me wrong, you can just untap your Lyre on the following turn, so that's generally not that big of a deal. But if the power gets raised to above whatever the Lyre's trying to tap, the Lyre will end up fizzling and not tapping the creature. Eidolon is definitely not a high pick in blue. I think it's playable. I don't think it's a bad card to have one of in your deck, but I would not take it aggressively, no. I don't know if they thought this one through unless they have something. We're going to be able to Mogi's Favor their Temple Thief. I guess first and foremost, maybe we do that first because if they Blessing it or something, we don't necessarily want to attack with this Bad Breath Cow, especially now that we drew Funeral Rites. So, Mogi's Favor just always does work. This is just an excellent, excellent card. So let's start with Funeral Rites in case we draw something really good, something we'd rather do over Mogi's Favor this turn. The only problem with Mogi's Favor is I heard them mispronouncing it on the Worlds coverage the whole tournament. They kept calling it Mogus's Favor, and it's Mogi's Favor. Come on now. As usual, the Auto Tapper not really working for us, but that's okay. Now let's see if we can Mogi's Favor away their creature. It is not Mogus's Favor. It is Mogi's Favor. Come on now. Be reasonable. It's definitely worse than Final Death, and, oh, well, we just died. Boo. So it's definitely worse than Final Death, and it's worse than Mire's Grasp. What's the next best black common? It's probably Mogi's Favor. It's a joke, Thunderwonk, because it's obviously actually pronounced Mogus Favor, but I call it Mogi's Favor. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't put them on Flicker of Fate there. There was no reason to do that. This is a tight game. I mean, I was looking good, but I'm not going to play around Flicker of Fate in that spot. There's just no reason to put that card in their hand. It is true, though. The Auto Tapper kind of got us, because if I had 2 black, I would make the same plays, but then I would play Timurit, and then we wouldn't have lost.